The Natural Empire of the Sea Dragon. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176 Wedding. As soon as she heard the bear man mention that place, Fusion took a piece of long bread and stuffed it into the bear man's big mouth, and said seriously, "I won't let you go. That place is so dangerous. What you get may not be worth the price you paid. I won't allow it." The bear man silently ate the bread in his mouth, and waited until Fusion's emotions calmed down before he used his solid and steady big hand to grab Fusion's shoulders, looking firmly into Fusion's eyes. "Jaina, I have been preparing for so many years, just to have enough power to get back the natural relics lost in the Emerald Dream. With the relics, not only me, you can also break through to the natural demigod. Hasn't the Emerald God always been your career goal?" Fusion shook off the bear man's hand that grabbed her shoulder. "If the price of becoming the Green God is to lose you, then I would rather not become the Green God." A sudden confession, but she has been suppressing her feelings for me. "You know that once you go there, you are likely to perish, but you will do your best to send the holy relic back to me to help me become the Green God. Am I right?" After saying that, before the bear man could answer, crystal tears slid down the white cheeks of Fusion, which made the bear man's heart tighten. "Jaina, Alice." The bear man was also a little speechless, not knowing how to persuade Fusion to let Fusion agree to take an adventure with him. "Without the natural holy relic, can we not become a natural demigod? Geoj, do you really have no confidence in the way of life and thunder that you have practiced for so many years?" The corners of the bear man's mouth were a little bitter. He was able to catch up with the achievements brought by Fusion's talents, and even slightly surpass them. He had exhausted all his energy. "Originally, I had almost given up my dream of becoming a natural demigod. When my master accepted me as his disciple, he said that only the chief of the school of life could become a natural demigod, and I am the one he favored as the successor to the chief. He planted the seed of becoming a natural demigod in my heart. Under the strong pressure brought by your talents, I have been gritting my teeth and persevering, but Jaina, we have been following the druid path for more than 300 years. Even for legendary druids, how many 300 years can we have? We are mortals after all, we will grow old. Before Attilan appeared, my strength had reached its limit, but I still hadn't touched the limit. Even if I got the natural relics, I would have no chance." During the 2 years I spent with Attilan, I analyzed the body structure of the ocean dragon over and over again, inside and out, and finally achieved new results. Only then did I deeply understand why my master said before he left that if I had the chance, I must spend some time with the ocean dragon. Attilan is a treasure given to me by God, giving me the opportunity to catch the tail of the natural demigod realm. Otherwise, I would not rashly look for natural relics." Fusion frowned slightly. "Just a sea dragon, can it really bring you such a big change?" It's not that Fusion looked down on Attilan, but there is no way to practice to master more powerful power by simply observing a certain magical creature, unless the bear man is lying to her. "It's true, I don't have to lie to you." As he spoke, a ball of emerald green thunder appeared in the palm of the bear man's hand, crackling and emitting a really strong vitality. "As long as I can try the right method to strengthen this life thunder, I can temper a legendary level body, the legendary biological level with the legendary professional level. As long as I get the natural holy object, I will definitely be promoted to a natural demigod." Fusion was still half believing and half doubting. She always felt that this ball of life thunder was just a prop made by the bear man to fool her, because the life thunder was not as pure as the life thunder made by Attilan. Even if Attilan did not master the corresponding shaping method, he would occasionally bring out a wisp when spewing lightning dragon breath. The bear man could only sigh. If Attilan had not revealed that paragraph to Fusion as soon as he left him, he would not want to do this. Actually, Attilan is not an ordinary ocean dragon. Fusion only smiled contemptuously and conjured up a cold and beautiful white rose. "Then what kind of dragon do you think Attilan is?" "He is an ocean dragon, but an ocean dragon, or an elemental dragon with high blood purity, that inherits the same elemental dragon bloodline stably without mixing other elements. It is possible that a powerful talent similar to an alien dragon will appear, all of which are elemental dragons with enhanced capabilities, and Attilan happens to be the ocean elemental dragon king. His life talent is even stronger, especially after he condensed the Dragon Ball with my help. His life level began to rise again slowly. Although his body growth has slowed down, you didn't notice that the increase in his life breath this year is far greater than the first year. And this is precisely because he activated his elemental Dragon King bloodline. Fusion narrowed her eyes slightly. Really? Then why haven't I heard Attilan mention it? The bear man snorted coldly and continued, this kid didn't tell me either. On the day he awakened the Dragon Ball, he suddenly became more Loki than before. I knew he knew his true talent. You know what? It's really funny to watch him carefully hide his talent every day. Fusion glared at him, and then began to scold the bear man. How dare you say that? Attilan is your apprentice, but you just watch him live in fear every day. How can you bear it? The bear man shrank his neck and said weakly, I'm his master. He didn't tell me. It doesn't mean he doesn't trust me. Then let him worry about it himself. The Fusion girl touched her chin and analyzed. I was wondering why Attilan always asked the old naughty boy if he still has a possibility of breaking through to become a legendary druid, and if there is anything he can help with. It turns out that he thinks the forest is not strong enough to protect him. So who did the elemental Dragon King offend? The bear man pointed to the sky and said lightly, it's similar to the natural council. Whoever wanted the elemental dragon god to die didn't want to see too many elemental dragon kings appear in the material world. The Fusion girl understood instantly. You mean them? That's something to worry about. Just send a few ancient gold dragons. No need. Even 4 ancient red dragons might not be enough for us. The bear man shook his head and said, 4, you think too highly of me and Bloody. It's good enough for the 2 of us to deal with 2 ancient red dragons. With the cooperation of you, Laloon, and Robert. The vine girl casually stuck the white rose in the ground, and soon the rose grew vines that wrapped around the outside of the bear man's oak house, blooming into cold and beautiful white roses. It's no wonder that Attilan didn't want to say it. The talent of the elemental Dragon King is indeed easy to be targeted, especially since he has joined the Natural Council. It's hard not to let those 2 suspect that Attilan wants to become the next elemental dragon god. The bear man continued to speak along with the vine girl's words. So you see, whether it is for us or for Attilan, I must go to Moonglade. Only a demigod of nature can ensure that we have the ability to protect ourselves in the chaos that follows. You said so. You only have a prototype now. The thunder of life cannot temper your body. Unless you complete the tempering, I will not let you go. The bear man grabbed the Fujinva's hand anxiously and said, Jaina, you know the situation in the forest. Even if you drain the natural magic of the forest, you can't extract enough thunder of life for me to temper my body. Only the Emerald Dream, especially the Moonglade in the core area, it can provide the abundant natural magic I need. I go not only for the natural relics, and even finding natural relics is only my second goal. My first goal is to accumulate enough magic to complete the transformation. In 3 years at most, the remaining magic in the forest will not be able to meet my needs for tempering my body. Then I must go. The Fujinva glared back. If you can't be satisfied, then don't pursue the maximum quenching effect. I don't know you well. You only value the improvement effect of practice and don't care about negative pain at all. If you don't pursue the maximum effect of quenching, your pain will be much less. You are not allowed to train today, so stay here and eat bread. The bear man could only nod helplessly and sighed. I know. Then he took a loaf of bread from the basket and sat cross-legged on the ground to eat it honestly. It's delicious. The sweetness of honey and the aroma of apples are well combined. The temperature of the oven is moderate, and the aroma of wheat is baked out without being burned. The golden color makes you very appetizing at first glance. It's worthy of being Jaina. The bread she makes is delicious. After being praised by the bear man, Fusion's face showed a smile, and then returned to the previous solemnity. Eat slowly, I'm going back first. Anyway, don't practice for me today. The bear man nodded repeatedly and ate the bread in big mouthfuls. Looking at the back of Fusion's teleporting away, the bear man silently breathed a sigh of relief. Fusion said that we can't train today, so we won't train today, but she didn't say that he can't train tomorrow, and he has already completed the Life Thunder body tempering training today. Fusion suddenly appeared in front of the bear man again. Not tomorrow either. The day after tomorrow, unless you get my permission, you are not allowed to do that training, understand? The bear man sat up straight subconsciously. Yes, seeing that Fusion really left this time, the bear man patted his chest. Why should he be afraid? Is he the hell-picked husband that Attilan mentioned? Impossible, absolutely impossible. When Fusion thought about the bear man entering the lost natural holy land to absorb magic and look for natural holy objects, she was confused. Strictly speaking, the Moonlight Glade could not be considered lost at the beginning. Because the natural demigods and demons fought a great battle in the Moonlight Glade, and there were some astral creatures who died with divine power. Almost all of them died in the Moonlight Glade. No matter what they were like in their lifetime, the terrifying blood of the battlefield contaminated their corpses. Their unwilling resentment and fighting will echoed over the Moonlight Forest, combined with the natural magic that had gathered in the Moonlight Forest for thousands of years. The Moonlight Forest quickly gave birth to a terrifying monster that was not much inferior to the gods. After mixing the evil power of demons and the divine power of astral creatures, the corpses of natural demigods already retained a strong vitality. Even after death, their corpses seemed to be still alive. Various energies intertwined in the chaotic battlefield. No one knew who did what. The fallen corpses of natural demigods stood up again. According to records, it was not an undead creature, but it seemed to have bred a new creature. It's just that they have no wisdom, they only know how to constantly devour the fresh life on the battlefield. It is precisely because their strength is too strong that they have died and stood up again. Demons, divine power, and natural magic are difficult to have a significant killing effect on them, except for the power of purification. They are a considerable part of the reason for the pollution of the Emerald Dream. Fusion understood why the Bear Man would guide Attilan to develop the purification thunder. It turned out that the Bear Man was still planning to observe Attilan's growth, and when Attilan mastered it, he would imitate it and strengthen it. Yes, there is also Attilan. This kid has always had the most ghost ideas. If it were Attilan, he might be able to come up with a way to make the Bear Man give up his plan to go to Moonlight Glade. Seeing Fusion returning with a solemn face, Attilan, who had been waiting for Fusion to bring back good news, hurried to meet her. "Auntie, what's going on?" "Hasn't the master expressed his opinion yet?" "He has expressed his opinion. He plans to go to a very dangerous place to find a treasure. If he can bring the treasure back, he will marry me." Hiss. Attilan took a breath of cold air. This sentence can't be said. "I don't want Georgie to die." "Attilan, do you have any way to stop him from going?" Attilan scratched his cheek. He felt that it was not realistic to stop the Bear Man from going. The Bear Man has always made up his mind, and the nine-headed dragon can't pull him back. "I can't stop him from going, but if it's to extend his stay in the forest, I think I can still do it. First of all, I need to know when he plans to go." 3 years later, wait, after understanding the whole story, Attilan frowned and began to think about a solution. "Master's wife, just say you want to go together, you are worried about him being alone." Fusion shook her head and said, "He can't let me go with him, just say that if he dares to go, you will go directly with him, and believe that Master will definitely stay for a few more years and convince you before going, but there is one thing, your wedding must be held before Master goes, otherwise it will be unlucky." "Unlucky?" Attilan's words made Fusion a little puzzled. "Why is it not good to come back and get married?" "Because many people who said this died in their next adventure. There is also a similar case. My wife is going to give birth next month, and this person will die before his child is born. The most likely thing is that the father died on the day the child was born, as if the father's luck flowed to the child. So, you can get married, but it's best not to have children." Fusion frowned and asked, "Where did you hear these heresies? Even if you are the elemental dragon king, your inherited memory can't have these twisted things, right?" Hearing the words elemental dragon king, Attilan's body froze instantly. What elemental dragon king? This is just a concept brought back by a certain ocean sub-dragon ancestor from the material world of a certain panda man's hometown. If you say these words, 9 out of 10 will not end well. In fact, I have also thought that it should be these ties that make them have distracting thoughts in the center of the battle, so that they are slower than the enemy, leading to their unfortunate death in the end. In fact, with the strong willpower of the Bear Man, Attilan believes that the ties are more likely to provide the Bear Man with the power of the source of the soul, so that he can defeat the powerful enemy at the last moment. On the contrary, his method of delaying time might weigh down the Bear Man's spirit. Except for you, I think it would be best to persuade Zuran and Laluen to go together, and you can use the excuse of helping the old naughty boy break through to the legendary realm to delay a lot of time. In this way, you will be 5 legends acting together, and the safety factor of the action will definitely increase a lot. After all, the longer the master uses the thunder of life to temper, the greater the power. Fusion's eyes lit up, and she patted Attilan's head with satisfaction. "If the 5 of us act together, even if we don't gain anything, at least we can return safely. So when do you think it's best for me and the big stupid bear to hold the wedding?" "Huh?" Attilan looked at Fugitive in surprise. Did she say that if she persuaded the bear man to stay in the safe forest to practice, how could it become a wedding? Is your mind jumping so fast? In addition to everyone in the forest, do you have any relatives and friends who need to be asked to participate together? Fugitive rubbed her chin and thought about it. When we were in the druid training camp, we made a lot of good friends, but after 300 years, most of them have not reached level 18, now they have all returned to nature. As for those people in my family, I think even if I invite them, they probably won't come to my wedding with Big Bear. Big Bear insisted on breaking through the natural demigod before marrying me, hoping that our marriage can be blessed by my family. Bearman is not the kind of dragon-proud protagonist who must fight back after being slapped in the face. He just hopes to be recognized by Fugitive's family. Except for Fugitive's parents, especially his father, who have a bad attitude, Fugitive's grandparents are quite kind to Bearman. They don't agree, but they don't object. They just hope that Bearman can show results. If Fugitive's grandfather hadn't lost too many natural relics in that war, the old man actually had a chance to become a natural demigod, even if he was a weaker one. Well, not just weak, the kind who is almost not good at fighting. Can only cultivate the natural environment in the rear and breed more children with druid talents. Network workers who lay and repair the natural magic network. Although he did not become a natural demigod, Fugitive's grandfather is still doing this job. It is expected that after death, he will be combined with the natural magic network of a forest and become a guardian spirit that is not much inferior to the natural demigod. The premise is that the forest must be strong enough. Since there are no relatives or friends to invite, let's wait until everyone collects all the materials needed for the wedding. Please ask Evily and Arachne to make wedding clothes for you. You can get married. Fugitive nodded and asked, how long will it take at the fastest? 1 month. Fugitive narrowed her eyes slightly. Although she didn't say anything, Attilan seemed to feel a strong murderous aura. 7 days, yeah, are you still not satisfied with 7 days? If the time is shorter, the wedding will seem hasty. You have been waiting for 300 years. I don't think you mind waiting a few more days. Fugitive slapped the table. It's precisely because I've been waiting for 300 years that I don't want to wait even one more day. I have only one request for this wedding, and that is quick. Quick. Quick, Attilan asked in confusion. Didn't you just want Master not to go? Why are you in such a hurry to prepare for the wedding now? A dangerous smile appeared on the corner of Fugitive's mouth. After we get married, I can control him openly. If I say east, he can't go west. If I don't let him go to Moonlight Glade, he can't go. Such a fierce woman. Where were you born? So, I'll give you 3 days. Can you do it? Attilan immediately jumped up and exclaimed, 3 days. You might as well kill me. It might be faster. Fugitive patted Attilan's head. Why would I kill you? This family will all depend on you. The 5 of us are going on adventures, and you are the strongest among the remaining people. When the time comes, the responsibility of protecting the forest will be handed over to you. Attilan's eyes widened immediately. He couldn't bear such a heavy burden now. I'm just a 2-year-old little dragon. I can't do anything. Don't leave it to me. She looked at Attilan's head, which she could only touch when he lowered his head, and Attilan's huge body of 12 meters. How can you be called 2 years old? Who do you think will believe it? If you say you are 20, no one will believe it. Some adult dragons may be as big as you. Ah. So small. Attilan was shocked. You don't think everyone is like you, and can grow up by drinking water? Everyone grows strictly according to the age of dragons, and their size is just that small, at most a little bigger. Attilan suddenly realized. I always thought that the age and body size marked in the inherited memory were just a reference data, but I didn't expect that everyone really grew up according to that. So, his body size is indeed very eye-catching among the giant dragons. Master's wife, do you think my body size should continue to grow rapidly, or should it be controlled a little? I still don't want to be too special, so that it will be easy to be targeted. Continue to grow rapidly. Compared with the attention brought by a slightly larger body, your other talents need to be hidden more. A huge body is easier to hide and change your aura. Maybe you need to learn some knowledge of the animal skull so that your blood can be fully mobilized to cover up your true aura. Your ocean dragon power, too pure. In the eyes of those who are interested, it's like a torch in the dark. To them, as long as you show the possibility, they will kill your possibility. Attilan was shocked. Who is it? Fugitive pointed to the sky. You know, after the wedding, your master and I will protect you together in the future. You can practice the innate ability of the elemental dragon king with peace of mind, and don't worry about not seeing the future." Attilan nodded with a firm look in his eyes. "I understand." Then he summoned Hedwig. "Hedwig, please go and call everyone here. I have an important task for everyone." Hedwig's eyes widened in fear, her pointed mouth slightly opened, and she couldn't close it for a long time. Chapter 177, Starlight Spider and the Earth-Walking Hedgehog. The leopard woman beat her chest frantically, and finally got the honey bread stuck in her throat down. She breathed a long sigh of relief, but still couldn't hide her surprise. "Knock, knock, get married." Master George and Master Gina, when did they get together? As soon as she arrived in Kingland Town, she went straight to the kitchen as usual. When she smelled the aroma of honey bread, she filled a large basket and ate it while walking. As a result, when she rushed to the meeting room, she heard Attilan assigning tasks to everyone, collecting various materials needed for the wedding, optimizing the environment of the oak hall as much as possible, and preparing for the wedding of the bear man and the vine girl. Attilan shook his head indifferently. He knew that it was the right decision to hold a meeting without waiting for the leopard woman. She could act as a flower girl to scatter flowers. After all, she was born to be in the atmosphere group. By the way, do you know what color wedding dresses people in this era like to wear? White? Red? Gold? Which color do you think is better? The Eagle King raised his eyebrows and said, "I think the color of the wedding dress should be determined by the parties involved." "Are you sure Master George agrees to the marriage? It's such a big thing, and we didn't hear anything about it beforehand." The old naughty boy rushed in with messy hair and cheered. "I heard that George is finally going to marry Gina. I came to see if there is anything I can help with." Then he took a bread from the basket of the leopard woman and ate it. After eating, he continued to reach out. The leopard woman looked distressed, but had to let the old naughty boy continue to take. The old naughty boy seemed to have not eaten for many days. He ate up a whole basket of sweet honey apple bread. Leopard woman likes sweets the most. She fell in love with this honey apple bread when she first ate it at the banquet of the Ivy Girl when she was a child. Now Attilan has optimized the recipe in detail, and the taste is better, which makes Fugitive love it. Unfortunately, high-quality honey and apples are rare, and it is even more difficult to find wheat that matches them. Fugitive's wheat field is not big, and the wheat she grows is harvested every 3 months, which is also the root of her banquet held every 3 months. Since Attilan took over the work of holding banquets and mobilizing emotions, Fugitive's banquets have been extended to once every 6 months. The quality of wheat has further improved, and you can clearly feel that their physical fitness has been enhanced after eating it. The seeds of the magic wheat cultivated by Attilan come from Fugitive's wheat field. A piece of land nourished by his dragon dung is used to grow magic wheat. Don't say that the magic wheat should be golden yellow when it matures. Gradually, it has a tendency to maintain green. Attilan knows that the wheat is affected by his magic power and has a tendency to become dragon veins. After all, it is the farmland irrigated by him personally with the water of life, so it is not surprising to have such changes. After the wheat is completely dragon-veined, Attilan plans to refer to the King Long's Yanhan Man in the Four Gods Yanhan Man and design a dragon soul bun with this special ocean dragon. This will be his holy communion from now on. Whoever believes in him will be given dragon soul buns and eggs. I believe he will have many believers. The bread was eaten up, and Leopard Girl couldn't vent her anger on the old naughty boy. Looking around at the participants, Leopard Girl directly pointed the finger at Attilan. "You haven't answered my question yet. When did they get together?" Attilan shook his head helplessly. Leopard Girl looked really angry and funny now. "Have you forgotten that Master and Master's wife had an argument at the banquet? At that time, their relationship was already known to everyone." "What were you doing at that time?" Leopard Girl stroked her hair in embarrassment. I was helping in the kitchen at that time. Maybe I was too busy and didn't hear it." Attilan recalled the situation at that time. It seemed that he saw Leopard Girl coming out of the bushes with a greasy mouth, and the dishes he ordered were missing a tiger skin roast suckling pig. "You were eating the tiger skin roast suckling pig?" "No. I just wanted to help everyone taste it when I brought it over, but the roast suckling pig was so fragrant that I ate it all by myself without realizing it. I can't help it, it tempted me first." Leopard Woman didn't expect that this unsolved case would be turned up today. "Oh, don't worry about me. Let's discuss how to decorate the wedding venue first. In my opinion, we should plant red roses all over the wedding venue in the oak hall, but today, the master's wife wore a white rose on her clothes, so I wanted to ask you what you think." so that we can come up with a set of design drawings based on the red and white backgrounds. Let the master's wife choose, isn't it better?" The old naughty boy pouted and waved his hands. "No, I'm afraid she will be like you. After trying several plans, she will say that the first design is better." Patting the breadcrumbs on his hands, the old naughty boy looked at the leopard woman. "This bread is delicious. Is there any more in the kitchen?" Leopard woman couldn't help crying. "The bread just now was the last batch of bread left, but you ate it all by yourself. Do you know how much my heart aches?" the old naughty boy asked in confusion. "Why didn't you eat it just now?" Leopard girl sobbed and said, "I'm full, my stomach can't hold any more. I was planning to take it back as a snack." The old naughty boy said a little irritably, "Don't cry. I have a good thing for you." As he said that, the old naughty boy took out a black gem from his ragged pocket and handed it to Leopard girl. Seeing the sparkling gem, Leopard girl burst into laughter instantly. She grabbed the gem and exposed it to the sun, and asked curiously, "What is this?" "This is the result of my practice during this period of time, the elemental gem. Don't be polite, everyone has a share." The old naughty boy showed great generosity and took out gems with the corresponding elemental attributes of Attilan and others from his ragged pocket. He placed them one by one in front of them. The green gem that Attilan got made his heart excited instantly. This kind of life gem is simply the best material for strengthening and upgrading his Dragon Ball. So Attilan asked hurriedly, "Old naughty boy, how long does it take you to make a life gem like the one in my hand? What price do I need to pay to get one from you every month?" "One every month? Do you think I'm a dwarf who found a gem mine?" The fact that gems of this quality can be condensed is also because I have made a breakthrough in my practice. I can condense the elements into dazzling gems at the critical moment of the element resonance. High EQ, wrong timing. Low EQ, insufficient strength, unable to replicate the situation at that time. No worries, I believe that with your strength, old naughty boy, you can easily reproduce this process. Since you have made such a good quality gem, I think you are one step closer to becoming a legend. How do you think you are now? Old naughty nodded first, then shook his head, and said in confusion, "I don't know what my current strength and level are. According to the story you told everyone, it may be half a step to the peak of perfection. What kind of realm is this?" Attilan himself didn't remember when he told a story and mentioned this kind of realm description full of jokes. It can only be said that old naughty boy really grasped his current situation very accurately. The awkward situation of being a druid of more than 20 levels but not yet 21. How long do you think it will take? If my master and the others help you, can you complete the breakthrough as soon as possible? The old naughty boy blew his beard and glared. What do you think a legendary druid is? Is that something that can be done with help? It is a gorgeous flower that needs willpower and miracles to bloom. I have planted the seeds now. When it will bloom overnight depends on my luck. Attilan smiled and approached Attilan, but his smile made the old naughty boy feel a little numb. What do you want to do? I don't want to do anything. I just want to ask if I can find the excitement you need to break through in Moonlight Glade. The old naughty boy rolled his eyes. If you want me to die, just say so. Even if you are a legendary druid who goes into Moonlight Glade, you will most likely have to break your hands and feet to come out alive. I am an ordinary druid of level 20. Do you think I can survive if I go in? Attilan immediately looked at the old naughty boy with a serious face. So dangerous? That's right, so I warn you, if you accidentally enter the Emerald Dream, you must immediately follow the method I taught you to return to reality. It is really dangerous inside. Attilan nodded. Even in the ordinary area of the Emerald Dream, almost all of these druids, except the Eagle King, could not resist the wildness of the Emerald Dream that exuded the natural souls, which was full of temptation. Moreover, the environment of the Emerald Dream was too suitable for druids. Once you enter, it is really difficult to get out. Why is it called the Emerald Dream? Isn't it because the gap between the material world and the other side is too big? Only dead natural souls and top druids after level 18 can enter and exit the Emerald Dream freely. Even senior druids at level 11 must enter the Emerald Dream accompanied by a teacher. This is to avoid returning to the material world before getting lost and assimilated. Attilan, who has experienced the Emerald Dream himself, is very clear about the dangers. Of course, he still feels that it is necessary to let the Eagle King go in and experience it. The strength of the Eagle King is almost enough. The progress of the old boy will naturally increase the Eagle King's understanding of the wind and thunder elements. It is only a matter of time before the mature Storm Eagle is developed. Attilan is looking forward to the Storm Eagle that is said to be able to fight against a young dragon. The Eagle King felt the dangerous gaze from Attilan, but calmly knocked on the table. Wait a minute, aren't we discussing how to decorate the wedding? The leopard girl was the first to react, and pointed the finger holding the gem at the old boy. Good old boy, you said you were here to help, but in fact you are here to show off your strength breakthrough, right? The old boy looked at her coldly. Can you not use the hand holding the gem I gave you to point at my nose and scold me? The leopard girl put her hand back awkwardly, showing a smile that was uglier than crying. Okay, everyone, stop playing, I'll go find the costume designer, and we'll go directly to see the master's wife to see what kind of wedding dress she wants. Evely and Arachne were too slow, and they haven't arrived yet. Attilan seriously suspected that they haven't left yet. Hey, where's Lulu? Why hasn't she come yet? Impossible, she's the one who likes to participate in such lively activities the most. It's impossible that he was infected by Evely's lazy personality of being late, right? You guys eat something first, and see if you have any supplies that can be used to decorate the oak hall. I'll go find them. The old naughty boy rubbed his stomach. I ate too much bread just now. I'll go with you. Exercise to lose weight. Come back and have a big meal. By the way, I'll show you my new mount. Just like some people like to collect cars, the old naughty boy also likes to collect animal mounts, or magical beast mounts. Anyway, some animals that already have some strange abilities will transform from ordinary animals into magical beasts with even stranger abilities when they get the old naughty boy's hands. The two left a meeting room, and Attilan was really shocked by the magical beast that the old naughty boy parked at the door. He widened his eyes and asked, "Can this be ridden?" Attilan walked up and patted its head, holding his head high with pride. "Why can't I ride it? I just rode it here." The mount of the old naughty boy this time was a hedgehog covered with spikes. Attilan's mouth twitched. "Then may I ask, is your butt okay?" The old naughty boy said with a smile. "Of course I can't just ride it with my butt. This is a magical beast, so there is a special way to get around." The old naughty boy picked up a fat, cocky hedgehog on the ground. This hedgehog is about the size of a basketball, and Attilan really wants to know. How is the old naughty boy going to ride it to travel? "Just now I saw that you were so enthusiastic about the gem of life. Are you planning to make some magic props?" Attilan shook his head. "So, eat it directly? Although I know that the dragon's stomach can digest food of various materials, isn't it a bit wasteful? It is to practice a special secret technique, which requires this kind of high-purity life energy. In your impression, am I such a superficial dragon?" The old naughty boy said with a smile. "Who told you that besides making props, you also like to cook?" "Naturally, I will think in this direction first. Practice the secret technique. After we leave, the whole forest will need you and the Eagle King to carry it together." I thought I would be the one who stayed behind to look after the house, but I didn't expect that I would have the opportunity to go together. It seems that I have to work harder than I do now in the days to come. Look, I will show you how to ride this hedgehog now. The hedgehog in the old naughty boy's hand suddenly emitted a yellowish-brown light, wrapped the old naughty boy and drilled into the earth, and then drilled out of the soil more than 10 meters away in less than 3 seconds. The old naughty boy was not covered with mud. So magical. This is the earth escape technique. Old naughty boy, can I learn this skill? The old naughty boy rolled his eyes at him. If it's really so studious, why do I keep this hedgehog? This time I traveled through various elemental planes, and finally found such a rare little thing in the earth elemental plane. You know, it's quite difficult to catch it. You have also seen its abilities. It will be even faster in the earth elemental plane. In the end, I used the method I learned from you. I used an earth element gem to lure it into the trap. The magical ability of earth escape will make anyone who sees it excited. Even if Attilan can already fly, the feeling of traveling thousands of miles is indeed very exciting. Old boy, how far can your hedgehog run underground? Not far, but it's no problem to get to Star Valley from here. How about we compete to see who can get to Star Valley faster? No problem. If you lose, you have to teach me the secret art of walking underground. If I lose, you have to tell me the principle of this secret art, okay? Let's start the game. Start. With Attilan start, the old boy hugged the hedgehog and rushed to Star Valley at the fastest speed. As he walked, he suddenly realized something was wrong. It seems that whether I win or lose, I have to teach him how to practice this secret art? No matter what, let's win this game first. Attilan overlooked the forest in the air. While flying at high speed, he did not forget that the purpose of coming out was not to race, but to find the lost Evely, Arachne, and Lulu. See if they are helping old ladies cross the road, or helping to find lost cats and dogs. Halfway through the flight, Attilan actually saw Evely and Arachne, who seemed to be looking for something in the forest. Attilan quickly landed. "What are you looking for?" "Moonlight grass, a kind of food suitable for starlight spiders," Attilan excitedly approached. "Has it hatched in just 1 year?" "Yes, the environment of Star Valley is indeed very suitable for hatching starlight spiders, especially after Arachne mastered a little bit of starlight energy. The hatching speed is getting faster and faster. It just so happens that they hatched today." "Don't you need to make wedding clothes for the 2 masters?" "I think the silk of starlight spiders should be the most suitable material. After eating moonlight grass, they will have enough nutrition to start spinning silk." Attilan narrowed his eyes slightly and asked in confusion, "Is the quality of the silk spun by the newly hatched starlight spiders good?" "The quality is indeed not very good, so it is suitable for making dresses, beautiful and not expensive. If you use the silk of adult starlight spiders to make wedding clothes, I think only the emperor who conquered a continent can be so wasteful. It's too small, the pattern is too small, let alone the emperor. I'm afraid only the gods who control the star world can be so extravagant. Ordinary emperors can't touch such precious silk as galaxy yarn. It's good enough to find magic spiders to spin silk and weave cloth. If this emperor embarks on the road to conquering the star world, then maybe he can let one of his queens wear gorgeous clothes made of galaxy yarn. Let me help you find it." "What does moonlight grass look like?" Evely frowned and said, "Moonlight grass is very rare. I have been looking for it for so long and only found 1 plant. It is not enough to feed 3 starlight spiders. You have good eyesight and can fly in the sky. See if you can find 2 plants. At least 1 starlight spider should eat 1 moonlight grass." After Evely described the appearance of moonlight grass, Attilan's face looked a little strange. "Isn't this the weed that has grown in Moonshadow Lake recently? I'll pick a few plants and see if they are right." Attilan originally thought that the grass had mutated due to the influence of the water of Moonshadow Lake, but he didn't expect that it had always grown like that. It was just that the environment of Moonshadow Lake was suitable, so the seed sprouted and emerged. When Attilan came back from picking moonlight grass, the old naughty boy had already appeared at the gate of Star Valley holding the hedgehog. Then he waited and waited, but he didn't see Attilan in the sky. Looking at the hedgehog in his arms, the old boy said with some doubt, "Your speed has increased again?" "It can't be that Attilan's speed has decreased due to weight gain." The old boy wondered at the entrance of the valley and waited for nearly half an hour, and Attilan finally arrived. "Why are you so slow?" "It's obviously because you are too fast. The earth walking technique is really powerful. So, can you wait until the wedding is over and teach me? I can provide a month's worth of meals." The old boy gave a thumbs up. "You know what's good. You don't have to wait until the wedding is over. Tomorrow I will give you the scroll of the key points of practice that I have recorded and sorted out during this period. Take your time to read it. If there is anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. However, I still suggest that you do not practice the earth walking technique directly, but change it to the water walking technique of moving quickly in the water." The idea of the old naughty boy coincides with Attilan. Compared with the earth walking technique, the water walking technique is indeed more suitable for ocean dragons. This secret technique is not only about mastering the method of moving on the earth and water, but also about being able to move quickly in it, far exceeding the normal speed. The bear man once taught the tiger man a secret technique of using the strong wind to wrap the body in the air. In theory, if this secret technique can be pushed to the extreme, the practitioner can change into a wind element and fly quickly in the air. The hedgehog's earth walking technique is based on this principle, which transforms his body into the earth element and moves quickly in the earth like a ray of light. As long as the skills are deep, it is not impossible to reach the speed of light. The appearance of this hedgehog opened up a possibility for Attilan to transform into an element and move quickly. Attilan not only hopes to master this secret art himself, but also needs to promote it to all the druids in the forest. If the bear people leave, Attilan and the Eagle King will not be able to hold on. They may need to rely on this elemental rainbow secret art to escape. Attilan's plans are generally based on the worst-case scenario. With the secret art of escape, it is even more useful than the space portal, because once the enemy arrives, blocking the space is just a basic operation. But if you want to completely cut off the connection between the forest and the various elements and trap them inside with a huge cover, Attilan cannot fail to notice it. Looking at Attilan with his eyes flickering, how could the old naughty boy not know what he was thinking? He sighed and said, I will design the corresponding elemental rainbow light travel secret art as much as possible according to everyone's situation, evilly rode over on Arachne. What are you doing standing at the door? Go in and feed the starlight spider. The old naughty boy looked at Attilan, then at Evilly. You touched me back. It turns out that you were not unable to compete, but you ran away to do other things in the middle of the game. Yes, feed the starlight spiders, old naughty boy. Let's go and see the material of their wedding dresses. The newly hatched starlight spiders were already the size of a fist. As soon as the moonlight grass was placed next to them, they immediately pounced on it and chewed it with big mouthfuls. Only the rustling sound of their eating could be heard. Soon after they were full and satisfied, they spit out very thin silk threads that emitted golden starlight, which were gorgeous and eye-catching. Chapter 178 The White Tiger God of War returns. Attilan looked at the dazzling silk thread in front of him, which looked like the condensation of starlight. He suddenly felt that if such silk thread was made into a wedding dress and used on ordinary people, it would be a waste of natural resources. But if this wedding dress is for the wedding of Fujian and Ursine, a pair of infatuated men and women who have been entangled for 300 years, then even if the starlight spider silk, which is rare even in the astral world, is used, Attilan thinks it can only be regarded as just right. Alun got these 3 unhatched starlight spider eggs by chance. As the daughter of a legendary wizard, and a legendary wizard herself, Alun naturally tried to use various wizards' methods to hatch spider eggs. Obviously she failed, otherwise these spider eggs would not be given to Attilan by her. Originally, Alun thought that Attilan would use the vitality of the ocean dragon's innate vitality to increase the vitality of the little spiders in the spider eggs, so that they could hatch spontaneously from the spider eggs. Unexpectedly, there was a big spider like Arachne in the forest, and Arachne seemed to have some spider magic that Alun could not understand, which should be from a powerful spider monster. The big spider behind Arachne passed on the magic power to Arachne with a strong breath of druids and fairies. After discussing with Lalun and Lulu, they both believed that Arachne was related to a certain divine spider living in the Fey Wilds, the spider demigod. Originally, there was only one spider demigod in the Fey Wilds, but unfortunately, under the conspiracy of the spider goddess Rose, the spider demigod unfortunately fell. But her divine power was not swallowed by Rose. Before she died, she set a trap for Rose, so that Rose could not steal the chicken but lost the rice, and successfully passed on her own divine power and some of the divine power snatched from Rose. As a result, 3 spider quasi-gods appeared in the Fey Wilds, and they all longed to get all the divine power of their mother and become more powerful spider demigods. These news were obtained by Lulu, who had been to the fairy court many times, from her friends who were still working in the fairy court. Of course, the most core news came from Mushroom Head. Mushroom Head was born with a strong invisibility ability. After his teammates died, hatred seemed to stimulate his invisibility ability to a better level. One day, Mushroom Head was walking in the fairy court as usual, using the guards of the fairy court to exercise his perception and stealth ability. Unexpectedly, a conversation was heard in an empty room that he had passed by hundreds of times. One of the parties was the current ruler of the fairy court, the former king's husband, Prince Oberon, and the other party was naturally one of the 3 daughters of the spider demigod, who inherited the conspiracy and trickery power that the spider demigod took from Rose. Let her collude with Oberon and try to use the power of the fairy court to deal with her former sister. Mushroom Head then realized that behind their mission was just the conspiracy of Oberon and the Black Widow. Their sacrifice was not worth mentioning in the eyes of the superiors, and they were also considered useless pawns. Although Mushroom Head came from the countryside, he saw through the essence of things. The people who killed his teammates were enemies. For the sake of ambition, they assigned them tasks and deliberately buried the Omega team loyal to the fairy court and the queen. Oberon and the Black Widow are the enemies that Mushroom Head should retaliate the most. So Mushroom Head, who originally wanted to stay in the fairy wilds to study the skills of a stalker and cultivate deadly poisonous mushrooms, agreed to Lulu's repeated invitations and came to the Bear Forest. With the support of Attilan, he studied his mushroom magic and successfully cultivated a highly toxic mushroom, and the mushroom also obtained his innate ability of invisibility. Of course, Mushroom Head's poisonous mushrooms still have a lot of room for growth. The current toxicity can be dispelled by spells. When even spells can't easily purify the toxicity of mushrooms, Mushroom Head will be considered a master of magic. Of course, even if Mushroom Head exercises this skill to the extreme, There is still not much hope to deal with Oberon and Black Widow, and the poison is not a good ability. But Mushroomhead knows that he only has the ability to be invisible and cultivate poisonous mushrooms. Instead of exploring other areas that he is not good at, it is better to concentrate on studying how to increase the toxicity of mushrooms. He is a strange fairy born from fairy magic. Maybe he was born from a mushroom that can be invisible and highly toxic, which is why he is a mushroom fairy. Exploring the power of blood can enhance his combat effectiveness and prolong his life. Although Mushroomhead, as a natural fairy, has a long lifespan, he is less than 100 years old now, and can live for at least 500 years. If he works hard enough, it is not impossible for him to live for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Mushroomhead, who has the ability to be invisible, prefers to hide and endure in his fighting style. He needs to use his lifespan to improve his combat effectiveness as much as possible. After Mushroomhead surrendered to Attilan and learned that the ocean dragon could breed a kind of precious water that nourishes the body and increases lifespan, Mushroomhead's enthusiasm became even higher. After hearing that Attilan was cultivating mushrooms that can grow quickly and emit fragrance, he took the initiative to offer his help. Although Mushroomhead is better at cultivating poisonous mushrooms, it does not mean that he will not cultivate ordinary, edible mushrooms. His talent in guiding the growth of ordinary mushrooms is worse than that of poisonous mushrooms, but compared with a druid sloth, Mushroomhead's methods are more sophisticated. It was only the second month since he surrendered, and Mushroomhead had already produced his first achievement. The mushroom cultivated by Mushroomhead is very similar to the blue-headed fungus, both of which have gray-green caps. They look like poisonous mushrooms, but they are weakly toxic or even non-toxic. Even if there is a slight toxicity, as long as the mushroom is cooked, it will not be poisoned. Even if it is poisoned, it is only slightly hallucinogenic. Just add some herbs and heat the mushrooms again, and you can continue to eat it. When Mushroomhead cultivated this green-headed fungus, he used a poisonous mushroom. Druids like sloths choose to select suitable varieties from non-toxic mushrooms for cultivation and select varieties with good taste. But Mushroomhead is different. Because of his special physique, he will not be poisoned when eating poisonous mushrooms. So he directly selects poisonous mushrooms with good taste for cultivation. Try to reduce the toxicity of mushrooms while ensuring that the taste of mushrooms does not decrease. Because the source of the umami of some mushrooms is their toxins, and the toxins make it delicious, even if only a very few people can taste this deliciousness. For example, Mushroomhead, such as trolls. Trolls will eat some poisonous mushrooms when they are hungry, and then rely on the nutrition provided by the mushrooms to supply the trolls' bodies to fight against the toxins. Although the process will be painful, the trolls will not die. The premise is that the trolls' bodies still have energy to convert into vitality. If the trolls are hungry for too long, they will lose the ability to recover. So the trolls would also have the situation where they survived after eating mushrooms last time, but were poisoned to death by mushrooms this time. This was all Mushroomhead's personal experience. Although there are fewer trolls in the fairy wilds, there are some. He cultivated mushrooms in the countryside and specially chose a forest where fairies rarely go. A wandering troll stole his mushrooms. Fortunately, he was not poisoned to death. But the next time he came, Mushroomhead's skills improved, the toxicity of the mushrooms increased, and the poor troll was poisoned to death. The last words before death were that mushrooms were really delicious. Mushroomhead brought back news about the spider quasi-god Black Widow, which made Attilan feel that the magic power of Evely and Arachne might have come from the dead spider demigod. Of course, he certainly couldn't go to Black Widow for verification. Although Evely and Arachne had little spider power, Black Widow would definitely eat them. As for the other two, Attilan was not sure what they would do. Maybe they would choose to eat Evely as well, or raise them again and wait until they were stronger before eating them. This would have a better nourishing effect. After realizing that Evely was likely to share the same fate as him, Attilan thought that he could no longer allow Evely to continue to degenerate like this, and that he must allow Evely to have the ability to protect herself as much as possible. Of course, this would be difficult, as the enemy they were facing was the spider quasi-god, and running away might be the best option for Evely and Arachne. But facing a superior with the same bloodline, it was not an easy task for them to escape. Therefore, Attilan thought that they should introduce a completely new and completely different power into their spider bloodline to get rid of the influence of the spider quasi-god on their bloodline. The powerful starlight spider, which originated from the astral world, was naturally their best choice. After informing Evely of what he had learned and guessed, Attilan looked at her seriously and seriously. Evilly, what do you think? Evilly shrugged indifferently. I don't care. You know it's hard for me to accept my true appearance. Maybe death is the best choice for me. What do you think? I don't think so. If I were you, my ideal would be to worship Attilan as my teacher, learn the ability of the Starlight Mage, and finally devour the 3 spider demigods in turn. If there is a chance, I can even swallow up the one who caused the fall of the spider demigod. Evilly shook her head and tidied up a messy silver hair in front of her eyes. Don't you think that you think about power and rule all day long, and such a life will be boring and sad? Attilan shook his head and looked at the starlight spider who was still chewing the moonlight grass and spinning silk. I don't think so. Only those who can't control their own destiny will be sad. Since I have made a decision, even if it leads to bad consequences, I will not regret it. You don't resist and wait for the Black Widow to eat you. What about Arachne? Do you also want her to be eaten with you? Arachne is not smart, but she is not stupid either. She made a squeaking sound with her teeth and claws. Look, Arachne has said that if someone wants to hurt you, she will protect you. If she is hurt, will you stand up to protect her? Evilly clenched her slender white fingers. Of course I will protect Arachne. Attilan smiled and nodded, encouraging Evilly in an excited tone. Then you have to work hard. Compared with Arachne, you can use everyone's knowledge reserves to become stronger more quickly, but between you and Arachne, she is definitely more attractive to the spider quasi-god. If the Black Widow finds you and eats Arachne, but lets you go, do you plan to suffer like that for the rest of your life? Evilly subconsciously clenched her fists, her sharp nails pierced her palms, and drops of scarlet blood fell to the ground. She bit her lower lip and said something. I won't let this happen, so what should you do now? Evilly turned her head and bowed respectfully to Laloon, who seemed to be paying close attention to the starlight spider's dynamics, but was actually listening to Attilan and Evilly's conversation. Teacher Laloon, I hope you can teach me to become a qualified wizard, so that I can guide Arachne to become a starlight spider. Laloon smiled and waved her hand. I can teach you, but forget about becoming your apprentice. I don't like to accept apprentices. Let's communicate on an equal basis, so that I will feel more comfortable. Please, Laloon. Laloon was relieved. Although she was already a legendary wizard, she knew that her legend was not low, and it was not low compared to the legendary wizards who were promoted completely by themselves. It may take 4 Laloons to attack together to have a chance of winning. Laloon can be what she is today, relying on her father's blood, her mother's spellbook, the starlight given by her mother's friend, the Star Realm Wanderer, and the natural magic given by her husband's blood. Her efforts account for the lowest share of these growth elements. Now that we have finished talking about the first important thing, let's talk about the second important thing. Can the silk thread spit out by these starlight spiders be made into a wedding dress suitable for Jaina in 3 days? Evilly frowned and said, if we rely solely on their spinning, 3 days is not enough to make a wedding dress, but if we only use starlight silk threads as embellishments to weave patterns, the main body is still Arachne's silk threads, then 3 days will be enough. So which option do you choose? Of course, the second one. Fusion herself did not have any requirements for the quality of this marriage. Her purpose was just to complete her obsession with marrying the bear man. The person who hoped that this wedding could be done well and become a happy memory for the bear man and Fusion, as long as they thought of it, was actually Attilan. In the past 2 years, the bear man, as a master, has been seriously urging him to practice, and Fusion, as a master's wife, has been silently providing him with various support and guidance. Although Attilan hopes that they can come back, the Moonlight Glade is really terrifying according to the bear man's description, and he is not sure whether the bear man and his friends can come back. How many people can come back? Since knowing their love, Attilan has been pushing them to be together officially. If the bear man and the vine girl set out to find the natural sacred object like this, Attilan felt sorry for them without a grand wedding. Therefore, there must be one. Let this wedding become the most memorable day in everyone's life. That's no problem. As long as the starlight spider spits out enough silk threads, Arachne can make the wedding dress in less than an hour. So where's the design drawing? Looking at Attilan with a slightly embarrassed smile, Evilly narrowed her eyes and asked with a dangerous light, you are not urging me to make the wedding dress as soon as possible without even having a design drawing? Of course not. There's a wedding dress design drawing, but Jaina has not decided which one to wear, so you wait a little longer. There are still 3 days. Everyone is still waiting for me in Kingland Town to attend a meeting. I'm going back first. Remember to come over for dinner after you are done here, and everyone will go through the overall process of marriage." After saying that, Attilan flew away directly. The old naughty boy has been watching Attilan's performance silently beside him. "I'm going back too. Although I just ate a lot of bread, I really miss the big pork elbow made by the Fishman chef after a few months in the Emerald Dream. This time I want to eat a whole big pork elbow by myself." Attilan flew back to Kingland Town in a panic. He didn't expect to see a familiar yet unfamiliar figure here. The snow-white fur was interspersed with blue lightning patterns and a faint smell of blood. It should be that only Attilan smelled it. It was the smell left after killing dragons. Attilan frowned slightly and asked, "You didn't go out to travel. What on earth did you go for? You didn't go to cause trouble for that green dragon, did you?" The tiger man turned slowly and smiled at Attilan, which was rare. "Of course not. I'm not that stupid. I just went to the front line where humans and dwarves fought against the swamp dragons and witnessed a battle between the Coalition and the Dragon Legion. I learned some skills of hunting dragons from a human warrior, and I killed an acid dragon with green dragon blood myself." The tiger man took out a necklace made of teeth from the pocket on his waist. "This is made of dragon teeth." She patted the short spear on her waist again. "This is the weapon to kill dragons, a weapon designed for dragons. It can pierce the scales of dragons, even the dragon scales of giant dragons. As long as you find the gap between the dragon scales, it can also cause effective damage to giant dragons." Attilan sighed. Being able to kill a dragon shows that the tiger man's combat effectiveness has indeed improved significantly in the past year since he went out. But comparing flying dragons with giant dragons, the tiger man is a bit too contemptuous of giant dragons. "How long have you been in the Coalition?" The tiger man did not answer his question directly. Instead, he took out his short spear and pointed it at Attilan, saying with a fierce fighting spirit, "I have been practicing for a year, and I have not slacked off for a single day. I face deadly danger every day. I want to see who is more powerful between the two of us now." Attilan had no intention of paying attention to the tiger man at all, and walked past her directly. Going to the battlefield to exercise strength is what warriors and barbarians do. A monk chose to exercise himself in this way. Attilan could only say that she was on the wrong path. Such a tiger man made Attilan feel that she was completely unworthy of being his opponent. "I am very busy now and have no time to pay attention to you. If you really feel free, why not go to the forest to help the wine girl collect some winemaking materials? The wedding in 3 days will consume a lot of wine and water, and can only be made quickly by magic. Although this will cause the brewed fruit wine to lose some of its mellowness, the large amount can meet the wine and water needs of everyone at the wedding." Although Fugian said that no one needed to be invited, Attilan naturally couldn't let this wedding go on in a deserted manner. The old naughty boy had many friends, and these people also had some connections with a bear man and Fugian, so they could be guests of the wedding. A wedding always needs some atmosphere. It's impossible for a wedding to be full of the relatives and friends of the bride and groom. There are also relatives and friends brought by relatives and friends. This is the element that a lively wedding needs. "Are you scared? Are you afraid of me, or of this dragon hunting arrow that killed the acid dragon?" Attilan shook his head. "After leaving the forest, you went straight to the battlefield and joined the human army to fight against the swamp dragons. The purpose was to learn the knowledge and skills of killing dragons accumulated by the Coalition forces for so many years. Then I want to ask, they have been fighting for so many years, how many dragons have been killed by the dragon hunting arrow you mentioned? 1? 2? Or none at all?" The tiger man was silent, and the dragon hunting arrow that she had been carefully maintaining in her hand was casually inserted into the soil by her. "The human warrior who taught her and was blind in one eye was blinded by the magic burned by the dragon's blood. Dragons are different from flying dragons. Although the blood of the acid flying dragon she hunted is poisonous, it is not like a dragon that can use the dragon blood that gushes out when it is injured to cast spells. During this year, have you seriously practiced the secret technique taught by the master? That is the fundamental way to make you stronger and defeat the dragon, not the so-called dragon hunting skills. Tyr, you have disappointed me, the master, and everyone in the forest. Are you still a monk now?" The tiger man opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he didn't know where to start. He could only suppress it in his heart, and finally clenched his fists and blurted out a sentence. "I will let you see the monk Tyr." After saying that, he walked towards her home. "Don't leave, stay for dinner, and discuss the wedding of the master and the master's wife." The tiger man nodded, a glimmer of joy in his eyes, and said, "They are finally getting married. I didn't expect that my return would be so appropriate. The tiger man was away for almost a year. It can only be said that this time point is very coincidental. If he chose to move the time of killing the White Wolf King back another year, would Loudang have proposed to go to Moonlight Glade so quickly? After the wedding, you have to fight with me again. I haven't forgotten the master's teachings at all. A ball of blue and white lightning suddenly burst out from the palm of the tiger man's palm, hitting the pear tree next to it, and instantly turning the pear tree into charcoal. Looking at the wisps of black smoke rising, the twisted black body of the pear tree seemed to be weeping about its tragic fate. Attilan was angry. Why don't you use something else to demonstrate? You use a tree. Have you been in human society for too long and your brain is damaged? Let you use a tree to demonstrate in front of the dragon druid. Very good. If you want to provoke me and then fight with me, then congratulations, you have succeeded in irritating me. It won't take 3 days. Let's go to the training ground now. I will show you what the anger of a dragon druid is. Okay, the tiger man said this, but she felt a little guilty. She was indeed influenced by humans and learned to use trees as targets to show skills and strength. But in addition to this, she also learned a lot. Now, she is no longer the simple monk who was deceived by Attilan a year ago. Because of her heroic performance on the battlefield, she even hunted down an acid dragon alone. Those human warriors respectfully called her the White Tiger God of War. Chapter 179 My dragon claw is not at all disadvantageous. Attilan may not have a deep understanding of the monks, but he is sure that an excellent monk will not be the arrogant and eager for quick success that Tigerman is now. Only a peaceful heart can bring out the greatest power of Ki. Tigerman feels that her ability is strong enough, but she still hopes to be recognized by Bearman, her teacher, and at the same time give Bearman her blessing for her and Fujin to finally get married. Therefore, with a dragon hunting arrow and the dragon tooth necklace wrapped around her wrist, Tigerman went to the old hall to show off her achievements and seek Bearman's praise. Attilan, the old rival, not only did not show the slightest surprise at her achievements in the past year, but instead rebuked her for losing the pure heart of seeking the tower a year ago. When Tigerman examined her heart, she suddenly felt a little empty. In the coalition army camp, most of them were militiamen who had received simple training, not even level 1 fighters. Suddenly, Tigerman, a strong man with a magnificent appearance and thunder and lightning, ran out. Unlike ordinary officers who regarded them as cannon fodder, the tiger people would take action to reduce the casualties of the soldiers. Naturally, the tiger people were praised by the soldiers. After hunting the acid dragon, they were even named the White Tiger God of War. But praise is something that can easily lead to overconfidence once heard too much, and then turn into complacency and arrogance, which made the tiger people less scrutinizing and improving her abilities. If the gap between her and the green dragon was not too obvious, she might have been praised to the sky and led a team of soldiers willing to follow her to fight the green dragon together. After all, the tiger people became orphans when they were young, and it was inevitable that they lacked experience. Just some insignificant praise made her feel like she could fly to the sky. Attilan was different. He led Aya's cavalry to conquer a large territory. Was he proud? Was he complacent? No. Attilan always maintained a humble heart, because he knew very well that even if they were dragons, there were many things in this world that could kill them. There is only one consequence of pride, and that is death. Fortunately, the tiger woman returned to the bear forest immediately after the 1-year period was up. Attilan was really worried that if she stayed for another year or two, the result of astrology would only result in her death. There were several masters in the forest who could help the tiger woman clearly understand her position, especially the bear man, whose teachings could be described as unforgettable. So Attilan immediately rushed to the meeting room, notified everyone of the news of the tiger man's return, and warmly invited everyone to enjoy the scene of the bear man teaching the tiger man. The leopard woman lazily lay on the table, looking out the window with lifeless eyes. My bread, the wine girl frowned and asked, at such a critical moment, you two will not fight in the forest and destroy everyone's arrangements for the wedding, right? Attilan raised his head confidently. Do you think I'm a child? Whoever does this kind of thing that disregards the overall situation will be nailed to the pillar of shame for life. I am a good person recognized by the whole forest. How could a respected principal of the druid school care about a mere poor tiger man? Do you think she has come back just in time this time and has prepared the wedding gifts for her master and mistress, who Anu sighed when she heard this, and lay on the table as decadently as leopard girl, as if she had lost her soul. My wind and thunder lotus, when will it bloom? Although Attilan helped the wine girl to make frostfire wine by chance, he really couldn't make the wind and thunder lotus. Cultivating lotus is much more delicate than brewing wine. Attilan guided the magic of the ocean dragon to nourish the lotus seeds cultivated by Huinu, but the result was either withering or not blooming, only growing leaves. Originally, the experiments of Huinu and Jiunu did not produce any results. Huinu was a little better. Now the frostfire wine has been made, although the quality is slightly lower. Originally, 3 cups of frostfire wine could make a legendary druid drunk, but even a level 10 druid might not be able to get drunk. At least it was a start, and there was a direction for research and optimization. The wind and thunder lotus only cultivated a single lotus with a faint wind element or thunder element, which hurt the flower girl's heart. Although there is only one element, these 2 flowers can be made into incense, which is also very helpful for meditation and sensing wind and thunder elements. For a flower girl of your age, it is already a great achievement. Unlike Attilan, his elemental totem war dance has been advanced for 2 years, and the latest revision of the totem war dance was a year and a half ago. Attilan almost completely forgot about it. Because totems and beliefs are not the power that Attilan can bear now, the failed large-scale totem war dance ceremony almost caused Attilan to explode and die due to the conflict of multiple energies in his body. After the bear man rescued him, the totem war dance became more of a means to enhance the cohesion of the kingdom and the corresponding race, rather than a secret technique to enhance the wisdom and strength of the humanoid race. Attilan thought about it carefully. The only topics he was still working on were the optimization of good breeds and lightning tempering. The former was related to whether Attilan's subjects could have enough food. The latter was related to whether Attilan, the king, could rule his subjects in a healthy and stable manner. A year ago, Attilan only dared to say that he wanted to be a magic dragon, relying on the advantage of flying, hiding in the sky to cast spells for long-range attacks, but now it was different. Spells, melee, he wants both. Grasp both hands must be strong. His dragon body is 3 to 5 times stronger than a year ago under the persistent lightning tempering. It's all thanks to his own training, which is not as comprehensive as the bear man's assistance in body forging. Besides, it's not a correct approach to temper the whole body to the same hardness. While tempering the dragon body, Attilan had hundreds of friendly hand-to-hand combats with melee experts such as Tarzan, Big Horn, and Brother Yak, and has formed a set of melee fighting skills that belong to him. Attilan naturally called this set of fighting skills including claws, tail, wings, and spells the Dragon King's fighting method. Although Attilan does not reject close combat with the enemy now, it does not mean that he will give up his best spell advantage and only use the dragon body to fight, but integrate spells into melee. This is the conclusion drawn from the last pollution with the Emerald Dream. Even dragons do not have endless energy. In order to avoid being dragged down by the enemy due to exhaustion of energy, Attilan began to learn how to reduce the consumption of casting spells. Attilan's total magic power still has a lot of room for growth, at least more than 100 times the current amount, but if he does not form the concept of saving now, no matter how much magic power he has, it will not be enough. Just like when you were a child, you had to learn how to use the 100 yuan you got from your parents reasonably, so that you can learn how to manage your own 10,000, 100,000, and 1 million when you grow up. If you develop the habit of moonlight when you are a child, you will definitely not be able to save money when you grow up. No one's energy is unlimited, not even God's. The death finger of the gods can indeed kill mortals directly, but as long as the number of mortals is large enough, then the death finger is nothing. Mortals have killed gods before. The Emerald Dream is not omnipotent, especially in the current polluted situation. The reason why the Natural Council can continue to advance the plan to build a druid god system is because the druids, a group of ants, can bite the gods to death. The elephants want to enjoy the resources collected by the ants, but they don't want to be the elephant that is bitten to death by the ants. When that day comes, the legends and archdruids such as the Bear Man, the Vine Girl, the Bloody, and the Old Naughty Boy will have to fill the battle line. Only at their level can they hurt the gods. The Bear Man wants to take back the sacred objects of nature. In addition to being a natural demigod, which has been his dream since he was a child, the greater purpose is to increase their survival rate in this war. The stronger the Natural Council camp is, the more the gods will restrain their greed. After this wedding, I will hold fewer banquets and more gatherings for lightning tempering, spell exchanges, potion making, animal companion training, plant cultivation, etc. You are all old, and it is time to take responsibility and take care of the family. After this wedding, Master's wife said that she and Master will step down. In the future, all matters of the forest, big or small, need us to work together to deal with them. I hope you can think seriously about what I say and think about which aspect you are good at managing. I will set up a forest management committee, divide different areas for everyone to be responsible for, and let Master see our efforts and achievements as much as possible. Do you understand? The barmaid poured a glass of wine and pushed it in front of Attilan. Were you stimulated by the tiger man just now? Why did you suddenly change? Yes, she was stimulated. The tiger man went out to travel for a year and forgot her original intention. She wanted to kill the green dragon, but Attilan still remembered that she said it in front of him. She wanted to become a legendary monk and then kill the green dragon. But now the tiger man has actually begun to learn the methods of warriors and pursue sharp weapons to kill the enemy, which is completely contrary to the concept of monks. Attilan also began to reflect on himself. The tiger man had changed after a year away. Wouldn't he have changed after staying in the forest? Yes, he had also undergone subtle changes. For example, he did not reject close combat, and even wanted to tear the enemy to pieces with his claws. With a sharp weapon in hand, Attilan's claws and teeth became sharper and sharper, and his dragon body became larger. With a flick of his tail, he could beat a large stone more than 2 meters high into gravel. If he had a little penetration force, he could even smash the stone into powder. Penetration force is a fighting skill of the monk. Attilan was able to master it because he was hit by penetration force enough times, and his body gradually mastered the force-generating technique of penetration force. He could use his tail to exert penetration force. With a slight turn and flick of his tail, the power was more violent than that of a breaker cone hiding the wall. For example, the wall of Huangsha Pass was 7 meters high and 4 meters thick, and Attilan could not destroy the wall with his tail. But after the tail whipped, the wall would leave obvious dents, and it would only take 3 or 5 times for the wall to be breached. Attilan would definitely not go to break the city himself. The target for his tail-whipping training was a short section of the wall built by the dwarf Silver Ring in imitation of the Huangsha Pass. After Attilan whipped the stone, he felt that the stone was too fragile and could not fully demonstrate the destructive power of the tail blow, so he asked Silver Ring to do his best to create a strong enough target. In the end, it became a short section of the wall target similar to Huangsha Pass. In the process of building Huangsha Pass, Silver Ring also developed a lot of his dwarf talents because he kept trying various spells to communicate with the earth veins and shape the earth element. He hadn't learned the god's descent to the earth yet, but he had already had some signs, and he finally saw the end. The time he worked for Attilan was really the most serious period of his life, even more serious than the time he was counterfeiting. Although the fake gold coins could make Silver Ring earn money, that little money was not enough for Silver Ring to become the Dwarf King. Because Silver Ring performed well in several wall and road construction projects, Attilan gave him a piece of life essence with the magic of the ocean dragon. It can help him better refine his blood and speed up the awakening of the gods. In fact, this life essence is effective, but not that effective. Ocean sub-dragons can help people develop their blood, but Attilan is not an ocean sub-dragon of this level. Even if he enters the young dragon stage in 3 years, this secret technique of developing potential that at least a mature dragon can master, he is unlikely to learn it because the purity of his dragon magic is not up to standard. The bear man wants to wait 3 years before setting off, just to see how much Attilan will change when he enters the next stage of life before leaving. If he can absorb more life knowledge from Attilan's transformation process, the bear man will have a greater chance of going to the Moonlight Glade to obtain natural relics. Just as Attilan was reflecting on himself and planning to lead everyone to change the current trend of a small gathering every 3 days and a banquet every 5 days, the Tiger Man came to the oak hall with his upright body. "Master, I'm back." Looking at the Tiger Man in front of him with murderous and bloody aura, the bear man frowned slightly. "What have you been doing for the past year? You've been like a killing machine that has been non-stop for the whole year. The splashing blood plasma has penetrated every corner of the running machine. It's hard to clean it, but fortunately you came back in time and there is still hope." The Tiger Man picked up the dragon hunting arrow and performed a set of shooting skills for the bear man, and said excitedly, "Master, look, I'm fine, better than ever before." There is a good saying in Attilan, when a person feels that he is better than ever before and refuses help from others, then this person is probably mentally ill. Your problem now is that you don't realize that you have a problem. The Tiger Man suddenly let out an angry tiger roar, staring at the bear man with red eyes. "Enough. I'm fine now, I don't need your help." This loud tiger roar spread far away, as far as Attilan and Kingland Town, where the faint tiger roar was heard 10 kilometers away. Tiger roars, and you can hear a little bit of it in Kingland Town. Whether you go or not, I will definitely go to see how Master plans to educate the tiger people. "Don't say you are not curious," Attilan said so, and everyone stood up in unison. Although everyone's hearing is not as good as Attilan's, druids do not only rely on hearing to perceive what is happening in the Okal. The animals and plants in the forest are the eyes and ears of the druids. Excellent druids will use them to observe the situation in the distance instead of going to see it in person. The live viewing experience is better. Why don't we compete to see who can reach the Okal faster? Upon hearing that there was a speed race, the old naughty boy suddenly emerged from the ground. "I want to participate too." "Your participation is not bullying a child, old naughty boy. You should go and write your spell scroll. After you finish writing, it will be time to eat roasted whole lamb. I have asked the kitchen to prepare it for you." Faced with the temptation of roasted whole lamb, the old naughty boy was unmoved, and Attilan could only helplessly increase the stakes. "I also need 2 pig hind legs, which are marinated in a large barrel with 28 kinds of spices to ensure that they are fragrant and delicious. You only need to suck gently, and the tempting pork will be in your mouth, turning your tongue slightly. The rich gravy tightly wraps your tongue, allowing you to feel the wildness and indomitable spirit contained in the pork, and it can also enhance your strength. Of course, you, a great druid, should not look down on that little bit of magic amplification. This braised pig hind leg is a magical dish, which has the effect of enhancing the running speed and the lethality of the charge, which is referred to as the pig's rush. Nourished by the abundant natural magic environment of the druid forest, the animals and plants in it will more or less have some magic, but they have not reached the level of forming magical beasts with special abilities. After many attempts, Attilan and the goat man finally made a magical dish with an amplification effect, such as the strength of a bear, the agility of a cat, the speed of a rabbit, and the eyes of an eagle. The effect is definitely not as good as the spells cast by the druid, but the excellence of these magical dishes is that as long as there are sufficient materials, they can make magical dishes with 10 or 20 times the magic of the spell. Limited by the various magical herbs added to the magic food, Attilan can only supply this amplification method to the elite troops to launch an attack. 100 elite warriors who have eaten magic food can try to fight even the Black Dragon in the east. The Dragon King Guard is an elite force of only 100 people selected by Attilan from minotaurs, centaurs, murlocs, snakemen, werewolves, lizardmen, barmen, and even dog-headed people. The reason for selecting them is that Attilan needs an army that is directly under him and strong enough, and the limit of 100 people is because the life energy field he releases is only enough for him to use the dragon's magic to infect 100 people. These followers will gradually become dragon veins under the infiltration of dragon magic, and the strongest can have twice the power before, but this will inevitably be a long transformation process. It will take at least 3 years, and Attilan is not sure whether he will get another high-speed growth period after entering the young dragon stage, so that his comprehensive combat power will approach the legend. If his combat power can be comparable to that of a legend, Attilan thinks that he should have a place in the natural relic search and rescue team. Moonglade is the core area of the Emerald Dream. Legend has it that it contains the secret of why the Natural Council can cultivate natural demigods. Now, with a group of natural god corpses occupying Moonglade, most of the former elders died there, and a very critical part of the secret information was lost there, causing the Natural Council to almost completely lose the ability to create natural relics. If the magic power of the natural world shrouded by the Emerald Dream was once able to breed a natural relic in 3 to 5,000 years, helping a legendary druid to advance to a mythic profession, then now it may not be possible to produce one in 10,000 years. When Attilan and his party rushed to the Okal excitedly, they did not see the scene they were happy to see. The tiger man sat cross-legged on the ground and meditated honestly. Facing the serious look from the bear man, Attilan instantly restrained his gloating and said in a serious tone, "Master, I noticed that the tiger man was not in a good condition just now, so after hearing the tiger roar, I immediately rushed over to see if he needed any help." After hearing this, everyone said that they couldn't just leave the tiger man alone. Yes, we are all here to help." The bear man waved his hand and said, "Focus more on your practice in the future. Even if I'm not supervising you, you must not slack off. Whether you can protect this forest depends on whether you take it seriously. The tiger man is fine, just take a few days of rest." The day after tomorrow I'm going to hold a meeting to discuss how to keep the mind pure, so remember to come and listen." Everyone looked a little strange. "Ah, Master, are you still giving a lecture at this time?" the bear man asked in confusion. "Is there something special to do?" Everyone looked even stranger, and the leopard woman asked tentatively, "Master, you don't know. What should I know?" Attilan breathed a sigh of relief. "In 3 days, the wedding of you and Gina will be held here." The bear man widened his eyes in surprise, and his voice rose an octave. "Wedding? How could I not know? Didn't you and Gina agree to hold the wedding in 3 days?" No matter how they talked about it, Attilan had to stick to this statement, because it would keep him from sticking to the pan. "I didn't." The bear man was stunned for a moment, and slowly waved his hand. "Yes, in 3 days, my wedding with Gina, the gathering, should be cancelled first. Attilan stays for a while, the others go first." Everyone scattered like frightened birds and beasts, leaving Attilan, who wanted to escape but couldn't, and could only say with a sad face, "Master, I really don't know that you two didn't reach an agreement, but I think you should hold the wedding first." The bear man raised his hand and created a transparent green barrier to include the tiger man. "Let's not talk about the wedding first, let's talk about the tiger man. You just saw her, how is she?" "I think she's okay, although the changes are indeed a bit big, but it's okay." The bear man sighed. "It's a big problem. You had broken her obsession, but you fought with her several times, which made her form a new goal. A year of killing made a remnant in her heart constantly absorb external evil thoughts. It formed a very violent idea, or a blackened tear, a personality that only knows how to kill and hunt dragons. I need you to help me wake up the pure tear who once competed with you." "Can you do it?" Attilan's mouth twitched. "How to do it? It's very simple. Just fight her like before. You are still the same style. Now I want to wake her up." Without giving Attilan time to react, the bear man directly woke up the tiger man. Looking at the tiger man with scarlet blood in his eyes, Attilan smiled and said, "Tiger man, you are so lame. After not seeing you for a while." The tiger man directly aimed a dragon hunting arrow at Attilan. "Do you want to try how sharp the dragon hunting arrow is?" Attilan smiled contemptuously, and his 2 dragon claws crossed and rubbed out a string of sparks. "My dragon claws are not bad either." Chapter 180, Tiger Man's Transformation into a Silkworm. The bear man instantly appeared between Attilan and the tiger man, who were on the verge of a fight. He smiled, but his eyes exuded a terrifying mental pressure. He glanced at the two of them. He said calmly, "I can't bear the waves caused by the two of you fighting. There is a new training ground specially opened in the forest, specially prepared for you. There you can use all kinds of means to your heart's content. Don't worry about damaging the environment. The mountains, rivers and trees there are prepared for your various means. Now find the defects of your actual combat means in the sparring and improve them. When you encounter a real enemy, you can skillfully use combat skills and spells to quickly eliminate the enemy." Not only Attilan and Tyr, I hope you can also use this training ground more. I will preside over the repair of the damaged environment once a week to ensure that you can mobilize enough energy from the natural magic network in the training ground area to fight. Attilan's mouth twitched. Although the bear man said that they could destroy it at will in the training ground, the so-called bear man presided over the repair. Attilan was sure that the main force to repair the magic network was still these young druids. In the first year, the bear man silently created the Moon Shadow Lake while Attilan patrolled the forest once every 3 days. Now that the second year has passed, Attilan believes that his observation ability is no longer a fool. But in this natural training ground, he still didn't notice any clues, allowing the bear man to win again in the silent game with him. The bear man's eyes seemed to tell Attilan that in the next year, he would create new natural spiritual realms, so that after they leave, Attilan and other druids can refer to the traces he left to practice. The Moon Shadow Lake that communicates with the stars and the moon, and the forest training ground that communicates with nature, the spiritual realm that the bear man has to create should be the one that communicates with the elements of earth, wind, water, fire, etc., right? Now you follow me to the training ground. It happens that the battle between Tyr and Attilan can let you understand how to use the power of various internal environments. The tiger man was suppressed by the bear man's eyes, and his brain finally regained some clarity, acting less demented. He put the dragon hunting arrow back to his waist and calmly followed the bear man to the training ground. Attilan looked around the environment surrounded by mountains and rivers, shaded by green trees, and full of flowers. After spiritual perception, he found that natural magic, fairy magic, An elemental magic could be easily mobilized here. The amplification effect of environmental magic was not strong, but it was just right for exchange and discussion. The Tiger Man took out the short spear and rubbed it twice. The scarlet true energy from her hand wrapped around the dragon hunting arrow. She looked at Attilan with a grim smile. This time, the one who vomits blood and falls to the ground and is seriously injured must be you. Attilan sneered and raised his claws, which also flashed with a misty blue water element wave. How shameless. Do you really think that you can avenge yourself by learning a few tricks from humans? If you want to kill the green dragon, you should bring a weapon that can effectively kill dragons. Do you think the green dragon will appear to fight you? The green dragon does not have the dignity of a dragon. It will definitely show weakness and flee in panic. Once the green dragon runs away, you will only meet a green dragon that comes to kill you in your last years because of aging and losing your strength. I hope that when that day comes, you will not regret your arrogance today. When Attilan mentioned the hatred of the Tiger Man's extermination of his family and the deep hatred, the Tiger Man's emotions, which had been somewhat calmed, suddenly rose. Attilan, I will let you see my strength. I hope that when the dragon hunting arrow pierces your neck, you can still brag like you do now. Then come on. When Attilan was trained by the Bear Man for a whole year, he was actually also suppressed by resentment and irritability, but there was no suitable opponent in the forest. The Eagle King can actually fight for 2 moves, but it's a little bit worse. Unless he can practice his Storm Eagle form, Attilan can deal with him in no time. The second is Tarzan. The life angel power in his body has made very significant progress after Tarzan went up the mountain day and night to hold a ceremony to absorb starlight. If quantified by numerical values, Tarzan's efforts probably increased the total amount from 1 to 1.1. The seemingly ridiculous 0.1 is a high-purity energy that many people cannot extract in their lifetime. In front of Tarzan is a road to heaven. Even if Tarzan does not survive and transform into a life titan angel, after he dies, his soul will rise to the 7th heaven and be shaped into a celestial being guarding the heavens. From a weak human to a noble celestial being, Tarzan must have made a profit. The difference is how much he makes, the difference between becoming a saint in the flesh and a wisp of true spirit on the conferred god list. Ordinary people don't even have the chance to be on the conferred god list, let alone becoming a saint in the flesh. In the entire forest, apart from the Bear Man and the Vine Girl, and the 2 legendary couples of Bloody and Alun, the only ones who are qualified to be molded into the celestial tribe are Tarzan and Hannah. Of course, Tarzan needs to gather enough life angel power to dye his soul into the same golden appearance. At this moment, watching the battle between Attilan and the Tiger Man, Tarzan is rubbing his hands next to him, and he also wants to fight, but he looks at the druids watching the battle around him, and it seems that only Bighorn is suitable to be his opponent. The Eagle King likes to fight from the sky. He can maintain his human form and turn his hands and feet into eagle claws, and then grow a pair of eagle wings on his back. He dives from high altitude and attacks with the eagle claws transformed from his hands and feet. From time to time, he will launch a spell attack of wind or thunder elements. Although he does not have a bird's beak, his fighting style is exactly the same as the Thunder Prince described in the Attilan story. Because druids all have a wooden stick as a weapon, it is just a matter of proficiency, and the Eagle King's oak stick has strangely turned golden because it is soaked in a liquid made of special herbs. Everyone called it the golden stick. At the same time, under the guidance of the old naughty boy, the Eagle King also began to practice the wind and thunder wings. It is said that the pair of eagle wings will soon be permanently on the Eagle King's back. No one thought it was strange. Druids, sooner or later, will have some characteristics of animals that change over the years. This is actually a powerful proof. If the Eagle King practices the form of a storm eagle, he will even keep the state. Unless he does something that is inconvenient to do in this form, he will never change back. This is easy to understand. If the storm eagle that has been developed with great effort is not used, it would be a waste of time. If it is not useful, why study it? Maintaining the practice of the storm eagle form will increase the druid's level faster, but it will also pay a price, that is, partiality. Normal druids use natural magic as the basis to study the power of the 3 main fields of nature, plants, animals, and elements, but the consequence of doing so is that it will take a long time. Studying 3 fields at the same time does not significantly improve the actual combat ability. On the contrary, it often happens that there are too many abilities and I don't know which one to use, so I use some stupid and rough forms and abilities to fight. Because druids soon split into 3 schools, and each formed a unique advanced profession within 1,000 years, tree shepherds for plants, beast walkers for animals, and elemental apostles for elements. Compared with the druids in the forest, the flower girl is a tree shepherd, although she only cultivates flowers and has not yet met the prerequisites for advancement. Leopard girl is a beast walker, although she only has one form, the shadow leopard, and has not yet fully mastered the shadow leopard transformation. Yes, that's right, it has been almost 2 years. Leopard girl is still in a state of hard work, because she received guidance from the old naughty boy, which gave her shadow leopard transformation a prototype, and then it has always been a prototype. Originally, her progress was higher than that of the Black Panther, but she was not as serious and hard-working as the Black Panther, a forest leopard, and the result was that she often became the king of children in the druid school. She became a negative example, and the Black Panther became the school's animal teacher like the gibbon, replacing the job of the leopard girl. The leopard girl watched the Black Panther change from a Black Panther to a Black Panther teacher. Her mood was proud and complicated. She and Black Panther were good friends. To some extent, Black Panther's success was her success. If Leopard Girl had not been taken in by this forest leopard tribe, and she had shown good druid talent and could transform into a powerful forest leopard, the leader of this tribe should be Black Panther. Black Panther's mother was the previous leader of the tribe. She should have inherited her mother's throne naturally, but a leopard girl Sandri appeared halfway and made Black Panther lose the throne. Now Black Panther has initially been able to control the shadow magic in his body. The shadow walking that leopard girl once showed off in front of everyone, Black Panther is more skilled than her. Yes, that's right. Attilan had witnessed a friendly match between Leopard Girl and Black Panther half a month ago. Leopard Girl attacked in the form of Shadow Leopard and only used shadow elements. Unsurprisingly, she lost to Black Panther, and no one present showed the slightest shock. Black Panther was able to transform into Shadow Leopard smoothly, and everyone contributed, and they were naturally very clear about the strength of Black Panther. After 2.5 years of shadow element training, Leopard finally realized that the Shadow Leopard form was not suitable for her. Her lively and active personality was completely incompatible with the calm and dark shadow energy. The reason was that everything was Attilan's fault. Leopard, who originally just wanted to help the Black Panther complete the transformation, chose to develop the Shadow Leopard form to prove herself under Attilan's questioning and provocation. The beast form of the Beast Spirit Walker relies on the sharp teeth, claws and majestic power after the natural magic amplification, and mainly launches physical attacks. Shadow Leopards and Storm Giant Eagles are both within the ability range of Elemental Apostles. Yes, the Eagle King can be said to be the third advanced profession, the representative of the Elemental Apostles. Animal forms are just containers for loading elemental magic. Under different containers, even the same magic will have different forms of expression. For example, the Ocean Dragon, Black Dragon, and Bronze Dragon are all water dragons, but relying on the water element, the 3 dragons have formed completely different abilities. Leopard Girl cannot skillfully use the Shadow Leopard form, or rather, her instinct rejects this form. In addition to suppressing her nature mentally, she also does not like to use shadow energy physically. Attilan, who realized that he had made a mistake, is actively looking for a new animal form suitable for Leopard Girl, preferably one that has some connection with forest leopards and shadow leopards. At the same time, it is a type that relies on physical combat. Even if it has abilities, it must be a type that can make Leopard Girl feel comfortable. Of course, in just half a month, Attilan did not find a suitable target. I originally wanted to ask the Tiger Man who had been traveling for a year to see if she had seen any strange cats, but as soon as this guy came out of the mountain, he went straight to the coalition camp to fight against the Swamp Dragon Empire. Now he is back with a lot of problems. It is really hopeless. Attilan subconsciously pouted his lips in disdain, and at this time, the scarlet true energy wrapped in the dragon hunting arrow was instantly restrained, and the Tiger Man's feet burst out the power of the Pearl River Road, rushing towards Attilan like an arrow. Attilan did not choose to take off to avoid the Tiger Man's attack, but raised his claws and went straight to meet it. His dragon claws easily parried the Tiger Man's short spear. If the Tiger Man had not retreated in time, the short spear would have been broken by Attilan. What a great strength! It seems that you have additionally tempered your dragon body in this year. Aren't you going to be a magic dragon? Why are you starting to do the physical training that you despise? I never said that I despise physical training, but for a dragon, Tempering magic and spells will achieve better results and can be used in the long run. Then let me see your spells." After saying that, the Tiger Man's spearhead shone with strong lightning, and behind him opened a pair of energy wings, one green and one blue, and rushed towards Attilan more quickly. Attilan felt that such a direct attack method was not elegant at all. If he was the Tiger Man in the past, he would never make such an inelegant attack method as the warrior charge. This time Attilan showed no mercy. After blocking the Tiger Man's attack, he turned around and swung his tail to hit the Tiger Man head-on. He was sure that the Tiger Man had broken at least several ribs this time. Looking at the Tiger Man, who flew out in a panic and broke several trees. "That's it? Why do you feel weaker now than a year ago?" After spitting out a mouthful of blood, the Tiger Man slowly got up. "Impossible. My attack speed is obviously 3 times that of last year. Why can you still block my attacks so easily? Because you are not a monk at all. Do you think I can't block this kind of warrior, even barbarian attack? But you can still get up. It seems that the warrior training you have undergone this year is indeed a bit important. It's a good thing to be able to take a beating, but it's boring to only take a beating. I let you attack several times just now. Now it's my turn to attack. See if you can block this one of mine." Attilan's mouth suddenly curled up with a playful smile. "I gave this move a very nice name, Storm Nebula Crack." Attilan's 2 dragon claws were entangled with the blue and white thunder, and his body was wrapped in a gust of wind. In an instant, he crossed a distance of more than 40 meters and attacked the Tiger Man. The Tiger Man widened his eyes, tried to open his wind and thunder wings, and agitated the wind and thunder elements to form a protective shield, barely blocking Attilan's claw attack, but he still flew more than 40 meters away. Attilan shook his head and said, "It's boring. This time I used combat skills to attack, but why did you start using magic to defend? This is not like the style of a monk like you. Why, do you also like magic? If you want to learn, I can teach you." The Tiger Man climbed up tremblingly. "How can you use the wind and thunder wings?" Attilan said with a smile. "A year has passed. If you still regard the wind and thunder wings as your trump card, then I can only say that you have been eliminated by the times, because not only me, but also the Eagle King has mastered the wind and thunder wings. You no longer have an advantage in front of us. You were able to compete with me at the beginning only because you were skilled enough in the monk skills. Now you don't even have that. How can you fight me?" Attilan still had to think of various tricks to deal with the once powerful enemy. Unexpectedly, in just 1 year, the Tiger Man had been safely left behind by him. Perhaps the most strong decision made by the Tiger Man was to choose to travel a year ago. Even if the coalition camp taught her the skills of hunting dragons, that little bit of knowledge was completely incomparable to the natural knowledge taught by the Bear Man. The natural monk, this is a school founded by the Bear Man. If the Tiger Man honestly stayed by the Bear Man and accepted his guidance and practice, she would not be left so far behind by Attilan. Don't think you're sure to win. There are not only soldiers in the coalition camp, but also many monks. I have also learned a lot of advanced techniques of using ki from them. The Tiger Man's body was suddenly wrapped in white airflow, and the airflow formed an egg shape. Attilan politely blew a dragon's breath as a test. Unexpectedly, the white egg actually flew up to avoid his dragon's breath, while rotating to absorb all the energy around it, and was quickly assimilated into the monk's true ki by the white egg. Attilan's eyes showed a glimmer. The battle finally became a little more interesting here. The Tiger Man who had lost his mind was too reckless in fighting. The battle just now was really meaningless. The new things he took out now made Attilan feel that this battle was not all garbage time. "You are so good at absorbing, then I want to see if you can absorb this energy." Attilan spit out the Dragon Ball, and a pure lightning was released from the Dragon Ball. The powerful thunder even made the Bear Man look sideways. He had never thought that Attilan's Dragon Ball could actually burst out such a powerful thunder. It seems that Attilan went to Amethyst Mountain every day for a year to absorb thunder, not just for tempering the body. The Dragon Ball of the Dragon is a field that the Bear Man has never touched. He can give Attilan very little advice. Now that he knows that the Dragon Ball has a purification effect, the Bear Man thinks that the difficulty of Attilan's training content can be increased a little. Originally, the Bear Man was very satisfied with the purity of Attilan's magic power, but that was because he didn't know that the Dragon Ball also had a purification effect. Now that he knows that it was just a rough calculation, he found that Attilan actually has a lot of potential that has not been developed. Wasting time and potential is absolutely not allowed for the Bear Man, who has been promoted from a waste material, so Attilan must work harder in the next training. Of course, the bear man will ensure that the intensity and duration of Attilan's training will not exceed his limit, so that Attilan can maintain a healthy physical and mental state. Otherwise, how could he allow Attilan to hold a banquet every 3 to 5 days? Everyone sings together, enjoys singing and dancing, and drinks. It is indeed the best way to release pressure and relieve fatigue. The white broke, revealing the tiger man who had recovered as before. Even his eyes became clear again, and he was no longer arrogant and violent as before. Attilan asked in surprise, "You have changed back? So your appearance just now was just a side effect of practicing the secret technique? Why does it feel a bit like life transformation?" The tiger man threw the dragon hunting arrow aside, holding a ball of wind in his left hand and a ball of thunder in his right hand. He did not rely on the wind and thunder wings at all, and just hovered in the air. "Attilan, you are not the only one who has improved in a year. The current me is the real me. What you defeated just now was just the shell of my secret technique. You practiced the life transformation secret technique of the life school. It is indeed a secret technique that I cannot master, but the master and I both want to develop a life transformation belonging to the natural sect. You once told me about a martial monk technique called heavenly silkworm transformation. I found it very interesting. This time, I actually met a martial monk master who has cultivated a martial arts golden body. He can reconnect broken limbs. If he has enough true ki, he can even regenerate broken limbs. And because of my outstanding talent as a martial monk, the master taught me this Kigen. I combined Kigen with the principles of life transformation to create this heavenly silkworm transformation. I wonder if it is very different from the heavenly silkworm transformation you mentioned. Did the effect surprise you? Attilan nodded in understanding. No wonder you can transform into what you are now. You really feel a bit like the thunder spirit white tiger. But I don't think you looked like a shell just now. Did you go crazy? The tiger man who was suspended in the air at this moment was particularly calm in the face of Attilan's provocation. Attilan, have you ever experienced a feeling of being kicked by thunder? What? The next second, the tiger man turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed towards Attilan. Attilan tried to raise his hand, but was still kicked in the face by the tiger man. Looking at Attilan flying away, the tiger man moved his right foot that had just kicked Attilan after landing. As expected of you, your face is really thick and hard. Attilan rolled several times before stopping. He got up from the ground and shook his head. It was really a close call just now. He was almost kicked in the head by the tiger man. It's not hard-skinned, it's a magic shield. The second before you kicked me, I opened the magic shield in time for defense, although I can't open the magic shield that can protect my whole body, but it's just a magic shield to defend against a single direction. I only need a thought to open it, and it's hard enough that you can't kick it. The tiger man didn't get angry, but smiled. Then let's see whether your shield is stronger or my spear is sharper. The tiger man turned into blue thunder, flashing around Attilan's body. The onlookers only saw a blue line passing by Attilan from time to time, and was blocked by a layer of light green energy shield. A minute later, the tiger man appeared in front of Attilan, panting. I just kicked nearly 200 times, and I didn't expect you to really block them all. Attilan was about to say something, but the tiger man fell to the ground. The bear man slowly stepped forward and lifted the tiger man with the vines. Finally, we can start the treatment. The others stay here to familiarize themselves with the venue. Attilan, you and I will go to Moonshadow Lake. Chapter 181 Leopard Woman is a druid genius. Attilan lay weakly on the ground, with a trickle of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. He said weakly, "Master, you go first. I will come right after I recover from the wounds caused by the tiger man's lightning kick." The bear man smiled. "Are you sure you want to pretend to be injured in front of me?" Attilan raised his head slightly. "I'm really not pretending. The tiger man's kicking skills are more powerful than I thought. I only trained a piece of my sea dragon shield, and it seems that the spell shield has never been broken. In fact, the tiger man's attack has hit me through the shield. It's just that I acted calmly and looked fine on the surface. In fact, I suffered serious internal injuries. My internal organs were penetrated and attacked by the tiger man's thunder. I didn't expect that she could actually integrate the thunder element into the penetration force and destroy the enemy from within. When it comes to the use of true energy, Tyr is already an elite monk and deserves to be my most powerful opponent." Looking at Attilan, who seemed to be quite emotional and whose eyes revealed respect for the tiger man, the bear man just found it funny. "When did the little dragon respect Tyr? I know you are afraid that I will blame you for secretly gathering everyone to prepare for the wedding. In fact, I also know that if I don't do this wedding, Gino will not let me go, but if you don't want to accept my special training, you'd better tell me all the plans you and Gino have made behind my back, otherwise I will let you know what hell training is. You just need to know that all the training I have given you before did not actually use all my means and techniques. I have some ways that can most effectively improve your strength, considering that you are still too young and your mind and willpower are not strong enough. I thought of using gentle means to help you improve your willpower first, and then before I leave, I will pass on all the inheritance of the School of Life to you. So, do you want to start accepting the inheritance of the School of Life now? Attilan swallowed his saliva. Don't say, he really felt a little moved, but it was just limited to being moved. If he really took action, it would be better to kill him directly. Having been tortured by the Bear Man for more than 2 years, Attilan knew best how torturous the Bear Man's training methods were. The secret arts of the School of Life were all the kind that would bring extreme pain to the body and mind. Originally, I thought that life control was already the most painful secret art of the School of Life. Now, from the tone of the Bear Man, life control was actually a secret art used to lay the foundation. Would the real inheritance be painful? No, Attilan suddenly remembered what the Bear Man said when he taught him life control. Master, didn't you say that life control is the most core ability of our School of Life? How can there be a deeper inheritance? The Bear Man nodded and explained, yes, life control is indeed the most core skill of the school, but I didn't say that I also taught you the complete life control. What you learned is just the simplified version specially refined by the school to test whether the disciples have the qualifications to accept the inheritance. It's only about 30% of the power of the original version. If 30% has such a good effect, wouldn't the original version be amazing? The effect is 30%. But the pain is only 10% to 20%. If you can't pass on the core content, you can still gain a foothold in the material world by relying on the simplified version. Not to mention success, at least you can protect the peace of one side. The second generation of elves also took great pains to create a simplified version. After the third generation of dwarves and the fourth generation of me, I made additions, subtractions, and optimizations based on my own practice experience, and only then did I have this version you learned. You should have also realized that you have some talents that are different from ordinary ocean dragons, and you also want to develop these talents, but you should find that it will take a long time to develop and improve these talents. Ordinary ocean dragons grow up in hundreds of years, not to mention that you are a unique elemental dragon king. Attilan's eyes widened and he climbed up from the ground. Master, how do you know? If you know about the elemental dragon king, doesn't that mean that the elemental dragon king is not rare, and no one will hunt the elemental dragon king now? The Bear Man smiled faintly and shook his head. On the contrary, it is precisely because the elemental dragon kings have basically disappeared from the material world that even in the elemental world, there are very few elemental dragons who envy their own dragon kings who cook dragon clans. It is possible for a potential elemental dragon to appear only once every few thousand years, but without exception, they all disappear after their reputation spreads. Why do you think this is the case? Attilan swallowed his saliva in panic. Master, what you mean is that someone is deliberately hunting these potential elemental dragons. That's right, so I think it is necessary to give you a genuine life control training, using the natural essence of the druid to cover up your elemental dragon king's characteristics. You also have to agree from the bottom of your heart that your talents and specialties are all based on life control, and the transformation from ordinary ocean dragons. You are not an elemental dragon king, you are just an ocean dragon life druid. Attilan has been completely led by the Bear Man. He subconsciously thinks according to the Bear Man's thinking, ignoring why the Bear Man said these words at this time. If he didn't say he was going to treat the Tiger Man, how could he have time to chat with him at a length? After seeing the ocean dragon soul full of vitality, the Bear Man was thinking about which secret technique of the School of Life should be taught to Attilan to help Attilan combine the two aspects of druid and ocean dragon. You will practice with me in Amethyst Mountain from tomorrow. When you reach my standard, I will teach you the complete control of life. With the cover of life control, you can disguise yourself as an ordinary young ocean dragon. Don't worry about your talent being exposed, as long as the difference between your druid professional level and the dragon biological level is not more than twice, so you have to communicate with this forest more seriously. After I leave, there will be a lot of natural energy that will be vacant and no one will absorb and sort it out. At that time, it will be handed over to you and the Eagle King to lead everyone to do it. Although it is difficult, it is also a test for you. As long as you do it, you can all grow into independent druids. If you want to be independent, you must be at least a level 10 druid. Everyone in the forest still needs time to grow. At least no one has shown the potential to break through level 10. Yes, Master, a bear and a dragon carried the tigress to Moonshadow Lake. The bear man slowly put the tiger man into the lake. Looking at the white tiger floating on the water, Attilan frowned and asked, I remember that when she first came back, although she was a little extreme, she was basically normal. Why did she suddenly become so irritable after seeing you, Master? Did you, Master, trigger the negative emotions accumulated in the tiger man's heart? The bear man's right hand drew a circle in the air, and the water flow also formed a vortex that wrapped the tiger man in it. The water of the Moonshadow Lake emitted a faint white light, which was reflected by the blue thunder on the tiger man's fur. The rotating water flow quickly washed away the dust and blood on the tiger man's body, just as fast as the Underwear Brother brand washing machine washing clothes, but the tiger man's situation did not seem to be very good. Attilan saw that she began to frown. Master, you seem to be a little bit unable to bear it when you turn the tiger man like this. Shouldn't you change a purification method? Otherwise, when the moonlight comes out, we will freeze her in ice, so that she should be able to regain consciousness. Attilan suddenly thought of the cold jade bed. Master, if we use the water from Moonshadow Lake to build an ice platform and let the tiger man practice his true ki on it, the cool ice platform should be able to restore her true ki to purity and calm her brain. Right. The bear man stopped spinning his hands and the water soon returned to calm, leaving only the tiger man lying in the water, frowning and turning his head, muttering to himself, as if he was having a nightmare. Master, did her transformation into a silkworm succeed or fail? The bear man did not answer his question, but asked, if it succeeded, why would her mental state be so bad? Then it failed. If it failed, could her state be restored to its original state? You said all the good and bad words, what else could I say? Attilan lowered his head and began to drip the water of life into the moonlight grass. Leave some water of life. Tyr will need your water of life to replenish his strength later, don't you have acorns? Compared to my half-baked water of life, the life acorns from the old tree can nourish the tiger man's body better, right? The bear man glared at him, and emitted a bright green light wave from his hand, illuminating the tiger man's whole body, healing the wounds torn by Attilan's dragon claws, and reconnecting the bones broken by the dragon's tail. In just 2 years, you have surpassed the tiger man's 15 years of hard training. Not to mention her, even I am a little jealous of your talent. Attilan quickly put his head in the bear man's arms and said with a smile, if there was no master, I would not have the opportunity to grow so fast. Everything is thanks to the master. In fact, I think you should wait for me for another 15 years, maybe I can go with you to search for natural relics. The bear man patted his big head and said happily, it is precisely because your combat power in 15 years will be comparable to that of a legendary druid that I can't take you. If you die in battle, you can protect this forest and everyone in the forest for us. After spending so much time with them, have you seen who has the best talent? The best talent? Attilan's claws hooked a string of sparks on the hard dragon scales, thinking about who it should be. Since the bear man asked this, it must not be the Eagle King who appears to have the highest level and the best talent, but a person that Attilan did not expect. Looking at the white tiger in front of him, Attilan suddenly thought of the Black Panther, and then of the leopard girl. Then he shook his head and threw this absurd idea out of his mind. Among the remaining people, Attilan suspected that the wine girl and the flower girl might have extraordinary talents, because they really just brewed wine and planted flowers to improve the druid level. It was even more exaggerated than Attilan's hard work. Although Attilan's improvement was greater, it could not be denied that Attilan had paid blood and sweat. Under the cultivation of the bear man, Attilan paid much more blood than sweat. Attilan believed that the wine girl and the flower girl had an alternative way of practice. But there can only be one person with the best talent, and he should choose from among the inconspicuous people, such as Bighorn, Tarzan, and Sloth. Is it Tarzan? He's just lucky. He's not the one with the best talent. But he's close. Sloth, no, guess again. If you haven't seen through the essence of their druid practice after 2 years of getting along, it means you still need time to grow. You can't judge people clearly, so why are you going with me to find natural relics? You don't think that natural relics are protected by many dangerous creatures, emitting strange brilliance, and can be heard and smelled more than 10 kilometers away, right? Attilan did think so. The biggest feature of natural relics is that they can perfectly blend into the surrounding environment. If you don't have enough advanced druid knowledge, You can't see through the disguise of natural relics. Do you still think you can go with me now? Attilan shook his head and grinned foolishly. No, no. So who is the most talented person? It can't really be Leopard Woman, right? Attilan didn't expect the bear man to actually nod. It is indeed her. Among so many druids in the forest, Sandri has learned the least knowledge directly from me. She seems to be running and playing in the forest, but every time she passes through the environment I created, she will absorb my skills and knowledge. For a natural elf like her, letting her learn the knowledge summarized by the acquired druids will hinder her from exerting her talents. Cheetah can learn a lot of knowledge by observing nature herself. You should also find that the effect of your urging Cheetah to practice is not good. She still does her own thing, but when she is not practicing, is Sandri's ability also increasing? Attilan scratched his chin. It seems that it is indeed very similar to what the bear man described. Everyone needs to actively meditate and practice, but Cheetah is different. She doesn't seem to practice much. The strength is still growing steadily, as if she is hanging up. So, I shouldn't let Leopard Girl go to the wilderness to cultivate nature. No, she also needs practice. Just absorbing natural echoes and magic from the forest, her strength has improved, but her combat effectiveness is still worrying. I am not good at cultivating such talents. Angina is not a good teacher. The old naughty boy tried, but the effect was not good. You also saw that the shadow leopard form had some negative effects on Leopard Girl. Do you have any good ideas to help Leopard Girl make good use of her talents? If she gets the right guidance, I think she can grow into a legendary druid. If Leopard Girl's talent is really that good, then it really can't be wasted. But Attilan thought that not wasting her talent was just a wishful thinking of himself and the bear man. Leopard Girl might prefer to play and fight and live a carefree life. If an enemy really appears, Attilan feels that he can withstand it. If he can't withstand it, Leopard Girl will definitely not be able to withstand it. Master, you first tell me what the Leopard Girl's talent is, so that I can make a plan. Go and observe for yourself. If you want me to tell you everything, why would I accept an apprentice? Just to cultivate another me. Attilan pointed at the tiger man soaking in the water. Ahem, master, how about we cure the tiger man first, and then I will go back to observe the situation of the Leopard Girl, analyze her talent, and develop a growth plan suitable for her. Attilan suddenly asked in confusion, but master, why should I learn how to train the Leopard Girl? Because of the motto of life control, control yourself, control the enemy. There is actually a third sentence, control life. Theoretically you can know all the situations in the druid's body, and guide them to develop a more perfect and powerful life form. How high your limit is, they will have the opportunity to reach the same height. In the process of cultivating them, you can also absorb the growth resources from them in turn, just like you cultivate your life energy into seeds, plant them in the druid's body, help the druid grow into a towering tree, and then you eat the fruits condensed from their wisdom and power. Hiss, why does Attilan sound a bit like the Taoist heart-planting demon method in it? It seems to be helping people, but as long as the thoughts are a little darker. It is completely possible to cultivate all those druids into resources, not just fruits, but the whole tree must be eaten up. Or maybe he was greedy, not satisfied with just harvesting one fruit, but turned everything of the druid into fruit and absorbed it. Just like in some dark myths, the so-called divine tree roots are actually magic fruits fed with numerous bones, and Attilan would not practice by eating people. It's not that Attilan is so kind, this thing is more like his bottom line as a human being. Once the bottom line is broken, it is likely to rot quickly. Attilan will not be a good dragon, but a filthy and smelly evil dragon is not his vision, so he directly told the bear man his idea. The bear man nodded and said, in essence, humans, cattle, sheep, pigs and horses are all the same kind of animals, but humans are smarter. Some evil dragons particularly like elves because they are the longest-lived elves, and eating them actually gives them the most improvement. Isn't there a legend that elves are the fruits of a certain world tree, and they are transformed into intelligent life? Eating them should not be much different from eating fruits. Of course, if I have a choice, I will definitely not choose to hunt intelligent life to increase my strength, because this behavior will bring greater risks. Attilan's mouth twitched. He forgot that the druids in the neutral camp follow the laws of nature. Even if the druids have moral standards, they are definitely different from him who came from the flower-growing family. It is reasonable to use life control to help them grow and charge a certain amount of compensation, unless you have a close relationship and you are willing to help them for free. But are there many people like this? Attilan shook his head. Although almost all the druids in the forest were recruited by him into various clubs he opened, He was actually close to only a few. If Attilan can condense the life gem that prolongs life, it will definitely give priority to Leopard Girl, Evely, Wine Girl, Flower Girl, Eagle King, Tarzan, Bighorn and others. An old man horse, if this old guy can live to that day. In the past 1 or 2 years, Attilan has rarely seen old man horse come out to participate in activities. Most of the time, he stays in the centaur tribe to teach the younger generation, or teaches the experience of the horse king to manage a tribe. He is dying. Old man horse's tribe once helped Attilan a lot. With a little reward Attilan paid, it is actually impossible to hire so many excellent centaur rangers. They are all friendship prices, and Attilan naturally hopes to return this favor. But his water of life does not have the effect of prolonging life. At most, it improves the quality of old man horse's remaining life, allowing him to demonstrate in person instead of just smoking a pipe and moving his lips. With the rapid growth of Attilan's strength in the past year, the effect of the water of life is also getting better, allowing old man horse to regain the feeling of youth. He was an old man, but he was still as wild as a young man. He dragged his half-buried body to fight bravely. The little uncle of the Horse King was going to be born in 3 months. The Horse King was the grandson of the old man Ma, so the son of the old man Ma was naturally his uncle. When Attilan went to deliver the water of life, he almost burst out laughing when he heard the news from a horseman by accident. He really hoped that the old horseman could improve his quality of life through his water of life. But he didn't expect that the old horseman could improve his quality of life so much. At such an old age, there are still young girls who like him. I have to say that this female horseman has a unique taste. Attilan found out after seeing the young wife of the old horseman that this is not a young horseman, but she may be in her early 30s. Compared with the old horseman, Attilan thinks she may be more suitable for the Horse King. However, the Horse King has a wife, but she has passed away due to physical reasons. This guy is still an infatuated man. Since his wife died, he has been devoted to studying the skills of rangers. After his wife died, his strength has improved by leaps and bounds. He quickly became the leader of the rangers and was designated as the successor by the old horseman. It's just that the Horse King didn't find a second wife to continue the bloodline of the old horse, which made the old horse very helpless, especially after seeing his cousin's blind great-grandson. The old horse's emotions became more complicated. The cousin fought all year round, and ended up with sons, grandsons, and great-grandsons. He brought his family to live in a safe forest, and as a result, only the Horse King and the grandson were left in the family. In the past, he was powerless, but after drinking the water of life in Attilan for a month, his waist and legs were no longer sore, and he could run 10 kilometers in one breath. It made the old horse feel like he was back to youth. Of course, as an 11th level druid, the old horse knew that his lifespan had not been substantially improved, and he would still die in 2 years. But after checking his body, he found that he still had a chance to have another child. If the Horse King didn't work hard, then he had to work hard himself. The old man was still strong, and the water of life filled his shriveled body with muscles again. With hundreds of years of experience, he looked at most 40 years old at this time. It only took him 3 months to win over the former centaur chieftain from Attilan's army, Ahem, and quickly had a love child. The old centaur also secretly gave his wife the water of life that Attilan gave him, just to give his son better talent and make him an excellent druid and ranger. Attilan was speechless. It was just the water of life. With his strength, he couldn't feed an old man and a child? The old centaur really didn't regard him as a friend. Chapter 182, Eastern Expedition to the Black Dragon. Attilan's thoughts were drifting further and further away, but the bear man quickly pulled him back. Now inject your water of life and the thunder of purification into Tyr's body at the same time. Her mind has become irritable because of the blood and resentment in the battlefield. As long as these negative things are cleansed, Tyr will recover. Attilan's mouth twitched, and he subconsciously mourned for the Tiger Man. This process will be very painful, right? Master, are you sure you want to take this treatment plan? Otherwise, we can choose a milder plan. It's not that Attilan cares about the Tiger Man, but today such a cruel treatment plan is used on the Tiger Man. If he doesn't speak for the Tiger Man, who will speak for him when this plan falls on him tomorrow? The bear man's eyes were as calm as an ancient well, and the moonlight was condensed by him and injected into the Tiger Man's body to circulate continuously. Although the Tiger Man has lost consciousness, her body is shaking. The pure moonlight energy is too cold, and the tiger man's muscles can only shake spontaneously to generate heat, trying to warm the tiger man up. Everyone has to pay the price for their decision. Next time she makes a decision, she will think about the consequences and price of this time, and whether she wants to bear it a second time. Attilan shrugged helplessly. Okay, Attilan knew that the tiger man had a strong tolerance for pain, but the pain caused by the plan adopted by the bear man could be said to be 1,000 insects gnawing at the bones, and the more it gnawed, the more painful it was. As the water of life nourished her, her body would become more sensitive to pain. The more pain, the better the treatment effect. Sometimes, in order to improve the efficiency of treatment, other guarantees have to be abandoned. The bear man chose to bear the pain when practicing. The tiger man and Attilan, who inherited his path, naturally had to bear the pain. As the emerald green water and the silver white lightning spiral entangled and injected into the tiger man's body from the position of the heart, the tiger man's body trembled violently, and she opened her eyes instantly, staring at Attilan, who was still injecting energy, as if she wanted to stand up and kill him. It's not my decision to do this. It's Master's arrangement. You did something wrong, so you have to pay the price. You've had a good time outside this year, and you'll have to pay the price for your pleasure when you come back. Besides, you're not the one who can bear the pain the most. When we were beaten together before, you were the only one with a mouthful of blood, and you still shouted that you could continue training. Don't think of it as treatment, just think of it as training to purify the true ki in your body. Do you feel better this way? The tiger's eyes became more fierce. She clearly felt that the true ki in her body was broken up, purified, and reorganized, and the quality of the true ki was indeed slowly rising. But it really hurts. It hurts too much? The tiger thought that she had suffered enough injuries in the dragon-slaying battlefield. Her spirit was numb, and no matter how much pain she suffered, she couldn't shake her willpower. But she was wrong. After a year of not seeing each other, the tiger didn't know whether her ability to bear pain had deteriorated or the bear's training methods had improved. Why is it so painful? Ah. You are contaminated by filth. After purification, you will return to the pure monk state you once were. Adjust your breathing and circulate your true ki according to the trajectory of the moonlight. This is the natural sect secret technique I designed, the Moonfire Burning Heart Concentration Method, which is specifically designed for your spiritual problems. From today on, unless you practice this secret technique to perfection, you are not allowed to step out of the forest again. And Attilan, you have to practice too. The dragon's mind is weaker than its body. It wants to give up at every turn. There is no heart of a strong man at all. I think as long as the willpower is strong enough, we can change the world. Moonfire Burning Heart Concentration Method. Attilan twitched when he heard the name. It was too flowery. Attilan felt that he was almost not a druid. He looked like a cultivator who relied on willpower to change the world. He didn't know that the bear man was actually a passionate middle-aged man who had such an idea. Master, no matter how passionate you are and how strong your willpower is, I think it is impossible for us to approve you to go to Moonlight Lake alone to search for natural relics. As the purification progressed, the tiger man's spirit became better and better. After the pain intensified, it was the first time that Attilan saw the tiger man faint from the pain, and then woke up with the injection of the water of life. After repeating this process 7 or 8 times, the purification was finally over. Attilan breathed a sigh of relief. Not to mention the tiger man who was receiving treatment, even he, the dragon who participated in the treatment, was sweating coldly. It was really scary. Master, are you sure the tiger man's spirit has not collapsed? No, because when I accepted the inheritance of the school of life, I was tortured by my master more than the tiger man, but I survived. I was a little too gentle to her before, now it's time to let her understand the reality of this world. Attilan was silent. In fact, he also knew that he only needed to endure the pain to become stronger, which was much more convenient and faster than many people to improve their strength. Most people's lives are full of distress and torture, but in the end they get nothing, and instead lose their few treasures in the process of pursuit. He spent his old age in misery and loneliness. Attilan should learn to be grateful. If it weren't for the bear man, he wouldn't have learned such a brilliant method as the Moonfire Heart Concentration Method. A green light fell from the bear man's hand into the tiger man's body, awakening the tiger man floating on the water with lifeless eyes. The tiger man sank to the bottom of the water, and then exploded with a splash of water and flew out of the lake and landed beside Attilan. He nodded weakly to the bear man and said, "Thank you, master, I'm much better." The bear man nodded with satisfaction and said, Now I will tell you the key points of practicing the secret art of concentrating the mind. This secret art is best practiced in the water of the moon shadow lake. After listening, start practicing. The function of this secret art is to use the moon fire to purify the practitioner's spiritual power, then absorb the moonlight to increase the total amount of spiritual power, and then purify it again, and repeat this process. If a mage obtains this secret art, Attilan believes that the speed of the mage's casting, the power of the spell, and even the power of the spell will be improved accordingly. Attilan felt a cold moon fire flowing in his body, and couldn't help but take a breath of cool air. The effect was very good, but it was getting colder and colder. You can't be swallowed by the cold moon fire. The longer you fight against the moon fire, the better the effect of your practice will be. Do you understand? The bear man roared, and Attilan, who was almost frozen, regained consciousness instantly. This secret technique was too dangerous. He felt that his willpower might not be as strong as he thought. However, Attilan always felt that this secret technique was not like the bear man's style. Attilan quickly finished the first practice, and approached the bear man with a playful smile. Glancing at the tiger man who was still persisting, Attilan said, "Master, this secret technique is not like your style, and the moon shadow lake, are they all the results of research with the help of Lady Alun?" The bear man just glanced at Attilan lightly, and Attilan felt as if he was burned by the invisible moonfire. His spirit was frozen in an instant, and the whole dragon froze in place and could not move. "Master, please untie it from me. You can recover by basking in the sun after dawn. It's a good time for you to reflect on yourself. You know you are not good at spiritual problems and you don't train seriously. Look at Tell, she just finished a round of treatment and can last longer than you. If you can't change this habit of being sneaky, you will suffer a great loss sooner or later. Now you can use the concentration technique to fight against the moon fire I put on you, dispel the moon fire and you can recover, or you can wait for the sun to come out. You can recover as soon as noon. If you understand the essence of the moon fire concentration technique, it will be faster." The bear man left, leaving Attilan staring blankly. The tiger man slowly opened his eyes at this time. She could last longer because the green light injected by the bear man just now made her realize a little trick to fight against the moonlight. But she would not tell Attilan, just smiled and looked at him. "Zaya along, it seems that you are not that good. After the concentration technique improves my mental power, my heavenly silkworm transformation can play a stronger effect. Next time we fight, I will not lose to you so easily. I know, I won't lose easily. I will take you down with a little more difficulty, but I will definitely win. After all, we have fought 4 times, and I won every time. I hope you can come up with some new means next time. Don't make the battle too boring." This time, the tiger man exposed her latest heavenly silkworm transformation, but Attilan has not yet exposed his new means, a little energy enchanted claws, sea dragon energy shield and other spells. It can't be regarded as Attilan's trump card. His trump card is prepared for the black dragon, which is also a water dragon. Since he plans to occupy the swamp further east, Attilan will naturally prepare some means for the dragon civil war. The spell is used to fight humans and elves, and the effect is still good, but if you want to use spells to fight dragons, it can only be said that Attilan is still not well trained. The skills of spell penetration cannot be said to have made no progress. But it can only be said that he has not learned it yet. Spells were not effective against the black dragon, so Attilan had to think of some useful methods, so he looked for it in the inherited memory. You won't believe it, but Attilan actually found something good. However, this secret technique is very difficult to practice, and Attilan needs time. The origin of the secret technique is the acid mist breath of the ocean dragon. Just as the lightning breath can activate and stabilize the vitality of life, the acid mist breath, as the opposite of the lightning breath, can naturally develop the effect of corruption and withering life. Even taking away the enemy's entire vitality can be done. Did the bear man mention that there is a kind of use of life control similar to the Tau heart planting demon method? If it is combined with the acid mist breath, Attilan believes that the black dragon can be completely transformed into his growth. The premise is that he must be able to defeat the black dragon, and he also needs to lock up the black dragon, raise the black dragon for a period of time, and adjust the energy composition in the black dragon's body. Attilan thinks that swallowing the black dragon directly will upset his stomach. Just like the wild mullet that has just been caught, this guy who often burrows into the mud needs to be raised in clean water for a period of time to remove the earthy smell in the mullet, so that the meat of the mullet is delicious. Everyone knows what a black dragon is. It likes silt and corrupt water. Its strength attribute is completely incompatible with Attilan, a life druid. Eating it forcefully will not only be of no help, but the impurities it brings will also affect Attilan's growth. Compared with a black dragon, Attilan thinks that the bronze dragon is more suitable as his nutrients. Unfortunately, he can't eat the bronze dragon that signed a contract with the water elf kingdom. He is still a young dragon, so he doesn't have such good teeth and a big appetite. But I can move freely now, but you are frozen by the moonfire and can't move. Tisk tisk tisk. The tiger man just smiled, covered his feet with true energy and walked towards the moon shadow lake. Unexpectedly, the tiger man actually appeared on the surface of the moon shadow lake without any sign of sinking. How about my trick? Attilan said disdainfully. Isn't it just the secret technique of the Four Symbols sect, showing walking on water in the form of true ki? What's so strange about that? The tiger man smiled slightly, and activated the true ki in his hand to roll up a water column. What if I say that I haven't mastered the ability to walk on water until I was purified? Attilan's eyes widened instantly, and he said in surprise, you mean the purification and the moonfire concentration you just performed have greatly enhanced your mental power, so that you have mastered the ability to walk on water with true ki? This secret technique, the effect is so terrible, but the risk of practicing it is also very high. If you are not careful, you may be frozen into an idiot by the moonfire, the tiger man said seriously. Since ancient times, the better the effect of any secret technique, the greater the risk. For the sake of power, many people have made deals with the devil and sold their souls. I am already very satisfied to have such a powerful secret technique, the tiger man suddenly said in a solemn tone. Actually, this time when I went out, I met a Rakshasa disguised as a tiger man. I was almost bewitched by him and accepted the power of the devil. Fortunately, it was the master's teaching that made me sober in the end. It was difficult to kill the Rakshasa, but I was still affected by the spells left by the Rakshasa. Fortunately, I got the enlightenment of the monk master, otherwise I would have been completely addicted to killing and would no longer be myself. Rakshasa. Attilan didn't expect the tiger man's experience to be so wonderful. The Rakshasa is the soul of the devil who escaped from hell and changed into tiger man-like appearance. The Rakshasa has the characteristics of humans and tigers, but their two palms are completely different from humans. The left palm of humans is their right palm. Didn't you notice the obvious features of the palm? The tiger man shook his head and said, I'm not an expert on demons, so it's normal that I don't know Luosha. It's just that as a monk of the natural sect, I sensed the evil energy in his body. After knowing that he was not a good person, I decisively launched an attack. It's easier to take him down than I thought. Are all demons so weak? His strength is about the same as that of a level 7 demon warlock. It's easy for me to defeat and kill him, Attilan sighed and said, like demons, Luosha can only be killed in the 9 hells. You didn't really kill Luosha. You should have returned to the forest as soon as you killed him, such an important thing. You actually said it now. Go find the master and tell him the news of Luosha. I didn't expect that the demons have successfully invaded this world. When you find a cockroach in the house, it means that there are already countless cockroaches in your house. The same is true for demons. No need, I'm here. It seems that the bear man has left, but in fact he has been watching from the side. How can the bear man be assured that they can practice such a dangerous secret technique of moonfire concentration without supervision? The bear man did feel that the tiger man's mind was breaking down a little too fast, but the tiger man was stubborn and didn't want to say it. He could only wait quietly for the day when the tiger man was willing to say it. Unexpectedly, it was the Rakshasa, the devil's dog claws, that finally reached into this world. The search for natural sacred objects must be advanced as soon as possible, and time cannot be delayed any longer. The devil will not launch an invasion, but this group of damned things will corrupt the minds of intelligent life. Let their old rivals, the demons, serve as the pioneers, and help them create chaos, so that they can harvest souls. This world has a barrier to resist the infiltration of the devil. Since the Rakshasa has appeared, it means that the barrier has been destroyed, or the devil has found a way to bypass the barrier. Either way, it means that a disaster is about to come. Where did you meet the Rakshasa? To the north of the Dragon Lake, in the Valley Kingdom where the river flows. He disguised himself as a tiger man and became a business consultant for the local nobles, helping the nobles deal with the financial problems of the territory. The bear man narrowed his eyes slightly. The Valley Kingdom happened to have a barrier stone that maintained the existence of the barrier. There was no need to guess that the Rakshas's target must be the barrier stone. Once the barrier is breached, the Natural Council, which has not yet recovered from the Emerald Dream, will probably have no choice but to abandon this world, and will also lose most of the wealth accumulated in this world over thousands of years. The biggest problem for druids is that most of their properties are real estate, and the unit price is low. Astral transport is only suitable for small and high-value treasures. Can the millions of valuable trees in the bare forest be taken away? Not to mention ordinary trees, even old tree heads will be seriously injured if they leave the forest. The magic power stored in the tree body will not be lost, and it can survive for a long time without the soil. The problem is that the power he has invested in other trees has not been returned, so the investment will be wasted. Such a large forest can stably produce natural magic to supply hundreds of druids for practice. If it is abandoned, it will take hundreds of years to create a forest of the same quality. Defend or retreat? This is a very difficult question. What's more fatal is that the bears have no chance to choose yet, and can only wait for the results of the discussion of the Natural Council. To speed up the purification of the wolf's soul, we must let the Natural Council complete your certification as soon as possible. If your potential is recognized, you may have more influence than me, it can win more voice and more resources for this world. Why did the bear man, a legendary druid, stay in the Natural Council despite being suppressed? It was because the welfare benefits were really good. Only by joining a large organization can you know how good it feels to have an organization. I know, Master, practicing the moonfire concentration well will also help you purify. Try to improve your strength and potential. The higher the score, the more benefits you can get. I will definitely work hard. Attilan was quite curious about how different the druids of the Natural Council were from the rural druids in their places. Was it the difference between the peasants and the white-collar elites of the city residents? Then the bear man took the tiger man away. He needed to know more details about the Rakshasa. Attilan panicked. No, Master, you unlock it for me. It was the afternoon of the next day when Attilan returned to his loyal Kingland town again. That's right, it was not until noon that Attilan unlocked the Moonfire seal. The seal was lifted entirely by the sun, and he was in charge of basking in the sun. Unexpectedly, as soon as he returned, he saw his wandering twins, the Murlocs Physinanes. They had gone to the east to inquire about the Black Dragon situation, but they came back so soon. Report to the Dragon Lord, the water content of the Black Dragon's territory is greater than we thought. He seems to have learned from some of his followers what the swamp dragons did, and took the initiative to move the mud in the territory and pile it into a mountain of earth. The lowlands formed by the excavation were flooded by the converging water, forming one swamp after another. Only the earth hills piled up by the Black Dragon have some life inhabiting them. Traveling is either by boat or by swimming, therefore, most of them are fishmen, lizardmen and snakemen, and there are very few other races. The Black Dragon is not an excellent dragon master, but she cares very much about her own safety, therefore. The environment of the territory has been optimized to make the territory more suitable for Black Dragons to fight. According to the information we have obtained, this Black Dragon is not yet an adult, but a young Black Dragon, a young Black Dragon. That means it can be fought. Attilan rubbed his claws and thought about the strategy to subdue the Black Dragon. Call the warlords who are repairing in Kingland Town. I want to know their opinions. The challenge level of the young Black Dragon is 9. Even if there are some warlock professional levels, with a configuration of the barbarian profession of Torn Lista, the Fishman Fisher, the Snakeman Shadow Warrior Trina, the Psion Warlock Opie, the Centaur Ranger Zufen, and the Lizardman Shaman. It is completely possible to fight the Black Dragon, and Attilan, the Dragon Master, does not even need to take action. As for the followers under the Black Dragon, they were all a mob. The little fishman only used a few beancakes to get all the information about the Black Dragon out. If he cooperated with others, it would be possible to capture the Black Dragon alive. Attilan was tempted. The longer the time, the more variables there would be. The strength of the Black Dragon would not remain unchanged. If she entered adulthood in 2 years and her spellcasting ability matured, it would be more difficult to capture her. At that time, Attilan would definitely be able to defeat the Black Dragon, but he might not be able to kill her, let alone capture her alive. Soon the warlords came, and the old fishman, the old blind man and the fishman shaman thrall also came to attend the meeting. The lizardman shaman mentioned by Attilan also came to attend the meeting. This guy was the wise man who had led the tribe to escape death from the Rhine forest, ran to the wetlands to rebuild the tribe, and even expanded to the level of 500 lizardmen and 200 fishmen. He was indeed a wise man who could recruit different races from his own tribe, so he decisively agreed to the olive branch offered by Attilan. He was also the first to speak at this meeting. Fight. We must fight. It can be seen that the Black Dragon's territory is not stable yet. If we let her gain a foothold, we will have to pay 10 times the price to take over this land. We can choose not to develop this land, but we cannot let the Black Dragon block our only current development direction. I support the Dragon Lord's plan to attack with all his troops and capture the Black Dragon in one fell swoop. Everyone nodded in agreement. Attilan said with blood boiling, "Then you go back and prepare the troops. After I attend this wedding, we will attack and march east to conquer the Black Dragon." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183 Treasure appears. Soldiers are better than numbers, especially this time the opponent is a Black Dragon who has just arrived and does not pay attention to territory construction and training of his followers. According to the intelligence of the Murloc Scouts, the Black Dragon's followers do not exceed 2,000 people, and they are scattered in the swamps of tens of thousands of square kilometers. Some tribes even submit to the Black Dragon in name only. Some big fish and pearls are regularly delivered to the Black Dragon as protection fees to satisfy the Black Dragon's arrogant vanity. The Black Dragon is not clear about the strength of these tribes. It seems that the Black Dragon has thousands of followers, but after Attilan marched eastward, the Black Dragon was able to summon 1,000 followers to resist, which was already an extraordinary performance. It is more likely that the Black Dragons are the 3,000 elite soldiers of Attilan and directly abandoned the Black Dragon and fled. The terrain in the east is very bad, with dense water networks and the soil is full of water. There is no way for people and horses to charge in such an environment. This time, only a small number of people and horses proficient in archery can be brought to be responsible for long-range attacks. Melee combat mainly relies on Murlocs and Lizardmen. Murlocs are not weak, but they have not established a complete logistics system. Most Murlocs have not been well-fed since birth, which has led to their poor physical fitness. The poor physical fitness of the previous generation will naturally affect the physical fitness of the next generation of Murlocs. Murlocs are a fast-growing race. Under generations of natural selection, Murlocs have become a second-rate race in the swamp. Of course, the blood power of Murlocs has not decreased too much. Occasionally, after a Murloc tribe occupies a territory with abundant resources, it only takes 2 or 3 generations and more than 10 years to restore the prosperity. The Murlocs under Attilan are facing an unprecedented high-quality start. In addition to the various types of food and meat cultivated by the kingdom that cannot be eaten, Attilan will occasionally reign a grace in the residential area of the family. There are about 98,000 miles left before Attilan develops the druid spell of the Reign of Grace. The progress of 10,000 miles has proved Attilan's progress in the reserve of druid knowledge. At first, the Reign of Grace was used by Attilan to irrigate vegetation so that it would grow quickly. Later, it was used to raise fish and pearls, but none of them could compare to Attilan's direct use of the Reign of Grace to raise people like it is now. As we all know, the components of the Reign of Grace are pure water elements and the life energy of the ocean dragon, and both of these will increase in quality and quantity as Attilan's strength increases. The purity of the manipulated water elements doubles, and the quantity doubles. The same portion of water elements, in Attilan's hands 2 years ago and in his hands now, also exerts 2 or 3 times the effect. Overall, when it comes to water elements alone, the effect of Attilan's spells has become 10 times that of 2 years ago. This is the case with the manipulation of water elements, and the life energy, which is the foundation of the ocean dragon, has increased by 20 times. The Reign of Grace, which combines the 2 spells, has become 100 times more effective than before, which is why Attilan has the confidence to cover an entire residential area with a Reign of Grace. There are thousands of dependents in a residential area, and only a few acres of rainwater can be used to nourish them. Each person may only get 1 or 2 sips of water. With this amount, it is good enough to ensure that they don't get sick. Still want to become stronger? It's different now. Although the increase each time is not much, it's like giving an experience bar that can only be upgraded with hundreds of thousands of experience points, adding a few to dozens of experience points at a time. Not much, but it can bring improvement. There are so many towns in the kingdom, Attilan stays in Kingland Town most often. Naturally, the dependents living in Kingland Town get the most benefits, and the most in Kingland Town are naturally fishermen. They need to take care of the forest farms and orchards, pastures and grain fields that fit the forest environment, as well as the increasingly larger fishing grounds. Naturally, the number of fishermen in Kingland Town is also increasing. They are all high-quality dependents who have been assimilated into the Kingland clan by the old fishermen who have trained their minds in the rainforest town and mastered the ocean totem war dance. They are all loyal confidants of Attilan and naturally get the most care. Among the many ethnic groups of followers under Attilan, the fishmen are the ones whose fighting style is most compatible with Attilan. In particular, the blue-scaled fishmen are more open-minded and wise than other fishmen who are ferocious in their bones. Although this may lead to a slightly lower individual combat effectiveness of the blue-scaled fishmen, Attilan likes followers who are obedient and civilized enough. Compared with most followers who can only adapt to the two professions of warriors and farmers, the blue-scaled fishmen can adapt to combat professions such as warriors, barbarians, wanderers, and shamans. At the same time, they have also shown good adaptability in life professions such as farmers, chefs, weavers, and carpenters. Others like snakemen are not without the conditions to learn these life professions. But the snakemen are not willing to do these tedious tasks. Even if they do it reluctantly, the products they make will be worse than those of the blue-scaled fishmen. Perhaps the only point where the snakemen are stronger is music and dance. However, Attilan will only invest a small amount of manpower and material resources to do these two advantages. He still values life professions that can serve as the cornerstone of the kingdom. Hedonism is not desirable. Like the Snake Man dance troupe, they are not only responsible for performing for Attilan and the forest druids, they also need to tour the major towns of the Kingdom of Atlantis and boost morale with their performances. The dance troupe has made a lot of efforts to increase the sense of belonging to the kingdom and the recognition and loyalty to Attilan, the Dragon Lord, for the various races that have gathered from all directions. Of course, more effective than the dance troupe are the steadily cultivated fishman chefs. Their dishes have captured the stomachs of their followers and naturally captured their hearts. After eating the various spices picked and prepared by the fishman chefs from the forest, and then experiencing the soup and porridge they used to make, they instantly felt that it was more unpalatable than pig food. There is no way, they have become the shape of Attilan. Even if the leader wants to defect, their former subordinates can't stand the deterioration of welfare and treatment. Several small leaders who feel that they have lost power and want to run away with their people. They were all reported and beheaded for public display. There are 30,000 humanoids in the kingdom, and there will always be some fools who can't think straight and can't see the current situation clearly. Attilan can only send them to reincarnation and advance. Maybe they will become elves in the next life and live a life of superiority. The most important thing is to get a smart brain and never do stupid things like rebelling alone. After the Minotaurs danced the Earth Totem War dance for 2 years, even if they didn't get the ability to control the Earth element, their personalities became calm under the influence of the Earth element. The most important thing is to stop being irritable. Lista just regarded the Totem War dance as a radio gymnastics to clear his mind, but he didn't expect that he would practice a lot of real things. Lista didn't get a white bull spirit by accident. Compared with the blue fish spirit that defected to Attilan, the white bull from the desert yearns for freedom more. Besides, the white bull is not a water spirit, so it will naturally not get close to the ocean dragon. After knowing that Lista mastered the power to make the earth tremble, Attilan knew that the white bull was an earth spirit, because the white bull appeared to instruct Lista before. It was not Lista who called the white bull. After nearly 2.5 years of Totem War dance, Lista finally mastered the ability to call the spirit of the white bull. Today, when he skillfully summoned the white bull, he got a surprising good news from the spirit of the white bull. The blue dragon in the desert was summoning its followers and planned to go to war with the fire dwarves in the dungeon. It seemed that the fire treasure that had caused all forces to fight for finally appeared in the dungeon and was discovered by the blue dragon scouts. When Attilan learned the news, he was attending the wedding of the bear man and the vine girl. The wedding was like a dream under Attilan's leadership. Anyway, the vine girl in a red wedding dress was very satisfied with Attilan's arrangement. Not bad, Attilan, you put in a lot of effort. I didn't expect that you could achieve this level in 3 days. It all depends on everyone's efforts. If it weren't for the master and the mistress teaching everyone well, the wedding venue would not be arranged so quickly. These colorful flowers, fruit trees full of fruits, and the natural hall entwined with oak branches and vines. None of them requires profound druid attainments. Attilan knew that Fugitive was saying as soon as possible, it's fine as long as it's almost done, but if you really make a wedding that's almost done, do you think the boss will be angry? The boss also knew that it would be difficult to prepare a wedding of the century in 3 days, and the process would be full of hardships. The boss sympathized with you if you didn't want to do it, and you should also sympathize with the boss. No matter how difficult it is, you have to grit your teeth and persevere, otherwise do you still want to hang out in the forest? The wedding process was quickly completed. Hannah looked at her feather clothes, then at Fugitive's wedding dress, shook it, and Attilan grabbed her hand and asked, Mom, when can I wear clothes with such beautiful colors? Attilan just smiled. When you grow up, you will naturally know when it will be. Mom can't tell. You have to wait until you meet the right person, but when this person will appear, I don't know. Mom, don't you know astrology? How about you help me calculate it? Attilan rubbed Hannah's head. This kind of thing can't rely on astrology, otherwise it will lose its original meaning. Hannah pouted cutely, and the leopard girl next to her handed her a piece of bread. Don't think about those trivial things, eat the bread quickly. Today's bread is made of magic wheat, and the quantity is limited. If you don't eat it, it will be gone. Okay, thank you, sister. These are all magic wheat grown by the Ivy Girl. The quality is much better than that of Attilan. Not to mention the leopard girl, even the old boy, didn't care about his face at all and snatched the bread from the juniors. My 2 best friends are getting married today. I'm happy. What's wrong with eating a little more, young people like you? If you want to eat food made from magic wheat, you can study how to grow magic wheat by yourself. Why are you trying to steal food from an old man like me? Tarzan pushed the bear man in front of him away with difficulty, panting and saying, compared to us, you should grow magic wheat by yourself. We didn't learn it, but you can't learn it, right? I think you're just lazy, old boy. I heard that you once forgot to replenish food for the animals in the zoo, and almost starved all the animals in the zoo to death. Fortunately, Master George found out and replenished them with food and water, otherwise, all your research results would have died. The old boy had a dark face. How could his dark history be exposed? George would never do such a thing. So it was Gina? Not likely. Gina doesn't like to gossip about others behind their backs. Then there's only one person, Bloody. Only a few of them know about this matter, but Tarzan can't meet Bloody, so there's only one possibility. Did Hannah tell you? Tarzan nodded carelessly. Hannah said her father taught her that there should be a limit to playing, and that playing should not delay work. Once a bad influence is caused, it will take a longer time to make up for it. On the contrary, it will make the time for playing completely disappear. Tell her that she should do things in a planned way and complete a task as soon as possible. Never think of playing first and then doing things. The old naughty boy gritted his teeth when he heard it. You are so good, you are so bloody. I treat you as a brother, but you use my dark history as a teaching material to educate my daughter. Let me see how I will settle accounts with you. Don't think that I can't do anything to you just because you are a legend now. The old naughty boy secretly complained in his heart, and at the same time, his hands did not slow down at all. The pile of bread on the table was disappearing quickly, which frightened the leopard girl. The old naughty boy was so hateful that he just stared at her favorite bread and ate it fiercely. The leopard girl pounced on food like a vicious dog, ran to the other side of the table, and stuffed bread into her mouth frantically, hoping to eat all her bread for this month before the bread was eaten up. In this way, she will no longer think about this bite of bread. Who knew that after the leopard girl started to eat, the old naughty boy suddenly stopped snatching the bread and gave the table to the group of young people, watching them use various druid methods to compete for the bread that can enhance natural magic. Zurin attended the wedding wearing thick vine armor. His power of death has been basically suppressed, but he can't contact with Lalun and Hannah yet. Zurin originally suspected that his power of death was influenced by Lalun, who appeared unexpectedly in front of him, but after knowing Lalun's exact identity, Zurin suspected that he was the sword that stabbed Lalun. Once in contact with a mother and daughter, who knows whether Lalun and Hannah will be planted with any invisible influence by the power of death? Zurin always thought that Lalun was a tiefling wizard traveling in the astral world. Although it was very special, it was not the most special one. They could come together simply because they loved each other. After knowing Lalun's identity, Zurin knew that his talent was not worthy of sending a hell princess to seduce him. Although Zuran's mother-in-law was not contacted, Lalun had communicated with the star-wandering god several times. The real starlight power was enough to prove that there was indeed a demigod behind Laloon. So how could Laloon's mother, who was friends with a demigod, be weak? Zuran was under a lot of pressure. Although Laloon said that her mother supported her free love, Zuran felt that he was influenced by the power of death and controlled by others, which was a stain he could not wash away. A magic profession was controlled mentally. Zuran could imagine how much his mother-in-law, who was more talented than him, would dislike and despise him as a son-in-law. Therefore, Zuran hoped to cure his problem, and went to the Moonlight Forest to search for natural relics like the Bear Man. Only in this way would he not be looked down upon by his mother-in-law. A man must have strength and must not be looked down upon by his wife's family. This is a man's self-esteem. After the wedding, Zuran and the Bear Man had a tacit look in their eyes for a moment. It seems that the two of them had already reached a consensus in private. At this time, the halfling pushed a 3-meter-high cake tower into the venue. Attilan smiled and said, "This is a wedding surprise I specially prepared for you. The wheat, apples, strawberries, blueberries, red berries, eggs and other materials used are all magical varieties that I carefully cultivated. It's a pity that the quantity is still not enough, otherwise the cake would not be so small." The leopard girl looked at the cake mountain in front of her and suddenly felt that the bread in her hand was not fragrant. "Damn it, old naughty boy, did you know that there would be such a cake a long time ago? So you deliberately provoked everyone to fight for the bread, just to fill everyone's stomach with bread so that you can eat 2 more bites of cake? There is no way." Attilan wants to blend materials involving various attributes to make a beautiful magic cake with excellent magic aura and magic effect. Attilan can only ask the old naughty boy, and many of the romantic love moments of the Bear Man and the Vine Girl, the old naughty boy is eating dog food next to him. Which naturally helps Attilan add these scenes to the food fantasy and help everyone appreciate their love. Master's wife, you can distribute the cake to everyone." The Bear Man grabbed the Vine Girl's hand, and the two walked hand in hand to the big cake, cut off the biggest piece and handed it to the old boy. "Robert, if you hadn't supported us, we wouldn't have this wedding." The old boy was so moved that he almost cried. "George, I didn't expect you to say such a thing." The old boy ate the cake with big mouthfuls of crystal eyes. Sweet, eating the cake, the old boy felt a little regretful. When he was young, many girls pursued him, but at that time, he only had elemental magic in his eyes. What girl, to him, is not as attractive as an elemental giant? Thinking about it now, he was still too naive at that time. Now he is an old man, and those girls who like him are probably all dead. Time is so ruthless. Attilan walked up to the old naughty boy with a smile on his face. "Why, are you jealous? At your age, if you clean up your image, I think you can still deceive many young girls. Why don't you try it after you break through the legendary realm?" After breaking through the legendary realm, the old naughty boy's lifespan will be extended, and some corresponding druid methods will work again. It is impossible to restore the appearance of the 20-year-old. But the old naughty boy can restore to a handsome uncle in his 40s. Looking at the bloody, you can know how handsome the old naughty boy was when he was young. At that time, they were equally matched, both outstanding and handsome druid geniuses. Compared with them, the Bear Man with a square face with thick eyebrows and big eyes can be described as mediocre. Fusion is not a beauty lover, she looks at the inner qualities of the Bear Man. The old naughty boy curled his lips in disdain and said proudly, "If I wanted to get married at the beginning, my son might be a great druid now." Attilan smiled and shook his head. Everyone can brag. Besides, a hero does not mention his past achievements. If the old naughty boy can find a wife with his current appearance, Attilan will admire him. 2 cakes smaller than the old naughty boy were given to Attilan and the Eagle King. The forest will depend on your performance in the future. This cake tower represents not only the wedding cake, but also the rights and obligations of the forest. Eating the cake means that you have taken on the corresponding responsibilities. Attilan swallowed the cake in one gulp. "As expected of me, the cake is delicious." The Eagle King obviously understood what the cake represented. "I understand." Every time he cut a cake for someone, the Bear Man would make a few earnest comments, making the atmosphere not like a wedding, but more like a graduation ceremony of a druid school. Fusion didn't mind at all and kept smiling all the time. She only cared about being with a Bear Man and their hearts were connected. These were just formalities. After the wedding, the Bear Man opened his heart to her. Fusion finally knew what the Bear Man was thinking, and she also conveyed her thoughts to the Bear Man. "Live and die together. I wish to be a pair of wings in the sky and a pair of branches on the ground." In short, The bear man will never get rid of her in this life. At this time, the sound of horses' hooves came from a distance. Attilan frowned and walked over. Lister also knew that he was holding a wedding for the bear man today. If it was not a very important situation, he would not send it to him today to deal with it. After learning the news sent by the centaur, he immediately walked to the bear man. Master, the treasure of the dungeon has appeared in the world, and the blue dragon has already fought with a fire dwarf. Do we need to intervene? The bear man waved his hand majestically. No, that treasure is indeed extraordinary. This also means that the appearance of the treasure will affect the hearts of many people, making them focus on the dungeon, and our actions will not be so eye-catching. Compared to the fire treasure, the natural sacred objects in the Moonlight Forest are more important to us. We can't wait for 3 years. Now is a good time to set off to the Emerald Dream. Attilan's eyes widened. He was not ready to take charge of the situation alone. Is it too hasty to leave now? Originally, I needed 3 years, just so that you could create some events to divert those people's attention and stop them from staring at us. Who are they? Facing Attilan's question, the bear man smiled and said, have you ever thought about one thing? If we druids can unite and form a force that may create a druid pantheon, then what about people from other professions? Attilan suddenly realized that his previous thinking was too limited. Master, do you mean that the gods are about to lose their power, and now each profession has its own killer weapon to fight against the gods? The bear man shook his head and said, not all professions, but a few professions such as mages and druids have the means to fight against the gods. In essence, it is still gods against gods. It is said that the Emerald Dream is a natural subplane formed based on the remaining dream of a druid who failed to become a god. In the process, it absorbed a lot of the remaining power of natural gods. Attilan nodded thoughtfully. If the gods are out of date, then he still wants to become a god. Wouldn't it make him look stupid? I hope you can take your followers with you to participate in this treasure hunt and buy time for us to search for the sacred natural objects. Although your opponent may have a legendary monster behind him, but if you take action, they will not take action. If you don't take action, they will attack the forest. As long as we don't give up the search for the sacred natural objects, this day will come sooner or later. Chapter 184, Little kids also have big plans. If they were to go to the desert to fight for treasures, Attilan's previous preparations would not be enough. With only 3,000 soldiers, let alone dealing with the fire dwarves in the dungeon, it might not be enough for the blue dragon to fill its teeth. Since the blue dragon dared to take the initiative to attack the fire dwarves, it means that the hidden strength of the blue dragon is even stronger than Attilan expected. The crazy fire dwarves are not weaklings that the blue dragon's scattered and untrained followers can deal with. The only possibility is that the blue dragon tribe brought by the blue dragon when it occupied the desert is not the weak chicken that Attilan expected to be soaked in the blue dragon's own dragon blood, but the result of careful cultivation by the blue dragon clan behind him. Maybe it was cultivated with the dragon blood of a certain blue dragon elder. Sometimes, Attilan envied the feeling of having fellow tribesmen and elders. For things like using dragon blood to dye his followers, Attilan couldn't dye many followers even if he had anemia. But the blue dragon clan was different. Everyone could donate a little blood to cultivate an elite tribe of blue dragons. Attilan selected 100 guards to use the dragon blood potion he prepared to strengthen the elite, so that they could go a step further and be competent for death tasks such as slaying dragons and besieging legends. Attilan was full of thieves. If dragon blood was used as the raw material for dragon vein transformation, even if there were only 100 people, the amount of dragon blood required would affect Attilan's growth. At this time, Attilan's 2 years of practice in herbal medicine knowledge, fruit wine brewing, came in handy, and a unique sea dragon blood wine was born in the hands of Attilan and the wine girl. With the help of herbs, the meager dragon blood effect was amplified by 2 or 3 times. Although the effect of dying was still a little worse, at least the amount of sea dragon blood wine was enough to satisfy 100 people drinking once a month. After a year of storage in the natural magic node, the magic contained in the dragon blood and herbs in the sea dragon blood wine finally condensed and sublimated into blood red wine. After drinking a jar of wine, even Attilan could feel the weak amplification effect. Don't say, using his own dragon blood and herbs to make wine, and drinking the wine himself can feel the amplification effect. Attilan feels that this is like some kind of subtle way of practice. Generally, materials from other creatures are collected to make potions and magical dishes to enhance strength. Attilan thinks that he has opened up a new school, producing and selling by himself. To a certain extent, it is in line with the purpose of the school of life, sowing first and then harvesting. However, if Attilan's dragon blood is used all the time, the output of sea dragon blood wine will definitely not increase. Since sea dragon blood wine has an effect on him, Attilan naturally wants to find a substitute and use sea dragon blood wine as a tonic in his practice. He can't always eat life acorns, right? As a treasure of the natural system, the life acorn can enhance the foundation and strength of all druids. In contrast, the application range of sea dragon blood wine is relatively narrow. It has only one function, which is to increase the number of ocean dragon bloodlines. The purity of the sea dragon magic is not too high. The biggest effect of Attilan's followers after taking it is to enhance vitality and physical strength. Specifically, it is manifested in endurance and recovery, which makes them more likely to become elites in 100 battles. As long as they don't die in battle, they will naturally be elites after dozens or hundreds of bloody battles. And this time, they are facing a severe test. Attilan hopes that they can all survive, but based on the little information sent back, Attilan estimates that half of them will die. As elites, they naturally have to bite the hard bones. And the blue dragon man's bone can break their teeth at a glance. In order to cover the bear people and buy time to search for natural relics, Attilan can only grit his teeth and go all out, hoping that this battle will not wipe out all his old bottom. Attilan spent 2 years training these humanoid races under his command, which were originally more like animals, and finally had some sense of intelligent life. The kingdom of Atlantis is booming. The existing land area alone can feed 100,000 races of all kinds, provided that the inferior land is developed into good land. If it is just a human kingdom, then it is no problem to feed 1 million humans with the current grain production capacity. After all, humans are the most patient race. Many people only need to provide a ration to barely survive, and they can produce food for you year after year, generation after generation. Just like the wheat they grow in the fields, the cattle and sheep they graze on the grassland, for the Lord, these people are not another kind of crop. But Attilan is different. What he needs is not crops that produce crops, but elite warriors to defend his kingdom. He values passionate warriors who are full of vitality more than the wealth brought by food. 30,000 dependents can select 10,000 warriors. With these 10,000 people, Attilan feels that if he takes them to attack the kingdom of the north is now falling apart. It is really not necessarily possible to stop it. His caravan selling soy sauce had already laid out its intelligence network to the northern border of the northern kingdom, and learned the number and composition of the only standing army in the northern kingdom. Although they were only facing a few thousand orc wolf cavalry heading south, this army actually began to curl up within the city walls, completely losing the courage to fight the wolf cavalry in the field. It is said that because of an accident, the northern army fell into the trap of the orc wolf cavalry and suffered heavy losses. Even the legion commander who was loyal to the royal family died in this battle. Once the legion commander died, the army became a battlefield for the royal family and the Grand Dukes to fight for power and profit. It was normal for the combat effectiveness to decline. In just 3 years, the army had changed 5 legion commanders. Seeing that the fruit of the northern kingdom was about to mature, Attilan only hoped that after entering the desert, he would have enough troops to annex the southern and eastern borders of the northern kingdom. The southern and eastern borders were close to the river, and there were enough rivers extending from the river in these 2 places. Attilan could rely on water transportation to transport his army up. Relying on waterways, he can also form a relatively stable management system. That is, to use humanoid races other than animals to manage humans. Attilan felt that those humans might not be so easy to accept, but Attilan also had a good way to win people's hearts that he learned from flower growers. Build trenches and divide the land. As long as those hungry and cold families get farmland from Attilan to sustain their livelihoods, Attilan will give them some food, linen clothes, and a year of exemption from grain taxes and other welfare benefits. Humans are realistic. It doesn't matter what the leader looks like. As long as they give enough, even if the leader is so ugly that they can't eat, they can overcome it themselves. Since this action has the support of the bear man, Attilan will naturally try to get as many benefits as possible from the bear man. He smiled and approached the bear man, rubbing his 2 paws back and forth. Master, if we want to join the battle for treasures between the blue dragons and the fire dwarves, then my army must have a suitable base. I said before that I would purify the werewolf grassland. You said that the white wolf king should be purified first, so the grassland is still polluted. Now I need to send at least 10,000 people for this war, and the grassland is the most suitable logistics supply base. Shouldn't the environment of this grassland be optimized a little? The bear man smiled and patted Attilan's head twice with his bear paw. You never forget to take advantage at any time. The nature of the dragon will not change. You still have the nerve to say that you are a unique dragon. Otherwise, you can overcome your greed a little bit. Attilan smiled and squeezed his big head between the bear man and the vine girl. In fact, I don't want much. I just hope that Master can help to even out the ecological structure of the swamps, wastelands and grasslands, and send more water from the wetlands to the grasslands. This way, the grain output in the next season can be increased by at least 30%, ensuring that the grain output of the territory will not decrease after I mobilize 10,000 people to go to war. Even if Attilan's subordinate races are stronger and more physically powerful than humans, a fishman can't do the farm work of 10 people. There are only 20,000 people left, and there are so many children among them. It may not be possible to take care of the kingdom's 1 million acres of farmland, not to mention that there are orchards, fisheries, ranches and other industries that need people to take care of them. Without manpower, food production is bound to decrease. I must consider this issue, otherwise we will go out to fight for half a year and everyone will be hungry when we come back. The bear man nodded in agreement with Attilan's statement. So what are you going to do? I want to rely on the natural power of the druids to form a water vein flowing through the wilderness and grasslands under the wetlands, so that the soil on the surface of the wetlands can become dry and food can be grown, and the deep wilderness and grasslands can also get the lack of water. The corners of the bear man's mouth twitched. Since he has been paying attention to Attilan, he naturally knows the cares that Attilan is promoting. The water vein that Attilan wants can be said to be the druid natural magic version of the Keres. But compared to the Keres, the underground water vein with magic will be regulated by the spirit of nature and transport water vapor according to the needs of the surrounding environment to ensure the vitality of the local area. Okay, I'll make a little move, just in time to let other forces think that we have some ideas about the treasure, but I'm only responsible for the general direction of the water veins. You still need to do it yourself to implement and coordinate the magic water veins. It seems that the last time I asked you to be responsible for the water veins of the forest, you got a lot of inspiration from it. I originally thought that you were looking through the water veins books in my collection during this period of time for the formation of the water veins in the forest, so it's for your kingdom, Attilan. What are you going to do about the water veins in the forest? Why don't you do both tasks together before I leave? The bear man's tone was not to be refused. Attilan's face turned ugly in an instant. If he really had the ability to shape the magic water veins, how could he take advantage of this time to seek help from the bear man? Let him rely on the ocean dragon's innate water control ability to slightly dredge the water veins of the forest. It's no problem, but to shape new water veins, the bear man really thinks too highly of him. Attilan quickly asked Fujian for help with a pitiful look, and Fujian smiled and pushed the bear man's arm. What are you talking about? Attilan is still young. You, as a master, just talk a lot. You haven't taught him how to improve the natural environment of the forest by shaping water veins, right? How can you teach someone to do it without teaching? This time, shaping the wetland water veins is your teaching to Attilan. After he has learned it, you can transform the forest water veins, no problem, the bear man agreed decisively. You thought he had bronchitis? No, because that was his plan. Attilan needed someone to push him forward. Otherwise, he would always be intermittently enthusiastic and would soon retreat to a state of enjoying food and singing and dancing. His practice would turn into punching in. How could it be enough to complete only the prescribed content of practice every day? The bear man needed to leave Attilan a sufficiently grand task to do before leaving. This task must not only be large, but also difficult, and it must be something that Attilan can complete now. Otherwise, why would the bear man mention that Attilan should optimize the forest water veins? Because this problem is very tricky. If Attilan wants to complete it, he must work hard to improve his practice of the two abilities of the ocean dragon talent and the druid natural magic. This is a topic that perfectly fits Attilan's talent and profession. And the bear man is sure that after he leaves, Attilan will definitely not only consider shaping the water veins of the forest, he will definitely want to connect the forest with the wilderness, grassland, and wetlands. Attilan is not capable of mastering such a large-scale natural magic network, so he can only try to control the water veins in the basic structure of the magic network. With Attilan's talent, maybe he can really do it before the bear man comes back. There is no need to dispatch 10,000 people, 5,000 is enough. This battle will not end in just half a year as you think. You are just a participant. It's not good to really get the treasure. It's enough to let others see the attitude of our natural council. After all, we are bluffing." The bear man glanced at Attilan indifferently. "Don't you always think of moving any treasure to your home when you see it?" Attilan smiled awkwardly. "How could it be? Isn't it more real with 10,000 people?" He really forgot that the 10,000 people were indeed sent to the treasure that was most likely the purgatory dragon's soul. "You go and prepare the troops first, and mobilize some people to the grassland to show our attitude." "Yes." Attilan looked a little strange. There was no need to prepare at all. The 3,000 people he mobilized before could be directly put into the battlefield with just one order. Attilan directly ordered the troops, "Go back and tell Fisher to mobilize the 3,000 people to the grasslands tomorrow." The bear man looked at the druids present and said, "This battle will be cruel, but since you are druids, you will inevitably have to fight for yourself and for nature. Even if you escape this time, there will be another time. All druids need to go to the battlefield. I hope you can all survive this war." The Eagle King's eyes were burning with fighting spirit. "Master, don't worry, we will definitely let them see the power of the druids." The bear man nodded with satisfaction and said, "Attilan will be in charge of the overall command of this battle. The Eagle King will be responsible for commanding the druids and cooperating with Attilan's army to fight. The wine girl, you will be responsible for managing the logistics personnel who are not good at fighting and stay in the grassland." The leopard girl looked at the bear man expectantly, hoping to hear about her appointment. However, no, the bear man's eyes just glanced over her lightly. Attilan looked at the wedding scene full of flowers, but he didn't expect that it would become the scene where the bear man mobilized the druids. Wouldn't his efforts be wasted? "Okay, I won't say any more nonsense. Attilan, let the chef serve the dishes, and everyone can go back to prepare after eating. Everyone will gather at the location of the druid school in a week. If you really don't want to go, you can leave the forest within a week, all on your own initiative. This is to fight on behalf of the druids, so the young druids in the forest will naturally come out in full force, and no one will retreat." Those who are usually taciturn now reveal their fanatical belief in druids in their eyes. Even the retired old horse, and some white-haired old men and old women that Attilan had never seen before, all emerged from the corners of the forest. The Eagle King stayed in the school these days to count the druids who went to the battle and assign them to appropriate positions according to their abilities. Seeing these old men and old women, the Eagle King was indeed a little embarrassed. Attilan had to assign the task of arranging the affairs of these enthusiastic seniors. Attilan was also troubled. As the principal of the druid school, he also encountered a thorny problem. Under the instigation of Hannah, the president of the student union, these children also wanted to join the war. "Your most important task now is to study. As the reserve force of the forest, it will be your turn to go to the battlefield only after we all die. Besides, what can you do if you go there?" The little fat man raised his hand and said, "We can farm. And we can also be responsible for the army's meals. The braised pork I make is delicious," Attilan said indifferently. "The army has special chefs, and their skills are much better than you kids. Don't you think that your cooking teacher is the chef accompanying the army in this battle? Why do we need you to make trouble?" Hannah looked at Attilan seriously with a tight face. "Principal, we are students of the school, but we are also part of the druids. Please face up to our desire to contribute to the druids. As the principal, how can you see your students clearly?" "Hiss, Hannah, this little girl, this position of student union president was originally specially prepared for her by Attilan in order to make Hannah have the correct values of rights and obligations. Unexpectedly, the little girl did a really good job. The whole school, more than 200 students were managed in an orderly manner by her, and she really looked like a student union president. Now she raised her arms and called, and these more than 300 children went out together to block Attilan on the playground, making Attilan fall into the trap carefully designed by Hannah. "Hannah, tell me, why do you want to go to the battlefield?" "Compared to the battlefield, I think you should go to the wasteland and wetlands to ensure food production during the war. Although it's only 1 year, and some students have only been in school for 3 months, many of you have already obtained the druid profession of level 1, which allows you to play an irreplaceable role in the production and construction of agriculture, forestry, fishery and animal husbandry." The first batch of children sent here only had more than 30 children, but since the news of the druid school's results was passed to the Northern Kingdom, the children were sent from the north one after another. There were 7 or 8 children at the least, and more than 50 at the most. In fact, through these children sent by the druids, it can be seen that the lives of the lower-class people in the Northern Kingdom are very poor. Compared with fighting the Blue Dragon, Attilan hopes that they will appear on the battlefield of attacking the Northern Kingdom. These human faces can weaken the resistance of the Northern Kingdom. A druid can manage a village and replace the knights as grassroots officials in the Northern Kingdom. The current 300 children are excellent management talents in Attilan's eyes. The South and the East can be eaten up with them. Therefore, Attilan could not let these children die in the desert. According to the age and abilities of these children, Attilan roughly divided them into 3 grades. Hannah's father, Bloody, was a legendary druid. Even though Hannah's career development direction was a starlight mage, it only took her 1 year to advance from the 1st grade to the 3rd grade. She was able to hold the position of the Students' Union president not only because Hannah was beautiful and had a sweet voice, but also because her strength was recognized by all the students. Compared with Attilan, who occasionally showed up, Hannah's prestige in the students' hearts was much higher. Looking at the students who were devoted to Hannah, Attilan suddenly felt that they were worthy of the blood of the Devil's Archduke, and Hannah's speed of controlling power was much faster than him. Attilan couldn't command these children at all. Fortunately, at this time, the Eagle King came in with a group of old men and women. After listening to the Eagle King's story, Attilan looked at the half-buried but still ambitious old druid, and he suddenly had a good idea. Hannah, what do you want to do on the battlefield? Of course, let the enemy see how powerful our druids are. Attilan would not believe a word of this nonsense. Although Hannah was forcing him to abdicate, the child was still an upright students' union president after all, and he had not grown crooked. Attilan couldn't dampen the enthusiasm of the children. Very good, I have decided to organize you and these experienced druids into the 2nd Druid Logistics Support Unit, responsible for transporting the supplies needed by the front line. This unit is directly under me, and all actions must comply with my arrangements. Can you do it? Yes. We can go to the front line, no problem. It was good to be able to get the opportunity to go to the grassland. Hannah never thought that they could really go to the front line. That was just a means for her to ask for a sky-high price. Looking at the children laughing happily, especially Hannah's innocent smile, Attilan's mouth curled up a smile. They didn't know what was waiting for them. Now, go back to class. Although most of the teachers had to go to the front line, it didn't prevent Attilan from leaving a few, and the druids who had retreated from the front line to rest could just come back to class. Attilan took the uncles and aunts to the conference room and said with a smile, I believe the seniors have seen that the group of children just now were a bit overactive, so I hope the seniors can cooperate with me and teach them a good lesson. The old man knocked on his pipe. No problem. It just so happens that before we are buried, we want to pass on our druid spirit and knowledge. What's your new idea? Chapter 185 Battle of 5 Armies. The old men and women of the old horses are definitely more stable than these children. The Eagle King brought them to Attilan to arrange a safe mission for these old seniors without going to the battlefield. Faced with this group of seniors who relied on their age, the Eagle King had no way to persuade them not to go, but he could not openly stop the seniors from contributing to the great cause of the druids. The Eagle King was thin-skinned, and the seniors squeezed him speechless with a few words. But Attilan was different. The Eagle King knew that he was always thick-skinned and had many tricks. He didn't expect Attilan to come up with a win-win solution. The children went back to class. Attilan said to several seniors with a smile, Seniors, you have seen the situation just now. The children now also have a very strong sense of collective honor of druids, and they are clamoring to go to the battlefield to kill the enemy, but how much knowledge have they learned? If we let them go rashly, wouldn't it cause them to lose their lives in vain? I set up this 2nd Logistics Support Corps in the hope that the seniors can keep an eye on these little guys. At the same time, don't be stingy with the druid knowledge you have mastered. While providing logistics support and transportation, try to improve the children as much as possible. The safety of the children depends on the seniors. The old man waved his pipe, his strong body full of muscles. With us here, even if all of our old arms and legs die, these children will not be hurt at all. An old man wearing a tiger skin showed a mouthful of old teeth that were half lost and full of gaps. Speaking of which, what secret technique did you practice to restore your prime age? Take it out and let all the brothers and sisters use it. After you restore your prime age, we can really go to the battlefield and have a look. I haven't fought with anyone for 50 years. I'm afraid that my old bones will fall apart. You have studied such a great secret technique, but you didn't tell me. What does it mean? Are you a good friend? Old man Ma said happily, this is not me, but Xiaolong's credit. I just developed a secret technique that efficiently utilizes Attilan's life magic, which can keep me in my prime age before the life magic is exhausted. The disadvantage is that I need to continuously replenish Attilan's magic. It's okay if I don't fight. Once I fight, I estimate that I will return to my original appearance in half an hour at most. It just so happens that I brought a secret scroll that records my research during this period. You can take it and have a look. This secret technique of restoring youth was developed by Old Man Ma because he obtained Attilan's magic. He just magnified the effect of Attilan's magic. Strictly speaking, this cannot be considered a complete secret technique. Without Attilan's special magic, this secret technique of returning to youth is just a piece of waste paper. Even bark paper is too hard to wipe one's butt. If Attilan becomes a legendary druid, the water of life he condenses can not only make everyone return to youth, but also live 100 years longer. Unfortunately, everyone is dying. My teeth are not good, and I can't bite the big pie thrown by the old man. The tiger-skinned old man waved his hand casually. I don't care about living 100 years longer. Just tell me, after using this secret technique, can I fight the enemy happily again? The old man frowned and said in some embarrassment, in theory, it is possible, but it requires Attilan to provide a lot of magic power, otherwise you will change back in the middle of the fight, which will be fatal. Attilan waved his hand directly. No problem. It's my honor to let the seniors spend the last journey of their lives with high quality. Old Ma, you should have told me the needs of the seniors earlier. The water of life I can provide is limited. It can only ensure that the seniors can resume their daily activities in their prime. If they need to fight, I may only be able to guarantee one senior. I don't know, let Old Tiger do it. We are old and our mentality has changed. Unlike him, we are still so keen on fighting. With Old Tiger to guarantee our combat effectiveness, we will let him go if we are in danger with the children. It just satisfies his wish to die in battle. A druid's wish is to die in battle. How did such a good seedling of berserker come to the druid profession? Leave it to me. These are seniors who have been immersed in the druid profession for hundreds of years. Most of them are at level 10. Even if they are old and lack energy, their combat effectiveness should not be underestimated. Although Attilan's magic power is only enough for them to maintain their daily activities, at a critical moment, they can still use the ultimate move they have been working on for hundreds of years, and it is the greatest power. Otherwise, Attilan would not be at ease to hand over the children to them. Let them be in charge of the food route. The only possible danger is the distance from Huangsha Pass to the grassland. After all, the grassland is a territory that has just been captured from the Jackwalls. There is endless yellow sand outside Huangsha Pass. The few cacti that can be vaguely seen along the way can't help most druid spells at all. The only amplification is the earth element. Plants and animals can become the symbols of druids because druids can get the most power from them. If they rely on the earth element, why not just become an elemental mage? Attilan gave each old druid a jar of sea dragon blood wine with water of life. The experienced old man and old woman just took a sip. After understanding the effects of the tonic, they began to study the youth secrets of the old man horse. The old lady who just wished the old man tiger to die early in the battle frowned and finished reading the scroll. Old man horse, your secret technique is too rough. If you told me earlier, you wouldn't have wasted so much precious water of life. Old man horse smoked his pipe and sneered at this. Tell me yourself, how many times have I invited you to come back to the forest? You all agreed in the letter, but who of you really came back? If Master George hadn't gotten married, I don't think you would have come back even if you died outside. The old man and the old woman were a little embarrassed. In person, they had accepted the guidance of the bear man like the Eagle King and the Wine Girl, and went out to explore the world with full confidence. They said ambitiously that they would also cultivate a forest like the Bear Man Forest to prove their druid attainments, but in the end, the old man and the old woman who could still come back alive weren't already good. Some people have been regarded as evil wizards who occupied the forest and hindered their normal lives in the process of guarding the forest by humans, and recruited adventurers to kill them. Those who are still alive now, above level 10, have become the masters of a forest. After they have their own careers, they naturally cannot come back often. They are used to being the masters and can no longer be the grandsons. As for those old druids who were below level 10 but lived to the end of their lives because of their caution, they naturally had no face to see their former friends. They hid in a small forest alone, or took in 2 or 3 apprentices and did not come out. Even if they were not at level 18 and could not obtain the effect of a long live body that could turn 1 year of life into 10 years, it did not mean that the druids had not tried other means to prolong their lives. Otherwise, after more than 100 years, the lifespan of humans would be shorter than that of centaurs, and these old druids should have died. It was not only the old centaurs' secret art of prolonging life that was criticized by them. Even Attilan's use of the water of life to brew sea dragon blood wine was evaluated by the old druids as not sophisticated enough. If they brewed it according to the method they brainstormed, they should be able to make up for a second old guy who could restore his fighting power. But they did not intend to do so. The old man could fight alone. After living for more than 100 years, they were more and more afraid of death and cherished the remaining years. Now that they have the opportunity to regain their youth, they naturally hope to make up for their past regrets. Especially when they heard that the old horse actually had a son who was about to be born. Some old druids couldn't sit still, and they couldn't let the old horse take all the credit. Of course, they couldn't give birth to a child like the old horse did. They wanted to use their newly awakened brains to find a suitable successor. Why did they send all the orphans they collected here? It was because they were too old and didn't have the energy to train them. The generation of druids they trained when they were young was even more unreliable. They could achieve what they have today because of the guidance of the bear people, but the children they trained were not as hard-working as they used to be, or their hearts were not as hard-hearted as the bear people. The child cried and made a fuss, and the training that should have been paid with sweat and pain was fooled, which naturally led to the failure of the younger generation of druids to become talents. The bear people didn't even look at this kind of guy when they were sent to the forest. The second generation who returned home in disgrace naturally gradually became alienated from the bear forest. In the end, many members were absorbed by the blood-stained school of withering. Now they saw Attilan, the successor recognized by the bear people, especially Attilan provided them with a potion to restore youth, and Attilan also showed considerable enthusiasm and curiosity about the situation of the druids in the north. For a time, they all had the idea of handing over the forest they opened up to Attilan for management. If they handed it over to their disciples, maybe a few years after their death, the forest would become a logging site and farmland for humans. But it would be different if it was handed over to Attilan. The forest could last at least a few hundred years, and the distance between their forests was not far. But there were many human villages and towns in the middle. This made it impossible for their forests to be connected. If it was Attilan, there would definitely be a way to connect their forests together and become a druid forest that was not inferior to the bear forest. After understanding the location of their forests, Attilan was surprised to find that they were all in the eastern and northern borders of the kingdom of the north that Attilan wanted to occupy. If he controlled those human towns, he could indeed connect the forests by migrating the towns, and then connect them to the forest in the south of the Valley Kingdom. A huge C-shaped forest will appear on this continent, covering the lake of the Swamp Dragon. The only direction left for the Swamp Dragon is to move eastward. After taking down the dwarf and human kingdoms and connecting his inner sea with the outer sea, the Swamp Dragon will be unstoppable. Fortunately, the dwarves and humans in the east are much more competitive than those in the west. Even the halflings are the only heroes as tall as humans in the east. Attilan wondered if the feng shui in the east was better, so the Swamp Dragon insisted on moving eastward, but was blocked by the two kingdoms for hundreds of years. Strictly speaking, the hundreds of years were actually the continuous defeats of the major kingdoms in the east. Finally, after being oppressed to the limit, the humans and dwarves who were forced to unite together broke out with amazing fighting power. In a word, Attilan's 10,000 elites could not beat the coalition of dwarves and humans. This was the news he got from the tiger population, in order to maintain the combat effectiveness and logistical supplies of the army. They open up the opportunity for commoners to become mages. Although they only learned some knowledge that was helpful for agriculture, they were still mages after all. Over time, they still figured out a lot of practical spells. The Department of Magic Agriculture, which was almost entirely composed of common mages, had begun to show their fangs in the political arena of the human kingdom. Yes, just like Attilan used druids to farm, humans were forced to use mages to farm. But what is a mage? A wizard. Can a wizard be a magical farmer for life? That's impossible. But the minister of the Department of Magic Agriculture is still a noble mage. Even if the means of casting spells are mediocre, the idea that the nobles are superior is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. This group of common mages dare not speak out. Do you know how unhappy Attilan was when he saw such a big mine in the east, but he couldn't detonate it? Detonating this mine would only benefit the swamp dragon in vain. The stronger the swamp dragon is, the more impossible it is for Attilan to occupy the entire continent and establish a natural empire. Now the swamp dragon is so strong that Attilan can't think of a suitable way to deal with it. If the swamp dragon expands its territory again, Attilan will really have no way to play. Now the only way he can think of is to wait. There is a big gap between an 800-year-old ancient dragon and a 2-year-old dragonling, but the gap between a 2,000-year-old ancient dragon and a 1,200-year-old ancient dragon is not that big. Who made the dragon like to sleep? Attilan used the time when other dragons sleep to roll inward. When he was 1,200 years old, the power he gained through practice was not much different from that of the swamp dragon's practice for 2,000 years. According to the vague memory of the old fish man, the swamp dragon didn't like to sleep very much. He slept for at most 2 or 3 years at a time, and he practiced in his dreams. If Attilan wants to roll him to death, he needs to work harder. The bear man once said that he only took 400 years to achieve the results that the swamp dragon took 800 years to achieve. I believe that Attilan, who is more talented than him, can surpass him in the same 400 years. Attilan couldn't drink the bear man's chicken soup at all, because there was no chicken in the soup, but only blades, which made his throat hurt. Finally, he comforted the members of the 2nd Logistics Supply Corps, which was full of old, weak and disabled people. Attilan just hoped that there would be no pregnant women. Looking at the eyes of these old druids who had regained their youthful vitality, Attilan felt that they might really have a few children. After dragging his tired body back to Kingland Town, Attilan received information from Dajao Town before he went back to rest. The Dwarf King sent a Griffin Knight to deliver a message, hoping to meet Attilan in Shujao Town. Attilan and the Dwarf King had met once. The Dwarf King was simple and treated Attilan as a good friend, even though he was a dragon. That enthusiasm made Attilan feel a little embarrassed to have cheated him. Thinking of the dwarf Silver Ring who had the dream of becoming a dwarf king and was still working hard to build a road for him, Attilan had to harden his heart. The dwarf king is a good man, but he is not a suitable king, otherwise the dwarf kingdom would not be managed so badly by him, and the dwarves would need to work outside to support their families. Many dwarves went from the dwarf kingdom to the western border of the northern kingdom. There are many mineral veins in the western border, and it is very common to hire dwarf casting masters to help. For example, Silver Ring has a cousin. Their family is called Gold Mine. As the name suggests, their family is best at mining gold. The whole family of the cousin is helping the western border to openly mine gold. This time, the Dwarf King suddenly asked for a meeting at such a critical moment. Attilan suspected that the Dwarf King had received the news and was ready to send troops. After all, fire treasures are very suitable for dwarves. Attilan bought equipment from the Dwarf Kingdom, and the dwarves also got food, which gave the Dwarf King the confidence to expand his army. Otherwise, how could such a large dwarf kingdom have only so many troops? In fact, on the Frost Plateau in the northwest of the Dwarf Kingdom, there lives a clan of frost giants. This clan and the Dwarf Kingdom are feuds, and it is no longer known why the two countries fought. Anyway, they will go to war every few decades. If there is no threat from external enemies, how can the system that requires the gods to descend to earth to inherit the throne be passed down for more than 2,000 years? Attilan could only eat some fried pork chops, braised pork elbows, and sweet and sour spare ribs, and then set off to meet the Dwarf King. This guy was not willing to give in at all. He sent an envoy to invite Attilan to meet him only when he arrived at Shujao Town. Sure enough, when Attilan arrived at Shujao Town, the Dwarf King immediately stepped forward excitedly and said, "Dragon Lord, let's send troops together. My 1,000 dwarf heavy armored infantry and 1,000 ugly knights have already marched into the desert. After taking the treasure, we will each have half of the magic weapons made." Attilan raised his eyebrows and said slowly, "I didn't expect the Dwarf King to be so well informed. Even I just found out, and the Dwarf King has already arranged his troops to start the attack." The Dwarf King laughed. "In fact, I just received the news yesterday, and then I immediately summoned soldiers and marched to the underground city as quickly as possible. We must seize a suitable position first, otherwise, once the treasure is taken by them, it will be almost impossible to snatch the treasure from the army. Dragon Lord, you must make a decision as soon as possible." Attilan pretended to think, and the Dwarf King looked at him anxiously. "Dwarf King, I agree, with the troops of the Dwarf Kingdom, maybe they can really take the treasure. Even if they can't, Attilan will not lose anything. Anyway, as long as they complete the task of covering the bear people, it will be fine. Suddenly, the dwarf king smiled shyly. That's good. We dwarves can send out more troops, but this food may need the help of the dragon lord, no problem, leaving more manpower to continue production. If the situation is not right, Attilan can also quickly mobilize them to the desert. The problem now is whether the grassland has the ability to support tens of thousands of troops. It is impossible for Attilan to wait until the troops are needed to start gathering from within the kingdom. It may take a month to march from the Great Horn Town to the desert hinterland of the underground city. This is the fastest speed without considering logistics. It is so troublesome to send out a large army. Unless you don't bring food and go to war on an empty stomach. In the harsh environment of the desert, there is no way to rely on food for the enemy. Then I will send out 3,000 troops, half of them are torn and half of them are horses, all wearing dragon armor. Do you think it is appropriate, Dwarf King? Enough, enough. In addition to the 2,000 people sent, we can also send out 1,000 heavy warriors and Argly knights, and 1,000 griffin knights. It's just that their food needs the help of the dragon lord. Attilan smiled and agreed. No wonder only 2,000 people were sent. It seems that the situation of the dwarf kingdom has not improved. A war has exposed their food shortage problem. As Attilan's control over the halfling town deepens, especially after he taught the dwarves the technology of growing apples and making wine in the mountains, I believe that the amount of food produced by the dwarves will further decrease. Since they have joined forces with the dwarves, the druids don't need to go to the front line for the time being. It is their job to introduce water veins to transform the soil environment of the grassland and make the grassland a grain-producing area. Even if the grain output of the grassland is low, it is better than transporting grain from the wetlands. When transporting grain on land, the transporting team will eat half of the grain first. After entering the desert, Attilan and the 6,000 elite dwarves quickly captured an oasis under the command of the Blue Dragon as a stronghold, and began to dig down to the passage into the underground city. Then Attilan learned very bad news from the Griffin Knight who was responsible for high-altitude reconnaissance. An army appeared in the south and captured another oasis stronghold under the command of the Blue Dragon. Judging from their appearance and equipment, they should be the army of the Elf Kingdom in the south. Attilan narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't expect that the Water Elf Kingdom would intervene in a fire treasure. Although the Water Elf Kingdom is also a land elf, their business is all on the sea. What use is a fire treasure to them? Wait, it seems to be useful. Although it is a naval battle, fire attack has always been a classic method, especially since magic warships are made of wood and will naturally be burned by flames. Dragon Lord, what do you think of the elves suddenly intervening? How many people are there? According to the results of the reconnaissance, their number is not large, no more than 1,000 people. They are probably just joining in the fun, or they don't want the treasure to fall into someone's hands. Just disturb us contenders for a while, and the treasure will disappear again. We can only wait for the treasure to appear again next time. Go underground first and talk about it after meeting the elves. The speed of digging the underground passage is very fast, worthy of being a professional dwarf mining. The first war came faster than Attilan imagined. Just after entering the underground, the army formation has not been set up, and they encountered the Blue Dragon and his followers. It seems that they have just come down. Before Attilan and his men started fighting, the elf army emitting blue magic aura appeared from behind the mountain. As a result, it was the owner of the underground city, a group of fire dwarves who threw bombs at them crazily, who detonated the battlefield. A melee began from then on. Chapter 186 News from Other Continents. This group of fire dwarves are completely crazy. They appeared last, and they didn't even see the situation of the battlefield clearly, but they threw bombs at everyone present without hesitation. They didn't take into account the potential allies that might exist in the four armies of Attilan, and directly attacked everyone as enemies. Don't say, such a decisive attack directly stunned everyone. The shields of the dwarf iron guards emitted a yellowish-brown light, and they relied on the shield's enchantment to connect defense, and finally resisted the first wave of attacks from the fire dwarves. Even so, many dwarves were blown up. If it weren't for their enchanted armor that had enough resistance to magic energy, the firebombs of the fire dwarves would be enough to send them to see the dwarf gods. Dwarves are not good at using intuitive magic. They are better at attaching magic energy to metal, so they launch physical attacks with magic damage. At the same time, they also have good resistance to magic. Dwarves rely on their bodies that have been mined and trained to resist weak magic. Put on magic armor, they are really a steel wall. Attilan was ready to treat the dying dwarves, but after being blown away, the dwarves stood up again, shaking their heads. Attilan was not in the mood to just take a beating, so he immediately ordered his men to shoot arrows and counterattack, but all the arrows were blocked by the flame shield that appeared on the surface of the fire dwarves. The dwarf king immediately became alert when he saw the magic shield. Argally knights, prepare the storm axe and break the fire dwarf's shield. Attilan immediately stopped the dwarf king. Wait a little longer, we are not the only ones being beaten. Let's see what the blue dragon and the elves do. Anyway, we are not injured. The storm axe carefully crafted by the dwarves has the effect of breaking the magic shield. Attilan is more wary of the blue dragon and the elves than using it on the fire dwarves. The fire dwarf's bomb attack just now did not cause much damage to the four armies. The elf wizard directly opened a layer of magic barrier to protect their army in the rear. The blue dragons under the blue dragon directly dispatched more than 100 blue dragons with a height of 2 to 3 meters, opened their mouths and spit out lightning breath, and detonated the fire bombs in advance. After comparing the four armies, Attilan was embarrassed to find that his army was actually the weakest one, because there were still too few magic professions in his army that mastered magic abilities. There were only some shamans headed by Thrall who communicated with the four elements. There were very few orthodox mages, priests, warlocks and other professions. There was no way. The difficulty of training a magic profession was 5 to 10 times that of a warrior, and the time cost was still 5 to 10 times that of an old fishman and some tribal shamans who were naturally inspired to become shamans. Attilan gathered them together and asked them to select people from the subjects of the kingdom who could attract elements when dancing the totem war dance. This gave birth to a small number of elemental shamans, less than 100 people. In addition, Attilan also provides sea dragon magic to guide some shamans with excellent spellcasting ability to become more orthodox warlock casters. Of course, the number is extremely limited. After all, Attilan's magic cannot be provided to others at will. Only 4 people among the 30,000 subjects received this honor: the old fishman, the centaur old blind, the tauren black bull, and the lizardman leader. Even Thrall, who Attilan has always been optimistic about and favored, did not get the opportunity. The old fishman was chosen because he is very good. Although his ability to develop the tribe is indeed a little worse, he is an excellent elder in uniting people and raising offspring. And he is also talented in the warlock profession. Attilan needs him to help the fishmen from all corners of the world to work together. After being infused with Attilan's sea dragon magic, the lifespan of the old fishman can be strengthened to a certain extent, allowing his old fishman body to support another 3 to 5 years. Let Thrall grow up and take over from him. Old Blind Eye is a warrior, but after learning the 2 totem war dances of wind and fire, he showed good elemental affinity. He was too old to go to the battlefield, so Old Blind Eye assisted Attilan in managing the kingdom. According to the shaman training manual that Attilan got from Bloody, he taught himself to become a shaman. Black Bull's goal has always been to become the leader of the magic system among the tauren. He diligently studied shaman knowledge and managed the Rhine Forest town very well. Including the lizardman leader, he was also a shaman. In addition to his smart mind, the shaman profession is also the foundation of his leadership of the tribe. Attilan chose the 4 of them to better manage his dependents. The bravery shown by the war profession can indeed be respected by everyone, but the natural power shown by the magic profession can convince everyone. Especially the warlocks with the ocean dragon as the origin of their bloodline, their healing ability can convince everyone more. Who doesn't want to have an excellent doctor around? They were good leaders, and after becoming warlocks, they were more popular. The best thing was that their power came from Attilan, and Attilan could easily control them. There was basically no need to worry about their rebellion, because this time they were leading the centaurs and taurens, and Old Blind Eye strongly requested to go with the army. Black Bull was supposed to go with the army, but Black Bull was forced to stay in the grassland and organize the centaurs and taurens to guard the grain road. Even if he was forced to change his job to shaman and warlock, Old Blind Eye's goal was to maintain his combat effectiveness in his old age. When he was young, Old Blind Eyes could call on the wind element. But at that time, he was like Zhu Fang now, advocating the collision between cold weapons, and liked to experience the taste of bloody fighting at close range. His shaman profession was not high. But he did not stop practicing shamanism. After all, wind can make the centaurs charge faster and more lethal. The wind element shaman profession is the reason why Old Blind Eyes can stand out under the command of the swamp dragon. The old man is the cousin of the old blind man. He can become an excellent druid, so the old blind man's magic talent is not bad. Although it was the dwarf king who took the initiative to attack, hoping to obtain this powerful fire treasure to help their dwarves suppress the frost giants on the snowy mountains. But the situation has evolved into the current melee. The dwarf king's single-minded mind has become confused and he doesn't know who to target. Dragon Lord, who do you think we should fight? Not to mention the dwarf king, even Attilan didn't know who to fight. No hurry, let's see. Anyway, our defense is the strongest and we can still hold on, so don't be the first to stand out. This is underground. The dwarves can gain strength by standing on the ground with their feet. They hold up their shields to form a yellowish-brown defense line, and the fire dwarf's attacks can't get in at all. And there are the centaurs under Attilan's command. The arrows just now were purely physical attacks, but now they are different. After sensing the wind or fire elements through the totem war dance. Compared with the bull warriors a year or two ago, the centaurs now have a bit of ranger feeling. Although the ranger can only cast spells of the fifth ring at most, the ranger is at least a profession that cultivates both magic and martial arts, which can alleviate the shortcomings of the lack of magic professions under Attilan. When it comes to training rangers, the old centaur's tribe is professional, while other centaur tribes are warriors and barbarians, with at most 2 shamans. His tribe is either rangers or druids. Only centaurs who cannot become these 2 professions will choose to become warriors. Of course, their main weapon is still bows and arrows. The number of people in the tribe is not large, but they can be trained to be elite. The old blind eye is to give birth to more people, eliminate the weak through brutal battles, and the remaining ones are naturally elite. The old centaur and the old blind eye have adopted completely different strategies, and Attilan can hardly tell who is right and who is wrong. Only time can prove it. At present, under the command of the old blind eye, the centaurs use arrows with wind elements to shoot the fire dwarf's spells. The wind element disrupts the spells to explode in advance, and can even shoot when the fire dwarf's flame shields have energy fluctuations. Let the arrows penetrate the shield and hit the frenzied fire dwarfs. The flames seem to have penetrated into their brains, making the dwarves, who are supposed to be full of wisdom, reckless and stupid, but they still inherited the dwarf magic crafts and dwarf technology very well. It's just that the technology is all focused on weapons. What Attilan didn't expect was that the fire dwarves actually used aircraft in the underground space to drop bombs on them from the air, which made the dwarf's defense line a little unsustainable. Attilan could only cast a spell to gather water vapor above the army and create a cloud to interfere with the flight of the fire dwarves. The fire dwarves' aircraft seem to be a product made by the power of fire treasures. Other aspects are very useful, the only drawback is that it can't get wet. After the fire treasure was unearthed, Attilan found that the invisible barrier that originally existed in the desert began to dissipate, and the water vapor that was originally difficult to retain in the desert area has gradually moved away from the east with the wind. Otherwise, it would be exhausting for Attilan to rely on his magic to create a cloud covering 8,000 troops. Let Old Blind Eye come over here and stop attacking the fire dwarves. His arrows were the most cunning, and he shot and killed 5 fire dwarves in a row, which then caused the fire dwarf's flight team to attack. Attilan looked at Old Blind Eye, who appeared in front of him, obviously a little tired, but couldn't hide his happiness. Old Blind Eye, who do you think we should fight in the current situation? Old Blind Eye pointed at the blue dragon camp without thinking. When fighting against a blue dragon, the power shown by the fire dwarves is much weaker than the data collected. I think it may be that the treasure has restrained its energy. Without the energy blessing of the treasure, the fire dwarves began to sluggish. I observed the combat effectiveness of our armies and found that the most capable among them should be the blue dragon army under the blue dragon. They are not ordinary tribes. I have seen the swamp dragon army trained by the swamp dragon. The combat effectiveness of those dragons is about the same as these blue dragons. It is not something that an adult blue dragon can train. Attilan nodded in understanding. Sure enough, there is a stronger force behind the blue dragon. Dwarf King, do you know where on the continent there is a blue dragon clan that can cultivate blue dragons of this level? The Dwarf King shook his head and said, the strongest dragon force on this continent is the swamp dragon Celestis. If this blue dragon is not the type without parental care, then he should have come from other continents. Attilan was in high spirits. Other continents? Dwarf King, do you know how many other continents there are in this material world? The Dwarf King shook his head again and said, "Legend has it that we dwarves migrated from a destroyed continent in the east, landed at the easternmost part of this continent, and decomposed into large and small dwarf kingdoms in the process of continuous migration to the west." Attilan understood what the Dwarf King meant, that is, when a place with a mine was discovered, a group of dwarves would be left to occupy the land. "So, how many dwarf kingdoms are left on the continent now?" The Dwarf King smiled awkwardly. "Originally there were 7 kingdoms, but due to various reasons, there are only us and the Dwarf Kingdom in the east, so your hometown, that continent, sank, or did some kind of irresistible disaster happen to the continent, causing everyone to abandon the continent and escape?" The Dwarf King frowned and thought for a while. "I don't know about this. I only heard this story when I took over as the Dwarf King. I may need to go back and ask the scholars who manage the records for the specific details." Although the dwarves seem to be rough, the dwarves also have scholars who record their history. Even if the records are very rough, they will still carve major events on iron plates as records. "Okay, after this war, we will go back to learn more about this," the Dwarf King asked curiously. "Dragon Lord, why are you suddenly interested in that continent? If that continent sinks first, you can't plan to cross the ocean to occupy the land of that continent, right?" Attilan smiled and said, "It doesn't have to be occupied. Maybe before we get there, the disaster on that continent that caused you dwarves to migrate here will also cross the sea and chase us." The Dwarf King took a breath of cold air. "Doesn't that mean we still need to continue migrating to the western continent? There is a continent in the west, of course. Our dwarven magic weapons were also sold throughout the world through magic ships. We know that there are 3 major continents in this world. The continent we are on now is the largest one, with the most races living on it. In addition to the continent, there are also some archipelagos, such as the Colored Islands and Metallic Islands where giant dragons reside." Attilan's mouth twitched. As expected, there were only colored dragons and metal dragons. They, the elemental dragons, had no chance to occupy an archipelago. Now there is a swamp dragon named Cetus. If he succeeds, maybe this continent will become an elemental archipelago suitable for elemental dragons to live in. Attilan's eyes were full of surprises. He didn't expect to get so much information about other continents from the Dwarf King. Attilan was sure that the Bear Man had been to the other 2 continents, but the Bear Man didn't tell him anything, even the distribution of forces on this continent. The only thing he was willing to tell him without hesitation was druid knowledge. Loudang just wanted him to focus on druid practice. Even if he ruled the entire planet, it would not be as good as a quasi-godly strong man who achieved level 0 divine power. This is a world where great power belongs to individuals. Gathering the power of everyone is what should be done in the ordinary world. In the extraordinary world, an ancient dragon can easily be unparalleled in an army of 100,000. The premise is that there are no 4 or 6 legends jumping out to stop him. But the legendary strongman is also a representative of the great power belonging to individuals. The role of the army is reflected in their current situation where there is no legendary strongman. Because of Attilan's order, the dwarves, centaurs, and minotaurs who took a defensive posture were despised by the blue dragons and fire dwarves. They gradually put the troops that were guarding against Attilan and the Dwarf King into the battle between the 2 sides. As for the army of the Water Elf Kingdom, they are worthy of being a country with a magic fleet. The army is best at paddling, and its presence in this battle is even lower than that of Attilan. Attilan squinted at the elves. "Dwarf King, why do you think these elves ran to the desert? They only sent such a small number of people. It seems that they are not very enthusiastic about fighting. It seems that they just want to know who has the treasure as soon as possible. Do you want to send a few people to ask?" The Dwarf King nodded in agreement. "Okay, let the Argally Knight go, old blind eye. Don't think about going to the front line to attack the fire dwarves. You lead the team yourself and go to ask the elves what they want to do. Be careful, don't be killed by the elves' magic." The old blind eye smiled and went, taking a few centaurs and dwarf Argally Knights. The Dwarf King looked at their backs and said, "In fact, when it comes to understanding other continents, the Water Elf Kingdom must have the most. They are the only ones on this continent that have the ability to communicate with other continents. Originally, the dwarf and human kingdoms in the east could also do it, but their national strength was dragged down by the swamp dragons, and they could no longer sustain the huge expenses of the ocean-going fleet. The blue dragon also saw the messenger sent by Attilan, but the blue dragon didn't care at all. Instead, the leader of the Blue Dragon Legion next to him hesitated for a moment and said, "Dragon Lord, if the ocean dragons dwarves and elves unite, it may affect our seizure of treasures. Should we stop them from communicating? The blue dragon snorted arrogantly. Do you look down on me or on the Great Elder? Can't you, the 1,000 blue dragon magic warriors trained by the Great Elder himself, deal with the declining dwarves and the sea dragons who just formed the kingdom not long ago? Although my 10,000 followers are not very strong, after being strengthened by my magic energy, they are all qualified cannon fodder. You just need to remember one thing, you must get the treasure, even if this group of followers are killed, and even all the blue dragons under your command are killed. But if you don't get the treasure, even if you all leave the dungeon alive, tell me, can you really survive? The angry Great Elder will tear you apart, even me. Therefore, this operation can only succeed, not fail. I have been in this desert for 100 years, and I don't want to stay there for another 100 years. I want to go home. I feel very uncomfortable here. As a blue dragon who grew up in a clan, leaving the clan and living alone always makes the blue dragon Ackle feel insecure. Fortunately, the arrangements made by the Great Elder were all fulfilled, allowing him to enter the dungeon smoothly. However, he did not expect that the druids had cultivated a sea dragon druid at some point. They were sent to compete with him for the fire treasure. It seemed that he had to contact the Great Elder to explain the situation. The druids, dwarves, and even elves had sent troops. The blue dragon also felt that it might not be so smooth. Go kill the messenger. The blue dragon leader was stunned for a moment. Yes. Chapter 187 Unite all forces that can be united. Attilan focused most of his attention on observing the fire dwarfs. Since the fire dwarfs were infected by the power of the treasure and became what they are now, analyzing the composition of the fire dwarfs' flames can roughly determine whether the treasure is the purgatory dragon's soul that Attilan believes. But he couldn't see anything. The fire dwarfs release very pure fire elements, as if they were infected by some treasure from the plane of fire elements. But Attilan didn't believe that the treasure had nothing to do with the dragon. The blue dragon was determined to get the treasure, so it must be helpful to the earth-based blue dragon. The hidden power of the blue dragon was much stronger than Attilan expected. Originally, he thought that he could suppress the blue dragon and seize the treasure by joining forces with the dwarves. But the blue dragon became stronger, and their coalition forces were probably unable to beat the blue dragon, which made Attilan a little embarrassed. He was already thinking about how to reasonably get the ownership of the half of the treasure in the hands of the dwarves. Sure enough, it was not a good idea to want to open champagne at the beginning. He was a sea dragon druid who was proficient in vitality. Naturally, he could see that the hundreds of blue dragons at the forefront of the blue dragon army had a vitality that was not inferior to that of some dragons. The power of the dragon breath spewed by these blue dragons even reached the level of young dragons, and the elite among the blue dragons were both warriors and warlocks. The level of their spells might not be high, but they applied them very skillfully. The blue dragon warlocks even jointly created water vapor and released a surging wave towards the fire dwarves to suppress the arrogance of the first line of fire dwarves and successfully launched a wave of counterattacks. Attilan had prepared 3,000 sets of enchanted dragon armor for his elites, but compared with the armor of the blue dragons, his dragon armor was simply a street stall. It was not that the craftsmanship of the dwarf casting master was not good, but that the materials provided by Attilan were not advanced enough. There were at least more than 10 blue dragons living together in the blue dragon clan. The dragon teeth, claws, scales, and condensed dragon magic crystals that were shed and replaced on a daily basis were more in quantity and quality than Attilan. The most important thing is that the clan has existed for at least thousands or even tens of thousands of years, and the accumulated wealth is from scratch. Attilan, who has only worked hard for 2 years, is incomparably rich and arrogant. Attilan originally regarded the elves as troublemakers, but now it seems that the appearance of the elves is the only possibility for them to suppress the blue dragon and seize the treasure. The fire dwarfs have fallen from the position of the first enemy because of their declining power. Unless the fire dwarfs get the treasure first and rehold the ceremony to let the energy of the treasure fill the fire dwarfs' bodies. Otherwise, the fire dwarfs are not worth mentioning at all. Both the fire bombs and the flame shields are very sophisticated designs. If it weren't for the weakening of the magic energy of the fire dwarfs, this round of bombing alone would have killed many people. Not to mention the coalition forces of Attilan and the Dwarf King. Even if they brought the elves and the blue dragons, they might not be able to stop the offensive of the fire dwarfs. And as the war progressed, Attilan always felt that the fire dwarfs did not use their full strength, and these fire dwarfs who stood in front of them did not fight them desperately. There were indeed many casualties on both sides, but Attilan had a keen sense that the fire dwarfs' mission was to delay them. Moreover, it was clear that the blue dragon, they and the elves had dug tunnels downward from 3 different places, but they had just dug through and had been in for less than half a day. They actually ran into the blue dragon and the elves, and the fire dwarfs seemed to have been prepared long ago. They immediately launched an attack when they saw them, and were decisive as if they had known that they were coming to rob the treasure. Attilan had always been cautious, and there was a conspiracy waiting for them in the dungeon. Attilan thought that it would be better to let the blue dragon help them step on the plate first, and wait until the blue dragon tried out what the trap was, and then they would enter. He felt that they would probably not be able to take the treasure away. But Attilan felt that there was still a chance to take the great desert occupied by the blue dragon. As long as the blue dragon was killed in the dungeon, the great desert would be his. Even if the blue dragon did not die, as long as all the blue dragons under his command were consumed, the blue dragon would not be a concern. Attilan narrowed his eyes. One way was to unite the elves, destroy the blue dragon first, and then join forces to explore the dungeon. Pretending to retreat and letting the blue dragon go ahead as cannon fodder is another way. Which one to choose depends on why the elves want to get involved. Attilan knew very well that as long as the blue dragon was not a fool, he would not watch Attilan and the elves unite. So the messenger they sent out would definitely be intercepted and killed. That's why Attilan asked the old blind man to take care of himself and never die. The old blind man also knew that the mission was dangerous, but he was born with a big heart and liked the feeling of being surrounded by danger very much, otherwise he would not have become an excellent warrior. He is indeed old, but it does not mean that the old blind man can't fight. Attilan used life control and his sea dragon magic to sort out the vitality of the old blind man. Originally, he had been tortured by old injuries from many years of fighting and lost most of his combat effectiveness. Even the vision of the only remaining eye became blurred. After receiving Attilan's treatment, his condition must not have fully recovered to his prime. The old man and the others were veterans who had been immersed in the way of druids for many years and were skilled in controlling vitality. This is how he was able to regain his youthful vitality. After the old blind eye became a sea dragon warlock, his body recovered a little. The blind eye would definitely not grow back, but he was confident that with the help of magic, he could stab the blue dragon who came to kill him with his spear. The blue dragon leader naturally could not do a task of this level of killing the messenger himself, and he would never have thought that Attilan would send a warrior of the same level as him to do it just to send a letter. Although the old blind eye was not a confidant of the swamp dragon, he was at least a vanguard general, one of them. The combat effectiveness was guaranteed. The blue dragon leader was just like the blue dragon. He seemed cautious, but in fact he did not let go of his arrogance in his bones. He did not think that the blue dragon army would be defeated by the mud-legged forces on this continent. So he only sent a small captain, with 7 or 8 blue dragons, and the desert lizardmen recruited by the blue dragon, and the snakemen went to kill the old blind eye. And the old blind eye was full of elites. Because of the possible risks on the way, the attacks of the fire dwarves and blue dragons, and after seeing the elves, what if the elves don't want to communicate with them and choose to kill the messenger directly? So when Attilan chose them, he required that everyone must be elite, and at the same time, they must be accompanied by the eloquent old blind eye. The old blind eye's speech skills are not the best. But compared with other centaurs and dwarves, he has been influenced by Attilan for such a long time, and Attilan's ability to speak to people and ghosts. The old blind eye has also learned something, and it should be no problem to deal with the elves. Even if they can't pull the elves to their side, at least they won't anger the elves because of inappropriate words and make the elves their enemies. Attilan hid in the rain clouds, with the help of the light emitted by the fluorescent plants in the underground space and the fire of the bombs dropped by the fire dwarves. He saw from a distance that the old blind eye picked up the blue dragon captain with a spear. Finally, he threw the captain's body in the direction of the blue dragon leader. Although he couldn't see the faces of the blue dragon leader and the blue dragon, Attilan was sure that their faces must be very ugly. The dwarf king, who was also riding a griffin in the sky, felt a little pain. The chimpanzees sent out died under the lightning breath of the blue dragons. The troops sent by Attilan were elite, and his Argly knights were also elite. It was heartbreaking to lose one of these elites, let alone several. Because Attilan had asked the druids to help prepare healing potions in advance, there were not many, and the troops who went out to perform the mission only received 1 bottle each. At least it allowed the seriously injured troops to breathe their last. With the help of the healing potion released by the old blind eye, they finally saved their lives. The elves also saw this battle, but they did not send anyone to support them, even though the elf general had roughly guessed what this team wanted to do when they ran in front of them. The deputy of the elf general asked in confusion, "General, since the dwarves and the sea dragons took the initiative to send people to show their goodwill, why don't we send people to help them eliminate the blue dragons?" The female general looked calmly at the elf soldiers who were fighting with the fire dwarves in front. "You have to remember the most important point. We are not here to get the fire treasure, but to prevent the treasure from being obtained by anyone. It is more in our interest to let the coalition forces of blue dragons, dwarves, and sea dragons fight to a lose-lose situation. The foundation of the water elf kingdom is maritime trade, so these land kingdoms cannot get the treasures to form a strong army. Otherwise, how can we do business with peace of mind?" the deputy general asked doubtfully. "But the reason why our business is so good is because the swamp dragons are attacking the eastern kingdom, and they need our help to replenish the supplies needed for the war. Then the outbreak of war should be beneficial to us, right?" The female general smiled faintly. "A war of equal strength is what the kingdom hopes to see. Haven't you noticed that the coalition of blue dragons, dwarves, and sea dragons before us are exactly the kind of people we want to do business with? Remember the report from the scouts 2 months ago that a village composed of centaurs, minotaurs, and murlocs appeared less than 10 kilometers away from the village in the north, and this group of humanoids actually reclaimed the land and planted wheat and black beans. If we don't let them fight the blue dragons, do you think they will attack our northern border?" The deputy was silent. The water elf kingdom did not advocate active aggression, but that did not mean they would watch the enemy launch an attack and then counterattack. From the appearance of the sea dragon here, we can see that he is an ambitious guy. He can tame the minotaurs, centaurs, and murlocs to farm honestly, which shows that he is not a simple dragon. Compared to the seemingly more powerful and elite blue dragon kingdom, I am actually more wary of the sea dragon. But none of the old guys in the parliament agreed to expand the army and set up defense bases in the north to prevent invasion. In their eyes, the little profit brought by farming in the northern villages is not worth the cost of garrisoning. In their eyes, the water elf kingdom seems to have only ports and the main city commercial district as places that need heavy defense. These old guys who only have money in their eyes. When mentioning the members of the parliament, the female general gritted her teeth. If they were willing to provide enough military funds, how could she bring more than 1,000 people to compete for treasures? In such a dangerous war, more than 1,000 elves are nothing. This is the result of her arguing, otherwise even these more than 1,000 people would have to be discounted. But as the only land ranger general in the water elf kingdom, she must show the strength of their army in this war for treasures, otherwise the military expenditure will definitely fall again next year. Yes, the water elf kingdom, as its name suggests, is a country that values the navy, especially the navy fleet, which can bring huge benefits to the country, so the army naturally needs to stand aside. She has completely become a stepmother. The total number of troops under her command as a ranger general is less than 5,000, but she needs to defend the huge semicircular border from west to east and from south to north. There are only 5,000 people on the border of more than 1,000 kilometers. Tell me, how should she defend? Excluding the troops to guard against the invasion of humanoid races from 3 directions, she can only bring so many, and thanks to Attilan's recruitment of exiles in the north, the number of humanoid races invading the northern border of the water elf kingdom has decreased a lot. Only some gnolls, trolls, and ogres will invade in groups, but generally less than 50 people, and even the militia in the village can barely resist for a while. At least until they arrive on horseback. Speaking of riding a horse, the ranger general felt even more painful. The cavalry of the navy rode fierce horned eagles, while they did not even ride wildebeests, but ordinary horses with noble wildebeest bloodlines. As for the wildebeests raised by the kingdom, almost all the wildebeests that could be ridden in battle were sold to the 2 kingdoms in the east by the counselors. Otherwise, where would the money be to pay pensions to the villages that were looted on the border? According to the calculations of the masters, after the villages were invaded, only a small pension would be enough, but expanding the army would be a bottomless pit. Moreover, as the masters of the navy faction, they naturally had to prevent the army faction from becoming too powerful. Therefore, the needs of the ranger general could not be met. She was still too simple and too upright, and did not understand the principle of raising the enemy to respect oneself. The border was just a small fight, How could the counselors take it seriously? You have to know that the Ranger General was established because there was no standing army on land, so the Horse King drove straight in and fought all the way to Ningfang Port. So when facing the messenger sent by Attilan, the Ranger General naturally would not have a good face. The old blind man still got a chance to meet the general. But before the old blind man could speak, the general raised his hand to stop him from speaking. I know what you want to say, but we elves will not participate in the fight for the treasure. We just hope that the treasure will continue to sleep quietly so that the southern part of the continent can continue to remain peaceful. The old blind man took a deep breath to suppress his anger. He really wanted to curse. If you don't want the treasure, then why did you bring the troops here, to watch the show? The old blind man forced a smile. Our kingdom of Atlantis is also a peace-loving country, so we also attach great importance to the treasures that appear in the desert that may cause unrest in the southwest of the continent. Please rest assured, Water Elf Kingdom, we have no intention of invading the territories of other civilized countries. The land we have now is vast enough, and soon our two countries will become neighbors. In another 2 years, the general should see our envoys visiting your country. At that time, there will inevitably be some discussion about the border between the two countries, the general said clearly. Those who appeared on the edge of the northern border are indeed your people. Can you eat such a large land? Let people build villages and divide the borders in advance. Your dragon master is wise, but the general did not believe a word of the old blind man's words. She knew very well that there were only some swamps and rotten lands outside the northern border. The ocean dragon even wanted such rotten land. How could he not covet the high-quality farmland reclaimed by the Water Elf Kingdom? By occupying the northern border, the ocean dragon can get a granary that can stably produce millions of tons of grain. The general did not believe that the ocean dragon would not be tempted. It was because she saw the possible threat from the sea dragons that she insisted on expanding the number of ranger troops. Even if she didn't expand the number of rangers, she should at least assign more wizards who graduated from the magic school to them. General, I think you have seen that the blue dragon is the most powerful. After getting the treasure, he may be willing to just curl up in the desert. The richest country around is your Water Elf Kingdom. Think about it. When he has power, which country will he attack? The general looked at the old blind man confidently. Please rest assured, our army is confident in defending our country. Although she didn't want to admit it, the Ranger General knew very well that her troops were a world apart from the Navy, just like their mounts, horned eagles and ordinary war horses. We will ensure that the treasure does not fall into the hands of any party. There is no need to say more. Please go back. The general ordered to expel him, and the old blind man could only go back to report to Attilan in shame. Attilan snorted coldly and said with a sneer, with just over 1,000 people, who does she think she is? She is so arrogant, but she also ensures that the treasure will not fall into the hands of any party. If she has the guts, she can kill all the blue dragons. I will withdraw my troops now. After getting angry, Attilan still had to think about how to win over the elves. The great man once said that we should unite all the forces that can be united. Now is the time to unite the elves. Without their strength, it is difficult to take the treasure. I will go in person and make sure that the elves see our sincerity. The dwarf king also nodded and said, I will go too. My goal is only to deal with the frost giants in the snowy mountains. I have no idea of attacking the Water Elf Kingdom in the south, running hundreds or thousands of kilometers to attack the Water Elf Kingdom, unless the dwarf king is crazy. Attilan knew very well that in order to make the elves become their helpers, he must make this elf ranger general believe that his goal is the great desert, not the rich Water Elf Kingdom. Let alone the ranger general. Even Attilan himself did not believe that a giant dragon would not be interested in the rich elves and would occupy the barren desert. Attilan knew that the key to gaining the trust of the elves lay in his identity as a druid. Chapter 188 Attilan, I am a peace-loving druid. The old blind man's face was livid, and he pointed his spear at the elves' square formation. Dragon Lord, I am willing to be the vanguard. I will definitely put that arrogant elf general on the spear. The elves with more than 1,000 people can't control the overall situation at all. When I was talking to the elf general just now, I observed the soldiers around her. Nearly half of them were new recruits who had not been on the battlefield for many times. The battle line was supported by elite mages and druids. As long as we break through their spell blockade, these elves will be sheep to be slaughtered. Attilan smiled and comforted the old blind man. Don't worry, it's normal that you don't understand why the elves treat you so badly, because the Water Elf Kingdom and you people have a hatred. At that time, The barbaric Horse King broke through all the way to the capital of the elves, so it was naturally impossible to cause damage only to the elves in the capital. The elf villages and towns along the way were miserable. On the contrary, because of the solid walls of Ningfang Port, the casualties of the elves in the capital were minimal. The Ranger General happened to be born in the era when the Horse King invaded. She still remembers the humiliation of more than 100 years ago, so she naturally won't have a good face for the centaurs. I will go there in person, and I will definitely make the Elf General realize that the Dwarf King and I are both peace-loving monarchs. The southwest region of the continent will become a harmonious and peaceful Pure Land. With the efforts of the Dwarf Kingdom, the Elf Kingdom and the Kingdom of Atlantis, become a pure land of harmony and peace. This Elf General is the only Land Legion leader of the Water Elf Kingdom. Attilan formed a caravan through the halfling warriors he recruited in 3 halfling towns. Through the caravan going south to sell soy sauce and silk, he learned a lot about the customs and political situation of the Water Elf Kingdom. The Ranger General always said that her actions were for peace. Generally, those who said so were either shameless politicians or naive children. Obviously, the Ranger General, who was only more than 100 years old, relied on her strength to get to her current position, but she was not proficient in political means, otherwise the number of people in the Legion would not be so small. Shameless politicians would not take more than 1,000 people deep into the dangerous dungeon. Their lives are much more valuable than thousands of ordinary soldiers. How could they not take some cannon fodder? It can be seen that she is indeed for the safety of the Water Elf Kingdom. Then as long as the Ranger General believes that Attilan is also a peace-loving dragon, he can win her over to Attilan's camp, an elf who is more than 100 years old but still simple. How can Attilan not fool her? Dwarf King, let's go. Attilan and the Dwarf King are both heading towards the elves' camp, so the army will definitely lean towards the elves, even if the elves do not agree to form an alliance with him. If the 3 of them are together now, will the Blue Dragon let the elves go? The Blue Dragon will definitely choose to kill all 3 of them together. Attilan led his 100 Dragon Vane Guards, and the Dwarf King led his 300 Griffin Knight Guards, and they marched towards the elves' position in a mighty manner. Everything was seen by the Blue Dragon. What kind of people did you send? They can't even beat a few soldiers and dwarves. We can't just watch the ocean dragons, dwarves and elves form an alliance. We must stop the Dwarf King and the ocean dragons. Facing the Blue Dragon's request, the Blue Dragon leader was in a dilemma. The fire dwarves' fighting power had indeed declined, but they couldn't be underestimated. He couldn't mobilize enough troops to attack Attilan and the Dwarf King. Unless the Blue Dragon was willing to do it himself, the leader spoke after hesitating for a moment. Master, our troops are all resisting the attack of the fire dwarves. We can only mobilize 400 blue dragons at most. But with only 400 people, we should probably not be the opponent of the Dwarf King and the Ocean Dragon. The Blue Dragon's eyes revealed a fierce light, staring at the Blue Dragon leader viciously. Do you mean that I should do it myself? The Blue Dragon leader knelt on the ground. Master, even if I personally take action, I am no match for the Ocean Dragon that is about to reach adulthood, not to mention that he has the Dwarf King beside him. Only a wise, brave, and invincible master can kill an Ocean Dragon. Attilan's body is close to 13 meters, and the strong dragon breath he exudes makes the Blue Dragon very clear how strong Attilan's body is. As an adult Blue Dragon, his dragon body is only about 15 meters, while this Ocean Dragon, which is at most in its teens, is 13 meters long from the breath. How can the Blue Dragon not be afraid of Attilan's methods for such a gifted dragon? The Blue Dragon is also very cautious, and he does not want to fight Attilan to a loss. On the surface, there are indeed only 4 forces coming to compete for the treasure, but secretly there are also many people who covet the treasure and want to pick peaches. The Blue Dragon must ensure its own health. Otherwise, even if the treasure is in hand, it will still be snatched away. The Blue Dragon narrowed his eyes. Retreat. As soon as Attilan met the Ranger General, he saw that the Blue Dragon was shrinking its formation and retreating. The fire dwarves did not pursue them, but rushed towards their line. Attilan's face changed. Ranger General, I hope that the 3 of us can temporarily unite our forces. This way, we can reduce casualties when facing the fire dwarves. Let's retreat to the oasis outside and talk in detail. What do you think? The Elf General quickly gave her answer. Okay. After retreating to the surface and the oasis occupied by Attilan in an orderly manner, the Ranger General looked around in surprise. I didn't expect the vegetation in this oasis to be so much more vibrant than the one I occupied. Attilan smiled and said, after all, I am a druid, So I naturally hope that there will be more green land, which can also nourish more life. Attilan did not expect the blue dragon to withdraw so decisively. It caught him off guard, but it also gave him a chance to show himself and win the elves to his camp. The ranger general widened his eyes. Are you a druid? Yes, this oasis was originally similar to the one occupied by the general. It was during the half-month since I arrived here that I responded to the natural energy around me and made some small changes to the environment. The elf looked at the lake with a diameter of more than 100 meters in the center of the oasis and the tall poplar trees growing by the lake. She said admiringly, "This is not a small change. With this lake, this oasis can support at least 1,000 people. Desert lizards and sand rabbits can reproduce stably in an oasis with an area of more than 30 square kilometers. It's just a temporary residence. Do you have to spend so much effort to transform it?" Attilan smiled kindly and said, "Of course it is necessary. I believe the general should also know that this place was also a lush forest and grassland hundreds of years ago. It was only because of the appearance of the treasure that it caused a shortage of water. The forest has become the desert it is today. Now that the treasure has restrained its power, the desert may turn back into a forest. As a druid, this is what I should do. I hope to place the treasure in a suitable place and make sure it does not cause greater damage to the natural environment of the continent. This is the responsibility of every druid, general. Think about it. If the treasure falls into the hands of the blue dragon, more natural environments will be destroyed, and among them will be the land that I have managed with great difficulty. There is also the land in the western part of the water elf kingdom, and even the mountains where the dwarves live, which may not be unaffected, so the three of us must unite. General, what do you think?" Attilan said a long string of things, which made her confused. After thinking about it carefully, she felt that what Attilan said seemed to make some sense. "I am a peace-loving druid. My goal is to restore the desert to a forest. This will be a long process. Please rest assured, General, I am not interested in the land of the Water Elf Kingdom. A place like a granary can be built in a few years as long as the wetlands are well developed. What the Water Elf Kingdom coveted was the technology to create a magic fleet." Although Attilan hoped that the druids would stay in the grassland to preside over the overall situation, Huanu still took a few druids who were good at treatment and became military doctors. Seeing Attilan fooling the elves, Huanu walked over with a smile. "We accept the guidance of Master Gauge, and our goal is to heal the injured land. Once the desert is restored to forest, more natural energy will flow through the Water Elf Kingdom. I think the grain production will increase by 10% or 20% as a result." As a ranger, also known as a forest ranger, the elf general is naturally not the kind of arrogant wizard who lives in the mage tower in Ningfangport and knows nothing about the power of nature. Most of the controllers of the Water Elf Kingdom are mages. The benefits that rangers and druids can bring to the kingdom are too little, and they are completely inferior to mages, so their voice is naturally getting lower and lower. The ranger general is not completely ignorant. She knows a little about the reputation of Master Gauge, a legendary druid living in the forest in the middle of the continent. Since this ocean dragon is Master Gauge's disciple, he can be trusted. "I am Varisa, the Ranger General of the Water Elf Kingdom. It's a pleasure to cooperate with you. I wonder if I have the opportunity to visit Master Gauge in the forest." She stretched out her hand to the flower girl. The flower girl smiled and held her hand and said, "The Master welcomes everyone to ask for advice. As long as you can pass his test, it is not impossible for the Master to pass on all his knowledge to you." "Really? Of course it is true," the flower girl smiled. Even she felt that the elf in front of her seemed a little too naive to believe them so easily. The dwarf king finally had a chance to speak. He also knew that he was not good at talking, so when Attilan persuaded the elf general, he remained silent. "Now we are a three-party coalition. What do you think we should do? If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. We will keep an eye on the blue dragon's movements. As long as he doesn't go down to the dungeon, we won't move either." The dwarf frowned and said, "But if we just stand there like this, it will waste a lot of food." "Right, we don't lack this little food. A rash move will only cause unnecessary damage to the soldiers. We went deep into the dungeon without a comprehensive understanding of the dungeon before. Just because the blue dragon went down, the blue dragon moved. We must follow up. Now that the blue dragon has retreated, we must retreat too." The elven general nodded and said, "Although it is troublesome to transport food from the west, it is better than the soldiers losing their lives. Although my troops have been expanded once, they are still slightly insufficient." Attilan suddenly thought of a good idea to get closer to the elven general. Verisa, you have also seen how strong the Blue Dragon army under the Blue Dragon is. Now you should send an envoy back, hoping that your king can send more tribes to deal with the Blue Dragon. Verisa frowned and shook her head. It's impossible. The councillors will not agree to increase the number of ranger troops, and I think our current troops are not incapable of fighting. How do you know it's impossible if you don't try? If you don't ask for more troops, do you think the councillors will allocate funds for you to increase the number of troops? The crying child gets the milk. Now the elf general hasn't cried yet. How does he know that he can get milk? After thinking about it, the general found that the ranger troops could add 1,000 new soldiers so that she could bring people to the desert to participate in the war. It seems that after the parliament decided to give this task to the ranger troops, she proposed that the number of troops was insufficient and must be increased before there would be troops to act. But a request to increase 5,000 people was broken, and only 1,000 people were agreed to be increased. In addition, the Blue Dragon Legion attacked the villages in the western border to collect food, so she had to bite her teeth and agree to the councillor's request to send troops. If you don't fight, then you will never get what you want. Is it difficult for the rich water elf kingdom to support a ranger army of 10,000 people? The general was silent. You are right, she called the deputy general directly. You heard my conversation with the dragon lord just now. Go back and report to the council. I need to increase the number of troops to fight against the powerful blue dragon. Attilan smiled and said, not only the blue dragon, the fire dwarfs are also very powerful. It's just that the outer troops of the fire dwarfs blocked our attack, so the fire dwarfs are also more powerful than we imagined. The elf frowned. Just go back and report according to what the dragon lord said. Compared with the ranger general, this deputy general's political mind is a little stronger. I understand. Do you need to bring a few mages to prove it? Sure, just take those few who almost peed their pants back. Anyway, there is no use for them to stay here. The council limited the number of ranger troops, but they also sent their confidants, the new recruits of the mage troops. 100 mages are already a powerful force. Of course, the barrier supported by the elf troops in the battle just now was actually the masterpiece of the rangers. The ranger troops, who often fight against more with fewer people, rely on this barrier to guard the village and wait for support from friendly forces. Why did Attilan kindly help the ranger general to fight for more positions? It was because she was so innocent that Attilan couldn't help but want to help her. If one day, Attilan really became an enemy of the Water Elf Kingdom, he would rather face her, because she was much easier to deal with than the members of the parliament. And for the Ocean Dragon Druids, an elven army composed of rangers and druids was definitely something they could fight for. The elves except for the Congealing Wind Port were all civilians, and they were from two different worlds from the Congealing Wind Port mages who were good at magic. Attilan happened to be in the same world as these civilians. This Verisa might become the queen of the Water Elf Kingdom, just like the dwarf Silver Ring, who was pushed to the throne by Attilan. Chapter 189 Pearls and Rice. Attilan discovered that the Water Elf Kingdom had already experienced class differentiation based on region and profession by looking at the huge difference in sales of several commodities carried by the halfling caravan in regional towns and the capital Ningfang port. The mages and warlocks in the capital Ningfang port were powerful and well-funded, and were truly superior people, but there were only 10,000 elves in Ningfang port, while the number of elves outside Ningfang port exceeded 100,000. These 100,000 elves were all warriors, rangers, and druids. It was not that these professions could not produce strong people, but one thing was very important: the elf king who established the Water Elf Kingdom was a legendary mage. Mages were the orthodoxy of the Water Elf Kingdom, and other professions were second-rate. The total number of various professions that appeared among the more than 100,000 civilians was not even as many as the mages in the capital. If there was a chance, who wouldn't want to study at Ningfang Port Magic Academy, become a senior mage, have their own mage tower, and become a member of the kingdom? However, the admission threshold of Ningfang Port Magic Academy has been getting higher and higher in the past few decades, and even recruited elves living in Ningfang Port and elves living in inland towns, and the standards adopted have been somewhat split. What can Attilan say? This is simply the best opportunity God has given him. Among these civilians, there are those who have the talent to become mages, but whose talent is not good enough to be envied as a member of the mage faction. They can only turn to druids, or even become rangers with a lower threshold. Although the resources required for druid practice are not as expensive as those for mages, the resources and environment required for druid spells and meditation are also not low. The biggest reason why combat professions are popular is that they consume few resources. The reason why the local civilian elves do not resist the rule of the Mage King is naturally because the existence of elven druids and rangers allows the survival needs of civilians to be met. And most elves have no intention of becoming superior to others. The Mage King's tax requirements for these villages and towns are almost zero. For things like food and fruits, the taxes of all towns in the north may not be as high as the income from a single trade of the fleet. For rulers with limited talents, too many people will only become a burden on their governance of the country, causing unrest in the region or even the country, and undermining their rule. The elven civilians in the east, west and north are a threat to the Mage King. The possibility of an ambitious person appearing among the elves is relatively low, but it is not impossible. Even special environments can give birth to ambitious people beyond imagination, otherwise the branch of dark elves would not be born. In theory, the Mage King should regard a Ranger Corps as his confidant to fight against the counselors of Ningfangport. However, although there are some frictions between the Mage King and the counselors, they are barely harmonious. Because they have a common enemy, a 20th level elf archdruid. The lifespan of an elf is already very long. After becoming an archdruid, this elf will have a lifespan of at least 1,000 years. Just say if there is such a master in your country. And he and your grandfather have different political views. What do you think of him? Are you worried that he will seduce the ignorant elf civilians to become druids and rangers? Especially this old guy is still in the remote towns of the Water Elf Kingdom, constantly recruiting apprentices with druid and ranger talents. The Mage King does not open up the number of staff of the Ranger Corps because he is worried that the Ranger Corps will become the best knife for the archdruid to organize troops to rebel. Did the bear man tell Attilan that the Water Elf Kingdom and a bronze dragon signed an offensive and defensive alliance contract? The people who signed the contract with the bronze dragon were the Mage King and the archdruid. The Mage King is dead, but the archdruid is still here. If you summon a bronze dragon, do you think it will listen to the modern Mage King or the archdruid? This is why the Mage King tried to expand the number of mages, but only selected suitable elves from towns within the influence of the capital, in order to reduce the influence of the archdruid. This archdruid, who was there at the beginning of the founding of the country, should have been the pillar of the Water Elf Kingdom, but because of her prestige in the minds of the lower class people, she has always been a thorn in the eyes of the elf royal family. However, because of the existence of the Bronze Dragon Covenant, the Mage King cannot touch her, and this archdruid is not so easy to kill. Besides, as long as the archdruid does not clearly rebel, then this double-edged sword will have more benefits than disadvantages for the Water Elf Kingdom. The archdruid is the weapon to deter other kingdoms. As for the Mage King, a senior mage who just broke through to level 14 at the age of 400, even if he has the advanced profession of the Tide Mage exclusive to the royal family, he is not a particularly outstanding king in this continent. Although it seems that whether the king is the best fighter is no longer a necessary condition for becoming a monarch, a king must not be too weak. The root cause of the unrest in the northern human kingdom is that the king is in poor health and not strong enough. If it were not for the great prince showing a strong talent, I am afraid that the Grand Duke would have been unable to restrain his ambition and rebelled. This simple elf ranger general, her father is the disciple of the archdruid, and he is the only clear disciple. She can become a ranger general at a young age. In addition to her own strong talent, her relationship with the archdruid is also the key to her rise to power. Otherwise, how can such a simple guy grab the position of ranger general? Some positions, whether you can sit or how to sit, is not only based on strength. As long as the people above want, they can always find a suitable reason. Even if they are elves from other kingdoms, as long as they are good enough, it is not impossible to relax the requirements and let them take up suitable positions in the Water Elf Kingdom. For example, the natural druid elves of the Frost Forest in the north and the real high arcane elves in the east are better than the Water Elf Kingdom in some professions. Over the years, the counselors have selected suitable children from their territories and sent them to these two places to study. There is no other way, because these two elven kingdoms are stronger than the Water Elf Kingdom. The counselors also spent a lot of resources to change their children's identities from the Water Elf Kingdom to the Frost Forest or the Elf High Arcane Kingdom. It is precisely because of the vague connection between the three elven kingdoms that Attilan cannot directly usurp the Water Elf Kingdom, but needs a suitable puppet. Attilan has reason to believe that the Mage King chose Verisa as the Ranger General because he valued her simplicity and loyalty to the Water Elf Kingdom. Through simple contact, Attilan found that it is not easy to fool this simple guy and clear the court. Verisa is simple, but she is not stupid. She knows what can and cannot be done. Besides, even if she usurped the throne, the living standards of the elf civilians would not necessarily improve. The core secrets of the Water Elf Kingdom, that is, those technologies that can make money, are actually in the hands of the Mage King and the counselors. Even if they conquered the wind condensation port, they did not get the Mage Tower and the product formula for producing goods. It is better not to rebel. Without the occasional funding from the Mage King, the risk resistance of the elf farmers will decline by at least one time. In order to win the hearts of the people, the Mage King is crazy and reasonable to spend money. Don't say, the direct gift of money makes the Mage King's position in the minds of the elves not too bad. After retreating from the underground space, the most important thing is naturally to eat. Attilan used some clever people and cunning minotaurs to spy on the elves during the meal, and finally summarized the information in his hands, which is the information mentioned above. After the soldiers who fought on the front line had their meals, the Ranger General ended his patrol and came to attend the banquet prepared by Attilan. During her busy time, Attilan had read the collected intelligence. Through the polls, Attilan found that it might be a little more difficult than he thought to push Verisa to the top. Fortunately, conquering the Water Elf Kingdom was not the top priority. Attilan could wait for 10 years, or even 100 years. Looking at the sumptuous dishes on the table, Verisa frowned and said, "Dragon Lord, the soldiers eat ordinary vegetable soup and gray bread, while we enjoy roast suckling pig, fresh fish soup, and honey bread. Isn't it too luxurious? I think that on the battlefield, the general should eat the same food as the soldiers." Attilan's mouth twitched. He didn't expect Verisa to be an egalitarian, but this was also a good opportunity to influence Verisa's thoughts. "No, I think that if the generals eat better, it will help inspire the soldiers to work hard and get promoted. If they want to get better treatment, they have to go to battle. As long as they have enough military merit, you can give my food to these generals. I am looking forward to seeing such a general. For example, the general of the Centaur who is responsible for contacting you today but was killed by the blue dragons on the way should be walking around the barracks with a roast suckling pig. I rewarded him. He is a target, telling my soldiers that as long as they work hard, they can also get rewards like the old blind man." Verisa frowned. She vaguely felt that something was wrong, but she felt that what Attilan said seemed to make sense. Attilan decided to add fuel to the fire. "Compared to the little food I enjoy, I think the king of your country's meal is more expensive than all of us here, right? The Mage King has made so much money, why doesn't he take some out and share it with everyone? If we had this money, I think everyone's life would not be so tight, right?" Verisa frowned, not understanding why Attilan said that. The Dwarf King nodded repeatedly. He thought it was a good idea. The king gave money directly to everyone. If he also gave money to the dwarves in the kingdom, could everyone live a happy life? Oh, by the way, the Dwarf King suddenly remembered something. It seemed that there was not much money in both the royal family and the treasury. The Dwarf King suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little solemn, Huanv waved her hand and said, "Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's eat. These are animals carefully cultivated by the druids in our forest. Try this mushroom and fish soup. It tastes very good, the soup is white and the taste is good. It's amazing." The Ranger General tasted it with a spoon and his eyes widened instantly. She seemed to see a silver-scaled fish jumping in the vast lake. There was also a scene in the deep forest where mushrooms emitting a faint blue light suddenly broke out of the ground. She widened her eyes immediately. "It tastes great, and I seem to see the picture of the food growing. It's incredible. Even the pearl rice at my grandma's house, I haven't seen the growth process of pearl grass after eating it." "Wait a minute, pearl grass?" Attilan couldn't help showing a look of surprise. Lalun said that she and Zurin had eaten a plant fruit that was somewhat similar to pearls at the place of an elf druid in the south, like some kind of mutant rice. "Verisa, is your pearl grass planted in water?" Verisa nodded slightly in surprise. "Because it grows in water, and the fruit is as white and bright as pearls after peeling, I call it pearl grass, especially after generations of improvement by grandma. The fruit of pearl grass is no different from real pearls. The only difference may be that the pearl fruit is boiled in water, it becomes edible pearl rice, but the pearls of river clams are still so hard on the teeth, and the powder is very uncomfortable in the throat, and I can't swallow it all the time." Attilan's mouth twitched. "Pearls are hard on the teeth, and the powder is very uncomfortable in the throat. You haven't eaten it before, have you? Everyone's expression was a little strange. After seeing this, Winrisa blushed and explained, I just mistook the pearl for the pearl fruit. I thought it was a failed product cultivated by my grandmother. I didn't expect it to be a real pearl. If I knew it was a real pearl, I would definitely not eat it. You must believe me. She was anxious. Attilan said quickly, don't worry, we absolutely believe you. As soon as the flower girl heard it, she knew that this was the rice that Attilan had been pursuing, and it was one of the specialized varieties, pearl rice. She hurriedly asked curiously, Winrisa, if there is a chance, can you let me see this pearl fruit? Of course, it would be even better if you can give me some fruits that can be planted. I won't ask for it for nothing. I can exchange the seeds of the wind and thunder lotus with you. Winrisa shook her head and said, we are friends, there is no need to do this. It happens that I brought some pearl fruits and plan to use them to restore my strength when necessary. If you need it, I can give you a few. It's just that it's difficult to grow pearl fruits. Winrisa took out the pearl fruit from the dimensional bag and handed it to the flower girl. This is the unshelled one. I have some shelled ones here too. Take a look. You will know why I made a mistake. Winrisa reached into the dimensional bag again and opened her hand. There were several pearls in her palm. At first, even Attilan almost thought it was pearls, but after carefully sensing the breath of the pearls in front of him, he found that it was indeed pearl rice. It was just covered by the strong breath of water element, and with a round shape like white jade pearls. Anyone who saw it would think it was pearl. Isn't it too much like pearls? The flower girl was shocked. The difference between this and the dogtail grass they were cultivating was too big. Attilan was moved. He was worthy of being a great druid. As long as he was careful, he could cultivate pearl rice into pearls. It was obviously rice, but the quality was so good that it could be used as jewelry. It was true that there were people who were better than people, and there were heavens beyond heaven. He still had a lot to learn. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190 Western Xinjiang Construction Core. Winrisa, can I taste this pearl rice? I saw you use it to restore your physical strength and magic power. I just happened to research a recovery potion, so I can exchange it with you. If you want to know what kind of magical plant the elven archdruid has transformed rice into, the best way is to taste it yourself. Only by tasting it yourself can you have a clear understanding of the taste and effect of pearl rice. No problem. Winrisa was also very curious about the effect of the magical plant cultivated by the ocean dragon druid. Grandma once said that the ocean dragon is a dragon with very strong recovery ability. Not only does it have strong recovery ability, but the magic field it emits can also make the surrounding animals and plants stronger and more active, and even transform into dragon vein creatures. Of course, Grandma only mentioned a few words, because she had never seen a living ocean dragon, but Winrisa remembered that Grandma said that the ocean dragon was the most suitable dragon to become a druid. If she could observe the magic trajectory of the ocean dragon druid, maybe she could seize the opportunity to break through the legendary realm. So in the communication with Attilan, Winrisa also had some of her own little thoughts. As long as Attilan is interested in the pearl rice, she can invite Attilan to visit her grandmother, and then her grandmother can break through the legend. With a legendary druid, her and the ranger tribe will have a much better life. The Mage King dares to suppress the archdruid, but he certainly doesn't dare to suppress the legendary druid. Because everyone is part of the Water Elf Kingdom, Grandma taught her that she doesn't need to care so much, and she should seriously study martial arts and protect the civilians on the border. The Rangers are actually satisfied with their current treatment, but they are dissatisfied with the establishment because their troops are not enough to guard the long border. The suppression of the Mage King can be felt by everyone in the Ranger Corps, especially the Deputy General who is now in charge of guarding the Ranger Corps headquarters. He is the Ranger carefully trained by the Mage King. His task is to monitor the movements of the archdruid and the Ranger Corps. This kind of person who is similar to the military supervisor makes everyone feel the king's distrust of them. Because these elf rangers still have the idea of loyalty to the country, which is the ideal that the archdruid has instilled in them since childhood. It is precisely because of the archdruid's initiative to show goodwill. This is how the Ranger Corps was established. Attilan has made two preparations. On the one hand, he is ready to stir up the resentment of the Ranger troops towards the Mage King, and on the other hand, He is ready to provoke the Mage King's sensitive nerves. As long as the Mage King can't help but take action, how can these rangers who are influenced by him hold back and not take action? Attilan and Verisa both have their own little thoughts, and the relationship between the two sides has sublimated very quickly, as if they have become good friends at the same level as the forest druids. After tasting the pearl rice, Attilan felt that the archdruids are worthy of being archdruids. As long as they want, even the weeds on the roadside can become top-grade recovery herbs. Verisa is a level 10 ranger, and eating pearl rice directly can restore her magic power. And this is still the effect without processing it into magic potions. If it is processed into magic potions, the effect will at least double. Attilan thinks that if he can eat this kind of pearl rice every day and process it with Moonshadow Lake water, it will help his growth, and the effect can even exceed that of the secondary life acorn. Life acorns are the crystallization of the magic power of the old tree head, the oak guardian. Secondary life acorns are the fruits of ordinary tree people, or even the enlightened tree people who have not yet awakened their wisdom. The yield and quality of the acorns of these low-level tree people are uneven, and they can only be harvested once a year, unlike the old tree head that bears fruit all the time. It is said that for this westward strategy, several old druids who lived in the forest and were about to die contributed the enlightened tree people they had taken care of for more than 100 years, intending to transplant them to the grassland. They will be responsible for communicating the earth veins and water veins from the forest to the grassland, connecting natural energy to form a shallow natural magic network, so that the grassland can become a stable druid settlement. Only if they succeed, this large piece of land between the forest and the grassland can be completely under the control of the druids. Now Attilan can only occupy this land with his followers. Once people leave, this land loses its ownership. After forming a natural magic network and leaving deep traces of druids, it is not so easy to change the nature of the land. Druids can also get bonuses for practicing in this land. The same principle applies to the construction of wizard towers by wizards. They are all for the purpose of changing the surrounding environment, allowing the magic energy to gather and channel toward the wizard tower in the center, making the environment more suitable for their practice. As the old saying goes, once you become the shape of a person, it is not so easy to change back. For the next month, the Blue Dragon Legion did not make any moves, as if they had given up fighting for the flame treasure. The Blue Dragon even released half of his followers. Let them go back to the production of the tribe and the oasis. Attilan was sure that the Blue Dragon had his conspiracy and calculations. This month, he might have been waiting for the big man behind him to send him reinforcements. Attilan didn't care. After the flame treasure converged the energy, the desert was already ready for transformation. At the beginning, he boasted to the Eagle King and others that he would transform the desert into a forest. Now is the time to do it. Verisa found Attilan who was planting poplars with a pot of wine. Attilan, we have more than 10,000 soldiers who have received formal military training. Why don't we attack the Blue Dragon's lair directly, take him down first, and then go into the dungeon to search for treasures? Attilan planted the poplar seeds in the soil he created with a spell of turning sand into mud, then poured some water, and then repeated the above actions 10 meters to the east. The wind blowing from the east was getting more and more humid. There was even a heavy rain a few days ago, which allowed him to use the rain to expand the oasis where the garrison was stationed. Verisa, you are a general, drink less wine. Wine will affect your judgment of the situation. I don't think your grandmother wants you to become a drunkard. I only drank a little bit. This is just the first pot of wine today. Verisa put away the wine pot with a guilty conscience. Originally, she would only drink a little fruit wine brewed by druids with wild fruits at banquets, but the druids trained by her grandmother were much worse at brewing than Attilan and his friends. In the past, Verisa thought that she didn't like drinking. After drinking the dragon blood wine given to her by Attilan a month ago, she realized that the wine brewed by the druids was simply not tasty. She actually likes drinking. Seeing that Verisa had quickly changed from a majestic, witty, calm and wise ranger general to an alcoholic since her first contact with the dragon blood wine, Attilan regretted giving her the dragon blood wine. In addition to developing the dragon blood wine with the wine girl, he actually developed a potion for recovery with the flower girl. The water of life of the ocean dragon has many functions that can be developed. However, compared with the dragon blood wine, the taste of this recovery potion is relatively much worse, with a strong bitter taste of herbs, while the taste of the dragon blood wine is much better. The bitter taste of the herbs is transformed into a unique flavor during the brewing process, all thanks to the excellent brewing technology of the wine girl. At the same time, there are also those old druids who, after tasting the dragon blood wine, intend to use the energy of the blood wine to maintain their youthful posture, and they all give their optimization suggestions. This makes the sea dragon blood wine even more perfect. Attilan was a little confused. Our innocent children like Leopard Woman and Virisa unable to resist alcohol? Once they like it, will they quickly fall into alcoholics? Why do you want to plant trees in the desert? The desert environment is not suitable for plant seeds to germinate now. It is better to wait until the environment changes before starting to plant. Facing Virisa's doubts, Attilan smiled and shook his head to explain. It is not because the desert environment has changed that we plant trees, but because we plant trees to change the desert environment. Only by relying on the efforts of the druids can the desert become a beautiful forest again. Virisa, some things can only be realized if you work hard for them. If you don't fight for them, how can others give them to you? Attilan changed the subject very naturally. It's like there are not enough rangers guarding the border. If you choose to wait until the Mage King allows you to train new rangers, how many innocent elves will die in attacks by orcs, hobgoblins and the like? Virisa frowned and said, but it is an act of treason to increase the number of soldiers in the Ranger Corps without the King's permission. Who says they have to be soldiers of the Ranger Corps? You can help various villages and towns to form their militia, but they will no longer receive militia training, but regular Ranger Corps training. Virisa frowned and thought. Training rangers consumes a lot of resources and requires the guidance of senior rangers. We may not have the resources to train new rangers. Even the ranger troops rely on the resources provided by the king to maintain their current size. Attilan smiled and said, don't worry about this. Since I am your friend, I will naturally help you as much as possible. My kingdom has just been established. I think we can send caravans to exchange what we have and let both sides get better development. What do you think? No wonder Attilan felt that the business of the Water Elf Kingdom was very deformed. Almost all of it was concentrated in Ningfangport. It turned out that the Mage King restricted the development of local towns in various ways. It can only be said that the elven archdruid, except for the talent of druid practice, is really not good at other aspects. Otherwise, after so many years, the areas actually affected and controlled by her would not be so primitive and poor. A comparison will show that the archdruid controls forests, villages, and towns, and the king controls wealthy cities and ports. The king has an advantage in all aspects. Except for hard power. There is no way. Who makes the druids and rangers more arrogant as they become poorer? Because they put all their resources into improving their strength, and poor environment makes it easier for strong people to be born. The second generation of mages under the rule of the Mage King have been declining in strength generation after generation due to the influence of money and a favorable environment. Otherwise they would not have absorbed outstanding magic talents from outside to maintain their blood-making ability. Attilan was about to continue talking when he suddenly saw a druid transport team appearing in the sand dunes in the east, led by the wine girl. The winemaker is here, haven't you always wanted to meet her? Virisa's eyes lit up. In this month, she tasted all the varieties of wine brought by Attilan and had completely fallen in love with the wine girl's skills. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go and greet them. When Attilan saw the barmaid, he realized that the team was made up of a large number of druids. He asked in confusion, why are there so many druids? Shouldn't everyone stay in the grassland and try to turn the surrounding desert into grassland? The barmaid nodded and said, yes, according to the calculations of our predecessors, the current water vapor blowing from the east has the largest impact on the oasis where you are stationed now. Of course, you still need to mobilize some water vapor from the east. This is the task that Master George personally gave you. When Attilan heard that this was what Loudang meant, he knew that this task must be difficult. The master instructed that the team of the Western Xinjiang Construction Corps should be expanded to spread the glory of the druids to as much land as possible. You have been appointed as the head of the Construction Corps. How is it? Are you happy? Attilan forced a smile. Then I'm so happy. If the large desert from oasis to grassland can be transformed into grassland, the territory of the Kingdom of Atlantis will increase from the current 200,000 square kilometers to 400,000 square kilometers. It will double in size. Of course, the forest transformed from oasis must be managed by druids, and he does not have enough manpower to develop such a large area. The grassland that has just been restored is very fragile and not suitable for raising sheep. Instead, we can try to plant more drought-resistant economic crops and try to harvest while investing. This can also effectively increase the enthusiasm of the subjects for transformation. It is impossible for such a large territory to be completely transformed by druids. Either time is used to exchange space and it takes decades or hundreds of years to transform, or it is won by the number of people, focusing on one person conquering the sky. Not to mention the dependence. If there is no harvest, Attilan will not invest too much manpower and material resources in sand control. Unless the wilderness has not yet completely turned into green, this western frontier construction core is probably a smoke bomb created by the bear people to confuse the enemy. No problem. I've lived long enough, so I can take my time. The barmaid showed a dangerous smile. No, the master said that you need to build at least one river extending from the southwest river to the oasis in this war, as well as a forest belt and ground vein combing. These tasks need to be completed. You need to form a circle of energy going back and forth along this line. Attilan's eyes widened. How can this be done? The barmaid waved her hands casually. That's your job. Think about it slowly, Captain. As she spoke, she took Verisa's hand. You must be Verisa. Sure enough, your temperament is somewhat similar to Sandri. No wonder you both love to drink my wine so much. You two will definitely become good friends. Attilan's mouth twitched. What do you mean by similar temperament? Are you saying that she is as stupid as the leopard girl? Chapter 191 Dandelions covering the sky. The wine girl and the elf returned to the camp hand in hand, but Attilan began to worry about the news brought by the wine girl. If water was diverted westward from the southwest river, he expanded, the length of the river would exceed 400 kilometers. The water-repelling barrier caused by the flame treasure dissipated. According to Attilan's estimation, the water flow of the southwest river would increase and flow naturally to the grassland. This section of the river is tens of kilometers long. Because of the terrain, the river cannot be a straight line, and the curved river can better nourish the growth of vegetation on both sides of the river, which is conducive to the environmental transformation of the desert. The straight line distance from the grasslands to the oasis is only more than 100 kilometers, but their marching distance is nearly 300 kilometers. Where people can go, water may not be able to go. 400 kilometers is just a rough calculation result of Attilan. The approximate impact range of the river and rainfall is 200,000 square kilometers. Attilan is a little confused. Now is the critical moment of the multi-party melee. Why did Laudang let him build this green belt? Isn't he afraid that he will not be on the battlefield at a critical time, resulting in the treasure being taken away by the blue dragon? Yes, Laudang is not interested in treasures. Expanding the influence of druids is a better smokescreen for bear people. Compared with short-term gains such as Purgatory Dragon Soul, druids value the green land of millions of square kilometers after the desert is transformed. Such a large green land can provide natural magic to support a legendary druid. Of course, advancing to legendary level is definitely not just about resources, otherwise the old naughty boy would not have broken through until now, and he even started to play badly. Although serving as the high priest of the steamed bun god made the old naughty boy go crazy, he also got the opportunity to break through the legend. Some time ago, the old naughty boy held another ceremony to worship the steamed bun god. He transformed the faith power of the steamed bun god accumulated this year, and then he went crazy again as expected. Even though he was mentally prepared in advance, he almost became a joke passed down by word of mouth. Because he was eroded by the power of faith, the old naughty boy actually had a wrong perception and regarded himself as a piece of old steamed bun. He looked at everyone he met after he came back vigilantly. He was afraid that someone would eat him. Especially the leopard girl, who was eating a basket of honey buns that had just come out of the pot. In the eyes of the old boy, it was eating his companions. Fear made him flee. He even forgot that he was a great druid. If the leopard girl fought with him, the leopard girl would not be the opponent of the old boy. Speaking of the leopard girl, Attilan turned back curiously and asked, "Wine girl, you are so interested in Verisa, why didn't the leopard girl come?" The wine girl smiled gloatingly and said, "She wanted to come, but the master assigned her an important task. Before completing the task, I think she has no time to do other things. You know, in order to carry out the task, she hasn't drunk a drop of wine for half a month. You should also know how tormented Sandri is." Tisk tisk tisk. Attilan was a little unbalanced at first. But now, after hearing about the leopard girl's experience, his mood instantly became comfortable. Okay, young people should exercise more, so what is her task? The wine girl raised her eyebrows and took out a packet of seeds from the dimension bag. Master Jaina gave her this dandelion seed and asked her to plant the seeds all over the land controlled by your kingdom from the grassland to the forest within 3 months. Attilan frowned slightly and asked in confusion, "Dandelion? Does this dandelion have any special effect? It needs to be planted in such a large area, but if dandelions are important, why did Master let Leopard Girl do this alone?" The wine girl shrugged and shook her head with a smile. "I don't know either. If you want to know, you can fly back and ask the Master. She asked me to bring the seeds to you because she hopes you will plant them in the oasis where you are stationed." "What are the specific effects of dandelions?" "You will know when it grows. The Master must think more deeply than us. Dandelion should be the trump card of our druids in this battle." Attilan's mouth twitched. He never thought that one day dandelions that were blown away by the wind could also be regarded as a trump card. What can dandelions do? Make the enemy allergic to pollen and die? Forget it, since it is the task of Fujin. He can only execute it. Although it was just seeds, Attilan could feel the pure fairy magic contained in the seeds after taking the bag. There was a kind of fascinating charm, which was indeed the style of Fujin. "I thought it would be rose seeds, but it turned out to be dandelions." After returning to the camp, Attilan announced that a banquet would be held tonight. Tomorrow he would dispatch 500 minotaurs and centaurs to plant trees. Let them have fun today. To plant trees in the desert, even if Attilan solved the most important water source problem, the difficulties waiting for the centaurs and minotaurs were still countless. I remember that from the first day of stationing in the oasis, I ordered all the soldiers to collect the seeds of plants in the desert, whether they were from the oasis or directly grown in the sand. "How many have you collected now?" Faced with Attilan's sudden question, the old blind man was a little speechless. He was Attilan's military advisor. How could he know about such a logistical problem, and the lowest level of problem? "Dragon Lord, maybe you should ask the halflings. I think this is their job." Attilan continued without any embarrassment. "Yes, I mean you to help me call the halflings over." The old blind man knew that Attilan was lying, but he was a subordinate, and a subordinate with only one eye left. Facing a leader who was lying, he could only turn a blind eye. "Okay, Dragon Lord." The chief chef of the army was the first halfling to step into Kingland Town. After seeing the welfare of the fishmen in Kingland Town, he decisively chose to stay and work for Attilan. In this year, he has become an outstanding young man in the halfling town by showing off the high-grade soy sauce, dyed silk and other valuable items rewarded by Attilan. It attracted hundreds of young men who couldn't bear the restlessness in their hearts and ran to Kingland Town to join Attilan. Of course, most of the halflings finally chose to become chefs, musicians, agricultural officers, business officers, and other administrative and logistical positions. Only a very few, that is, 2 people, passed the test and became a glorious scout. Although the soles of the halflings' feet are hairy, which allows them to walk barefoot on the ground silently, not everyone has a big heart that is not afraid of death and can become an assassin dancing on the tip of a knife and in the shadow. The reason why there are so many halflings working is of course not only because of the first halfling, but also because of the propaganda of the Fang brothers. Compared with the material rewards brought back by the adventurers, the spiritual honor of the Fang brothers is more sought after by the halflings. The spiritual honor of the 2 brothers comes from their height that has exceeded 1.2 meters. This height is really tall for halflings. Everyone has the habit of emphasizing what they lack the more, so a halfling of 1.8 meters can become a legend passed down by word of mouth among halflings and become a hero. The 2 brothers grew taller because they mastered the Titan transformation, but the real increase of a few tenths of a centimeter in height after the Titan transformation was actually because of the life crystal given to them by Attilan. The Titan transformation is like an engine, and the life crystal is gasoline. Without gasoline, the engine alone is useless. The Fangs tried, but only Attilan's dragon magic could make their bodies grow taller. Other energies were not pure enough. If they could improve their druid level and make their magic more pure and condensed, it should also have a promoting effect. For example, Tarzan, as the power of the life angel in his body slowly increased, his height was about to break through 2 meters from 1.8 meters. The life starlight Titan angel alchemy he practiced was more advanced than the Titan transformation. Besides, whether it was a star angel or a Titan, who would be only 2 or 3 meters tall? Even when the dwarves used the descent of the gods, their bodies would expand into a 3-meter-tall gray-white rock body under the influence of the earth element. Of course, it was not completely rock, but more like a half-flesh and half-rock energy. In short, the descent of the gods was more complicated than Attilan expected, So that after Silver Ring had been trained for such a long time with the help of Attilan, his Descent of the Gods was still only a prototype. Although even if Silver Ring practiced a Descent of the Gods, Attilan would not be able to start the plan of eroding the Dwarf Kingdom so quickly. He would still find a suitable reason to fool Silver Ring. Fortunately, Silver Ring has a certain talent. Compared with his rapid practice of becoming a god, Attilan is more worried that he can't practice this ability at all. If Attilan wants to launch this puppet Dwarf King, he will have to consume more brain cells. After all, Silver Ring has a very bad image in the minds of the dwarves. Dwarves hate liars, and Silver Ring is a well-known liar. Only the dwarves can reverse his image in the minds of the dwarves. Of course, Attilan also prepared a script for him to be a prodigal son. He planned to let him return to the Dwarf Kingdom and start building his personality after the battle. A big plan like usurping a country will definitely take a long time. Fortunately, dwarves can live for 400 years, and Silver Ring is just over 200 years old. Even if it takes 50 years to ascend the throne, he can sit on the throne for at least 50 years. Of course, Silver Ring needs to solve another important problem. Marrying a wife. Any king needs an heir, which will increase the confidence of the people in the orderly inheritance of the throne. Like this simple-minded dwarf king who trusts Attilan, he has trouble with his heirs. He is not infertile, he has children, but he has given birth to 7 daughters in a row. He is numb and has no hope of having a son. He has made plans to let his daughter, who has trained to be a god, take over the throne and become the queen. And Attilan's plan is to let Silver Ring marry the eldest princess. There is no way, only the eldest princess is an adult, and the age gap between the other princesses and Silver Ring is too big. It is no longer an old cow eating tender grass. If this matter is made public, Silver Ring will definitely be dragged out and beaten by the angry dwarves. It is impossible to let him go unless all his ribs are broken. Silver Ring needs to turn back first, and then increase the eldest princess's favor for him. Of course, if these two things can be done together, it will be fine. But Attilan does not think that Silver Ring has such a powerful rhetoric. Don't say that dwarves don't care about their partner's appearance. The eldest princess is obsessed with appearance. Fortunately, Silver Ring's foundation is not too bad, so Attilan didn't have to use his life control to give him plastic surgery. Of course, it was a minor surgery, and it still looked like Silver Ring. Even if there was no plastic surgery, Attilan still needed to transform Silver Ring's image. There was no other way. As the Dragon Lord, he still had to do such a small thing himself. There was really no talent in the kingdom who was good at image management. Among the druids, there were Flower Girl and Wine Girl who were better at it, and Spider Girl Evilly, who is the best at image management. Her cold and scary appearance was all pretended by her. The bag of dandelion seeds sent by Flower Girl was more than Attilan expected. It was just 2 fist-sized pockets of humans, but they were filled with tens of thousands of seeds, and the color of the seeds was purple, and you could still see a little light. It only took Attilan 3 days to plant these seeds in the oasis, and he specially used the rain of grace to irrigate the seeds. The seeds were also very good. It took only 3 days for them to sprout from the soil, and a week for them to bloom purple flowers. This was the first time Attilan had seen purple dandelion flowers. Usually, they were yellow flowers. Although only 10,000 seeds were planted, Attilan carefully checked and found that the number of flowers even exceeded 30,000. What's going on? 1 seed can grow 3 dandelions. Attilan shook his head and ignored the problem of dandelions. He had a premonition that there would be a storm coming from the east in 3 days. He had waited for a month but there was no movement from the blue dragon. He was actually a little anxious. It was only to stabilize the morale of the army that he took the action of planting trees and greening the desert to stabilize the morale of the army. But another half a month had passed, and the blue dragon had been holding back for too long. Under the influence of those wizards who almost peed their pants when they returned, the Water Elf Kingdom had become an unbeatable opponent. Once the blue dragon got the treasure, it would definitely attack the richest Water Elf Kingdom around. The wealth of Windfall Harbor. Attilan's followers who have been farming for a lifetime, and the dwarves who have been forging iron for a lifetime, are not as much as Windfall Harbor. There are poor people all around, and they are hard bones to chew, except for Windfall Harbor. Strictly speaking, other parts of the Water Elf Kingdom are also poor. So under the argument of the Deputy General, the king finally sent out his 300 wizards. Originally, there were 500, but some people got sick under the propaganda of the pants-wetting wizard. With 300 courageous wizards and the stormy weather, Attilan decided to try the foundation of the blue dragon. In stormy weather, he can fight against this adult blue dragon. However, 3 days later, what he waited for was not only the storm, but also the purple dandelions flying all over the sky. It was about to rain, and the desert, which had always been clear and blue, became a little gloomy. When these dandelions appeared, the sky instantly became dim. It even turned faintly purple. Attilan knew that the dandelions that covered the sky were made by the vine girl. Chapter 192, Destroying the Blue Dragon Formation. Dandelions flying all over the sky fell into the dust on the west side of the oasis. Attilan felt that the desert seemed to have not changed, but it seemed to have changed a little. Attilan could only say that the boss was worthy of being the boss. Even if he took action, he would not understand. If he was not an ocean dragon with a good sense of vitality, he would have noticed a slight increase in the livestock in the desert. Maybe he, like others, regarded the flying dandelions as a natural landscape. Verisa, stop looking. Are those royal mages willing to follow your orders and join us in raiding the Blue Dragon's camp? Verisa clenched the longbow in her hand and said with a serious face, no matter what their previous identities were, since the king has assigned them to my command, they must obey my military orders, otherwise they will be punished by military law. The king knows my temper. As long as they disobey the military order, even if they escape back to Ningfang Port alive, I will catch them and punish them by military law. Deserters are naturally a capital crime, and most of the mages who can be sent to the army are of the type with poor qualifications. Only a small number of noble children can be sent to gain military merit. In this way, they can better take over their parents' parliamentary positions. These noble children are really difficult to arrange. It's not that they are afraid of offending the parliamentary parents. Even if some of them have both parents and parliamentarians, it's nothing in the eyes of Verisa, who is so young and inexperienced. The key point is that these guys are in poor health and poor military quality. They don't have the ability to carry out such large-scale tasks. They can only mobilize their parents to arrange for the mages to escort them to carry out the task. The military merits were attributed to them. Originally, Verisa did not agree, but after Attilan's persuasion, she finally agreed to let these unorganized mages fight on her behalf. The dwarf king rode his golden griffin to Attilan. The storm is coming soon. Griffins are not good at fighting in storms. I will leave 500 people to defend the camp, and the others will join the battle on foot. Attilan frowned slightly and said, no need. All the griffin knights will stay. The storm will not last too long. After the storm is over, the griffin knights will join the battle to cover our retreat. The dwarf king laughed. No problem, as long as the griffin knights can join the battle. Those guys are shouting in my ears that they want to go, and my head is swollen. The dwarf king is not smart enough, but he has a hunch that maybe simple people have this kind of good luck favored by fate. The dwarf king keenly discovered that doing business with Attilan is beneficial. He took the initiative to promote a meeting of kings, and strengthen the depth and breadth of cooperation between the dwarf kingdom and Atlantis. Although his actions also allowed Attilan to seize many of the lifeblood of the dwarves. But the treatment of the dwarf citizens was really improved. There were chickens in the iron pot, vegetables in the bowl, wine in the cup, and candy for the children, which made the dwarf king recognized by almost all the citizens. He was able to sit firmly on the throne and had the possibility of passing it to his daughter. It is difficult for the gods to descend to the earth. But it does not mean that other dwarves cannot master it. The system of the kingdom determines that as long as you master the gods to descend to the earth, you can run for king. But if you also master the gods to descend to the earth, there will be room for operation in who will be the king. As long as it works well, it is not impossible for fathers to pass on the throne to sons and sons to grandsons. For example, the current dwarf king is because his father is the dwarf king. He is simply not good at power struggles. Fighting and practice are his areas of expertise. So under the preparation of his father, he successfully became the next dwarf king. The eldest princess inherited her talent for cultivation from the dwarf king, and her political mind from her grandfather, which is why the dwarf king believes that he can push his eldest daughter to become the dwarf queen. Of course, influenced by the current dwarf king, the eldest princess's mind is definitely not as good as her grandfather's, but it is much better than her father. In fact, the eldest princess is not very happy about the deep binding between the dwarf kingdom and Attilan. Once the kingdom of Attilan develops, the dwarf kingdom will definitely be in trouble. She doesn't believe that the dragon's appetite is limited to the current land. especially after Attilan even showed greed for the land in the desert. The mountains where the dwarf kingdom is located have a much better environment than the desert, and there are so many dwarf-strong laborers who can fight and forge iron. She doesn't believe that Attilan will look down on the dwarf kingdom. Silver Ring and the eldest princess were classmates and studied under the same dwarf casting master. At that time, Silver Ring fell in love with a princess, but the princess looked down on Silver Ring. There is a gap between their identities, status, and strength, and the eldest princess needs a husband who can help her fight for the throne. Love is not something she values much. Even though Silver Ring is a bit handsome, the princess is not in love at all. Silver Ring now has Attilan as his backer. With a dragon lord behind him, he has also started his own business in the kingdom of Atlantis. He currently manages an engineering team of hundreds of wandering dwarves. The dwarf king said that the dwarves once had many countries, but they fell one by one during the eastward expansion of the swamp dragon. Most dwarves chose to join other dwarf kingdoms to the east. But there are also some dwarves who choose to join other directions. They are all dwarves who go out to struggle and rely on opening shops such as blacksmith shops in human cities to make a living. Of course, there are also dwarf grass-headed kings who pull up mountains, occupy some uninhabited wilderness, and form a country with hundreds of dwarves. This kind of power generally collapses for various reasons, and the dwarves also scatter in exile. Attilan recruited dozens of dwarves with the help of the caravans that have already reached the Valley Kingdom. In the Snow-Peaked Dwarf Kingdom in the west, some dwarves who could not find jobs due to overcapacity were also recruited to be responsible for the production of agricultural tools, weapon maintenance and engineering construction. If their skills are really good enough, they can find jobs even if the dwarf kingdom is in internal conflict. If there is no other way, who would be willing to leave their hometown to work? When the number of dwarves under Silver Ring exceeds 1,000, the princess will take him seriously. If he has 10,000 dwarves, the princess will definitely take him seriously. If he has 100,000 dwarves, the princess will worry that Silver Ring will compete with her for the throne. Get ready to go. I will pull the water vapor and use the wind and rain to cover our traces, so that we can launch a surprise attack on the Blue Dragon camp. Attilan flew into the sky. The water vapor was almost reaching the oasis where they were stationed. In order to prevent the storm from bringing down all the rain in a very short time, Attilan had to take the initiative to interfere with the rain clouds in the sky. The main reason was that if he did not interfere, the rain clouds would not be able to go another 100 kilometers west to fall on the heads of the blue dragons. In order for this attack to go smoothly, he had to take the initiative to push the water vapor deep into the desert. The well-equipped coalition of the three countries stood solemnly in the oasis ready to set off. Everyone's eyes were burning, and they couldn't wait to reap a stunning victory. Under the encouragement of Attilan's superb rhetoric, everyone was full of confidence in the victory of this raid. After defeating the Blue Dragon, all three parties could reap what they wanted from the Blue Dragon's rule. The elves hoped to wipe out the minions of the Blue Dragon so that those dirty, smelly Blue Dragon followers would never attack the villages in the western part of the elves again. The dwarves eliminated the Blue Dragon, their biggest competitor, and obtained the flame treasure to forge weapons to defeat the frost giants, greatly increasing the possibility of winning the 300 years of war. After fighting the frost giants for more than 300 years, the dwarves were poor and tired, but they had to continue the war to protect their homes. Only by completely eliminating the frost giants could the dwarves get peace. Attilan's goal was to eliminate the Blue Dragon. As for the Blue Dragon's followers, if they could be transformed, Attilan planned to accept them. Of course, they had to start from the lowest level of slaves. When the desert turns into grassland, they, or their children, can be released as ordinary dependents. With the sparse drizzle falling on the advancing army, it turned into life energy to nourish everyone's body, so that they can always maintain the best condition when they are in action. When the raindrops fell on the largest oasis in the desert occupied by the Blue Dragon, it had become ordinary rain without any extraordinary power, but the mist was getting bigger and bigger, and the Blue Dragon felt that his perception seemed to be restricted. The vigilant Blue Dragon immediately ordered the Blue Dragon leader next to him, "You take people to be on guard near the oasis immediately. I am worried that the Ocean Dragon will use this rain to attack us. It hasn't rained in the desert for so many years, even if the restrictions of the flame orb are eliminated, but this rain came too quickly, and I feel a little uneasy." Yes, after the Blue Dragon leader left, the Blue Dragon thought about it and came to the underground space to check his arrangements. Now the only thing that can make him feel at ease is this underground space. The Blue Dragon passed through the tunnel and came to this cold evil mezzanine illuminated by blue and white phosphorescent fire. The ground was covered with cold corpses, and their rotten bodies revealed pale bones. The blue flames that symbolized the soul burned in his eye sockets. In the center of the underground space, there was a huge magic circle flowing with evil dark magic, washing the thousands of corpses scattered all over, enhancing the strength and combat effectiveness of the corpses. It's done. Just wait for 3 more days, and these undead soldiers will be successfully refined. At that time, I will make the damned sea dragon pay with his life. It's the first time for me to refine a bone dragon with the corpse of a giant dragon. I must seize such a rare opportunity. With the help of a bone dragon, my status in the clan can also be improved. I wonder who dares to look down on me. The blue dragon laughed evilly. Such a strong sea dragon, his bones must be well grown, which makes me want him even more. At this moment, the blue dragon's eyes were full of greed. With the 10,000 materials sent by the elders through the void, the undead army he created would not be his opponent even if the dwarves, elves, and sea dragons joined forces. Ah-ha-ha-ha! The blue dragon's rampant laughter suddenly echoed in the underground space. Soon, he restrained his laughter and continued to use the remaining bones to create more bone guards. Creating bone guards is a boring and painful process. If the blue dragon did not use these expectations to guide himself, as a noble blue dragon, he would have handed these tasks over to his blue dragon necromancers. Necromancers are professions created by blue dragon liches with their power. Their combat effectiveness is not strong, and their main function is to carry out assembly line operations. Using the seeds of undead magic instilled in them by the blue dragon liches, they help the liches nourish the bone materials and perform some simple assembly of bone guards. Therefore, the necromancer is a substitute for the necromancer, and the professional ability is much weaker than that of the necromancer. It is a failed attempt of the blue dragon lich. Of course, because it is convenient to create a necromancer and it is a magic profession, many blue dragons in the clan will buy professional seeds from the lich elders to cultivate their followers. No matter which continent, there will be no shortage of bones. With just a little investment, you can get an army that will not tire. Who wouldn't be tempted? But when the blue dragon was creating the undead army, it encountered a thorny problem, that is, most of the bones that were originally everywhere in the desert disappeared. This caused the blue dragon to spend a lot of time collecting bones. It was not that the blue dragon did not want to take action, but he didn't know which poor guy even picked up the bones abandoned in the desert. He really didn't understand who else would need bones besides the necromancer. But the bones were collected, but he didn't hear anything. According to his inquiries, the bones seemed to have been bought by a certain force in the east with food. To the east is either the druid's forest or the elf kingdom. Both sides reject the manipulation of the undead. He doesn't believe that there will be a necromancer so bold. Unless he is a fool. Of course, the one who bought the bones is not a fool, nor is it someone else, but Attilan. The cultivated land area is constantly expanding. In order to ensure food production, he has to invest some necessary fertilizers, such as phosphate fertilizers. As the old saying goes, the land where a war took place will be fertile soil, which can make the seeds planted in the second year thrive. This is the effect of fertilizer. The most suitable and cheapest fertilizer Attilan can think of is the bones that were casually discarded in the sand and dust when he patrolled the desert in the sky. Through some tribes that have lived in the desert for many years, Attilan only paid very little food and collected a large number of bones. When these tribes worked for Attilan, they were naturally attracted by the good days of having enough food every day for the dependents who had joined Attilan. They all joined Attilan, who was more ambitious and valued his dependents more. It was because of this that the tribes that once belonged to the Blue Dragons all ran to Attilan, and he only got sporadic news that the skeletons were bought by the forces in the east, but he didn't know who was buying them. Just as the Blue Dragon was immersed in the beautiful dream of killing Attilan after the undead army was formed, the ground suddenly shook violently, and the roar of the explosion reached the Blue Dragon's ears. Who is casting magic? The Blue Dragon's face suddenly changed. This powerful magic explosion was impossible for the Blue Dragon warlocks under his command. It was the damned sea dragon who really brought people to kill. The Blue Dragon immediately mobilized all the bone guards that could move in the magic circle at the fastest speed. Even if the bone guards have not been completely refined, they are still the strongest army in this land. When the Blue Dragon arrogantly controlled the undead army to the surface, he happened to see the Blue Dragon leader who fled back with a few remnants of the defeated army. The Blue Dragon immediately glared at him and roared, "How dare you come back? The ocean dragons have come to your doorstep, and you didn't even give any warning." Not to mention that you can't continue to be the leader of the Blue Dragon army. I think you don't even want to live, the Blue Dragon leader said with a sad face. Dragon Lord, it's not that my subordinates don't work hard, it's really that the enemy is too cunning. They can actually advance silently in the mist formed by rain. Many of my brothers were killed by their stealth using silent killing techniques. Since the environment of the desert changed and it began to rain, Attilan knew that the fish people had a place to use their skills in this land. The fog hiding technique and the silent killing technique are very classic tactics suitable for fish wanderers. Attilan helped to carry them to his fish wanderer troops. Of course, as an ocean dragon with affinity for water elements, Attilan can naturally master the fog hiding technique quickly, but of course the silent killing technique requires a little practice. The greatest advantage of Attilan is that he is not ashamed to ask questions. With his huge body now, he needs to control his body very finely if he wants to perform silent killing. Especially the steps, he needs to reduce the disturbance of airflow as much as possible to be truly silent. Attilan needs to learn from others and absorb the advantages of the steps of wanderers, rangers, and monks. For the fog hiding technique and silent killing technique, Attilan does not value the ability of close-range assassination, but the effect of hiding traces. He wants to hide his body perfectly and let the enemy be killed by his spells with fear in the white fog. The fog in the Blue Dragon oasis is getting thicker and thicker, and the raindrops falling from the sky are decreasing, but the Blue Dragon feels a chill on his back. The leader of the Blue Dragon said in a panic, "Dragon Lord, I took 2,000 people out, including more than 100 blue dragons, but everyone was silently dispersed by the white fog. In the end, only screams were heard, and they were all dead." From time to time, the fog would outline some giants and ghosts, making the Blue Dragon's followers tremble. A dog-headed man couldn't suppress the fear in his heart, and shouted in horror, "It's the brothers who were tricked into the underground by the Dragon Lord and killed. They came back to seek revenge on us." The Blue Dragon directly exhaled a breath of lightning, burning the dog-headed man and more than a dozen dog-headed men around him into charcoal. Whoever dares to talk nonsense and disturb the morale of the army will end up like him. I have an army of undead in my hands. Even if they really come back, they will just die again. What's more, those followers who were killed by him could never come back. Their bones turned into white bone guards, so could their souls escape? Some souls with some talent were infected by negative energy and turned into wailing banshees, and most of the rest became food to nourish the bones. There was no way. The bones collected were too few, and there was no way to use them to improve the quality. They could only kill them and use them immediately. Ocean Dragon, get out. I know these mists are your tricks. Don't think you can defeat me with these little tricks. Attilan did not respond to him, but released a series of ice cones from the sky. The Blue Dragon easily avoided the ice cones and returned a ball of necromancy magic to Attilan in the direction where the ice cones were shot. Got you. However, the ball exploded in the sky, and the Blue Dragon did not see Attilan. I didn't expect that as a Blue Dragon, you would choose to study necromancy instead of studying arcane magic. It's really a waste of your talent. Do you really want to be a lich? Do you still have the dignity of a dragon like this? Towards the direction where the voice came from, the Blue Dragon released another ball of necromancy magic, which exploded the mist but still did not show Attilan. The Blue Dragon's face was a little distorted. You actually mastered the ability to cast spells remotely. This is impossible. Even you haven't mastered such advanced skills, right? Attilan hid in the army, looking at the Blue Dragon like a headless fly, flying around in the sky, being led by the magic fluctuations he released. I overestimated you before. I didn't expect you to be such a rubbish. If I had known, I would have come to fight you earlier. It's a waste to give you such a large territory. The Blue Dragon was furious. Don't think that I can't do anything to you with a mist covering you. The Blue Dragon took out a black crystal stone. All the lives present felt their hearts throbbing, as if they saw something extremely disgusting, especially Attilan, the life druid. No wonder druids and necromancers are mortal enemies. This twisted feeling of dead lives being forcibly awakened is really disgusting. The Dwarf King's face changed, and he asked anxiously, "Dragon Lord, this army of undead looks difficult to deal with. Don't we have to die a lot to take down the Blue Dragon?" Attilan smiled contemptuously. "No need. Now I understand why my master asked me to plant dandelions. It turns out that it was prepared for these undead. The life school naturally has means to counter the manipulation of undead. Druids don't care how long you can live, but you can't pull up the dead life again. If you die, stay in the land honestly and don't think about getting up and living again." Don't worry, I'm prepared to deal with the undead. The elf's eyes widened in surprise. As expected of the Dragon Lord, he even calculated the undead. Attilan's mouth twitched. His plan was indeed comprehensive, but it didn't mean that he had planned everything. How could he have thought of the sea of undead? There was no information about this in advance, and the last time they met, the blue dragon couldn't feel any necromancy. Why are you silent? Are you scared of my undead army? The undead magic stone taken out by the blue dragon enhanced the perception of the undead. They keenly discovered the breath of life and magic hidden by the mist, and rushed towards the coalition's square phalanx frantically. Prepare to meet the enemy. At this time, Attilan also took out a crystal-clear gem that exuded a strong breath of life. As Attilan lit it, purple dandelion flowers quickly grew in the oasis. The originally aggressive white bone guard instantly turned into a docile little lamb. The hard white bones were also easily chopped by the unenchanted battle axe in the hands of the Minotaur. Feeling the controlled undead suddenly become weak, their numbers were decreasing rapidly, the blue dragon shouted in panic, "This is impossible. What did you do? Why are my undead suddenly weakened?" The dwarf king and the elf general were ready to go to the front line in person, but were stunned by this sudden change. They looked at Attilan in astonishment, waiting for his explanation. Attilan chuckled. "It's the dandelion, I added the dandelion." Chapter 193. As soon as I came in, I saw the bear man fighting the blue dragon. Strictly speaking, Attilan did not add dandelions with life-purifying effects to the magic circle that the blue dragon used to control the undead. He just used this life orb that he made from the ocean dragon soul to catalyze the dandelion seeds that were carried away by the wind and coincidentally fell on the blue dragon oasis. Ever since the blue dragon used the dead soul magic stone to strengthen the power of the bone guards, Attilan felt that the dandelions that were originally lurking in the earth had made their voices. These dandelions seemed to have a strong hostility towards the undead. Attilan had been planting dandelions for half a month. Out of curiosity, he had been studying why the vine girl wanted to put in this kind of dandelion seeds. He did not find any special effects of dandelions, but instead mastered how to quickly catalyze the maturity of dandelions. Everyone looked at Attilan in confusion. How could a small dandelion have such a powerful effect? The blue dragon continued to inject the dead soul magic into the sea of bones frantically, but it was of no avail. These dandelions quickly bloomed and matured, and the seeds fluttered in the wind and fell on the bones. It magically began to take root and sprout on the bones, and soon bloomed gorgeous flowers. The blue dragon shouted in horror, "How is it possible? How can a mere dandelion have the effect of absorbing the magic of the dead soul? My army of bones, it's impossible, absolutely impossible." The blue dragon's eyes were fixed on the purple flowers that became more gorgeous after absorbing the magic of the dead soul. "Dandelion, controlling plants, you are a druid. I didn't expect that after so many years, I would actually meet an ocean dragon druid." Attilan took the initiative to disperse the white mist, revealing his figure hovering in the air. "Yes, it is an ocean dragon druid, just ask if you are afraid." Who knew that after seeing Attilan, the blue dragon restrained his panic expression and showed a smile. "Originally, I thought I was dead, but I didn't expect that my opponent was actually an ocean dragon druid. It seems that I can still survive." The blue dragon directly crushed the dead soul magic stone in his hand. "Elder, I found a sea dragon druid. Please help me." A sinister voice came from the vortex formed by the crushed dead magic stone. "I see, you are really lucky. My choice is right. I can get another skull dragon. When the mission is over, your reward will definitely be there." Seeing the black vortex appear and hearing this sinister voice, Attilan knew that something big was going to happen. "Let all the mages take action together. We must destroy this vortex. We can't let the powerful person behind the blue dragon appear through teleportation." The figure floating in the air spewed out brilliant silver-white thunder to attack. "I will never let you destroy the elder's teleportation." The blue dragon gritted his teeth and rushed up, also spewing out a stream of thunder, but his thunder missed. His face suddenly changed. "It's an illusion." At this time, a more brilliant and dazzling silver-white lightning accurately hit the vortex, causing the dark vortex to tremble and even dim its color by 3 points. "Accio, how do you do things?" The huge energy fluctuations of the Legion magic released by the elves could no longer be blocked by the mist of Attilan. If it was not intercepted, the coordinates of the transmission channel opened by the dead stone would be destroyed. But the blue dragon was also taken care of by the most elite warriors and rangers in the army with various throwing weapons and arrows, and there was no time to cast spells to hinder the group of new recruits of the elf mage corps. Forced to do nothing, the blue dragon could only pounce on it and use his body to block the joint spell. He finally blocked it, but his giant dragon body was also beaten to pieces and fell to the ground weakly. Blue dragon is no longer good, everyone come together. The blue dragon was depressed and wanted to vomit blood. He wanted to pretend to be weak. Once the ocean dragon came to kill him, he could bite the ocean dragon's neck and bite him to death directly. However, the ocean dragon was so cautious. After gaining such a big advantage, he was still hiding behind and giving orders, not worried at all that the blue dragon lich behind him would teleport over to turn him into a bone dragon. The storm axe of the dwarf, the obsidian short spear of the tauren, and the arrows of the elves all flew towards the blue dragon in turn. He couldn't watch the show anymore, so he could only rush forward with his limbs in a panic, narrowly avoiding these weapons. "I didn't expect that. My disguise didn't fool you," the blue dragon roared angrily in the direction where the second lightning breath came from. "Such a poor performance. You don't think you can fool people, you only have this kind of brain. No wonder you want to become a dragon lich, the brain is really useless to you." Attilan also made a sound from this direction, and he himself had quietly circled behind the blue dragon at this moment. "What do you know? Dragon lich is the greatest profession in the world," the blue dragon roared wildly, and suddenly he felt a sharp pain behind him. An extremely large ice cone penetrated his body from behind. The blue dragon roared with intense pain and resentment, and fell to the ground weakly. This time he was really weak. Even if he moved his falling body, the blue dragon could feel a strong tearing in pain. "You, despicable, it's not about whether the means are despicable or not, but whether they are useful. Obviously, this silent ice cone 1,000-year killing technique I developed is very useful." A huge bone claw stretched out from the dark vortex. "Akio, although you are indeed a bit useless, you still prepared a time for me to teleport. After you go back, you will definitely get a reward." Gray-white magic power was injected into the blue dragon's body, forcing the ice cone out of his body. The blue dragon, paralyzed by the undead magic, did not feel a trace of pain. The owner of the bone claw also used magic power to sew up the blue dragon to ensure that he would not die from bleeding. "It's up to me now. Although you summoned me in advance without finding the flame orb, this ocean dragon is more valuable to me." As he spoke, the bone claw penetrated the mist and grabbed Attilan's hiding place accurately. Just one bone claw actually crossed a distance of hundreds of meters and grabbed him. In this world, is there still a dragon that is hundreds of meters long? A dragon of this size can live for tens of thousands of years, so why turn himself into a dragon lich? While Attilan was dodging the bone claws of the dragon lich, he was thinking about what this dragon lich was made of. Seeing the bone claws, the morale of the coalition forces dropped sharply in an instant. No one wanted to fight such a terrifying monster. During the capture of Attilan, the dragon lich didn't care who was fighting on the ground. He waved his arms at will and killed dozens or hundreds of people with one claw. It felt easier to kill them than mowing the grass. "Retreat, this is not an enemy we can deal with," the elf gave the order calmly. "The dragon lord is still here, and none of us will leave." The blind old man raised his longbow and shot an arrow at the bone claw, but it was directly deflected by the hard bone. Attilan flew up and down in the sky, avoiding the attack of the bone claw with some difficulty, and occasionally used the bone claw to attack the blue dragon's followers and blue dragon people. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that he could still handle it. Attilan could indeed still handle it, but he didn't have much magic power left. "Master and master, if you don't show up again, your favorite apprentice will be made into a figurine." At the edge of the oasis, with a flash of purple light, the bear man and the vine girl appeared in the sea of dandelions. The bear man looked at Attilan flying in the sky with satisfaction. "This kid is really growing fast, and he can even fight this old guy a few moves." The vine girl rolled her eyes at him. "Don't say anything. Even if the old guy only has one hand, it will be difficult for Attilan to deal with him. If you don't go up, your apprentice will really be beaten to death." The bear man smiled and said, "My apprentice is not that easy to die. He has more ways to save his life than you know. You also know that what he likes to study most is how to enhance his ability to save his life." As the head of the dragon lich appeared from the transmission channel, Attilan realized that this old thing was just two longer hands. His head was not much bigger than that of an ordinary dragon. This deformed body shape looked so ugly. After the head appeared, Attilan's difficulty in dodging increased significantly. He could feel that if he didn't run, he would really lose his life here. From the moment the blue dragon took out a dead magic stone to strengthen the skeleton army, Attilan had already sent a message to the bear man. When the blue dragon crushed the dead magic stone to summon the boss behind the scenes, he immediately asked the bear man for support. No matter where the blue dragon's boss is hiding, it is impossible for him to arrive at a battlefield faster than the bear man to provide support. As a result, the dragon lich had crawled out of the transmission channel halfway, but the bear man had not appeared yet. If Attilan had not known that the bear man would not betray him, he would have suspected that the bear man was tricking him into dying by asking him to hold the dragon lich. Seeing the lich's second claw beginning to stick out from the channel, Attilan immediately shouted, "Master, I can't stand it anymore. I'm leaving first." The blue dragon lich smiled sinisterly. "At this time, you don't think you can still run away, do you?" Attilan looked around and found that the white water mist that originally belonged to him had been replaced by the lich's dead mist at some point. And he was unaware of it. Fuck, this dragon lich turned out to be an even more insidious old coin than him. He blocked his retreat without a sound, and the attack speed of the bone claw instantly increased a lot. Obviously, the previous purpose was just to paralyze Attilan, just to prevent Attilan from running away. "Old man, you are such a dog." The bone claws brushed past Attilan's body. Attilan felt a strong burning magic power trying to penetrate into his heart where the bone claws grabbed him. It slowed down his speed, and he was in danger for a while under the attack of the bone claws. The speed at which the blue dragon lich stretched out its body from the transmission channel was accelerating. Attilan could feel his excitement. Anyone who was about to get a long-awaited figure would be so excited. As the second bone claw stretched out, Attilan knew that he could not escape before he found a chance to escape. If he fell into the hands of the dragon lich and was refined into a bone dragon, it would be a real fate worse than death. Attilan wanted to self-destruct and scare himself to pieces, but he found awkwardly that he didn't seem to have mastered this skill. The blue dragon lay on the ground, watching Attilan, who was constantly scratched and eroded by the magic of the dead, and laughed wildly. "Ocean dragon, you are dead." Attilan's heart was also cold. Obviously, the bear man did receive his message, so why didn't he show up? The blue dragon lich's bone claws suddenly accelerated, and with one swift claw, Attilan was slapped to the ground, just like hitting a fly with a swatter. Attilan was instantly knocked unconscious by the huge force. Just as the lich wanted to grab Attilan and retreat, a thunderous roar resounded through the world. Jayaj, the blue dragon lich looked at the figure that suddenly appeared in front of Attilan, which was growing with a silver-white thunder, and tried hard to shrink his body into the transmission channel, but his two bone claws were too big. There was no way to retract them in a short time, and he could only be hugged by the bear man, whose body expanded to 50 meters high, and then forcibly dragged out of the transmission channel. The blue dragon lich's eyes were full of fear and panic. Although the liches had no eyes, Attilan could still see his emotions from the soul fire floating in his eye sockets. "Geoj, why are you here? This is not the druid world you guard. I just want to capture an ocean dragon. You can't violate the agreement between the Natural Council and the Death Council and attack me. I didn't kill the life of the material world to refine the undead. You have no reason to attack me." The bear man punched the blue dragon lich in the face with a thunderous punch. "But the ocean dragon you want to kill is my apprentice. You seriously injured him and declared war on me. You must die here today," the blue dragon lich said angrily. "You have been here for a long time, just wanting to use this opportunity to kill me, so you have been watching me capture your apprentice. I didn't expect that Geoj would become so sinister." After spending almost 2.5 years with Attilan, the bear man also felt that he had indeed become more comprehensive in thinking about problems. "But don't think you can defeat me today. I haven't been idle for the past 200 years. It's still uncertain who will win or lose. Don't think that you will win just because the School of Life can restrain the undead. I have also studied the means to restrain your School of Life." The bear man didn't believe it at all. If the blue dragon lich really had the means to deal with him, he wouldn't have subconsciously wanted to escape just now. "Then why did you run just now?" The bone claws grabbed the bear man with the dark undead magic. It was just a strategy to lure the enemy. The lich would never admit that it was because of his fear of the bear man. Although he did study the means to restrain the School of Life, his fear of the bear man was still there. After all, in the last war, he was restrained by the bear man's School of Life, and his whole body was broken into bone slag by the bear man. Only his soul escaped successfully. The current body is a new body that he has put together with the hard work of slaughtering many dragons. Compared with his original body, this body is much stronger. And most importantly, it has become resistant to the methods of the School of Life. The bear man struck the bones with a bolt of lightning, which did not have the strong purifying effect it once had. "How is my new body?" the blue dragon lich said, knocking the bear man away with one claw. "You hunted an at least adult ocean dragon, used its dragon bones as the main material, and built your current body, integrating the vitality of the ocean dragon into your necromancy. You have gained the ability to resist my methods, but you know that I am no longer the me of the past. The me of today, even if you integrate the pure vitality of the ocean dragon, I can still smash your body into bone slag again, and this time, your soul can't escape." The bear man rarely showed an arrogant expression, and an emerald green lightning shot from the palm of the bear man's palm and landed on the bone claw of the blue dragon lich, and a crack appeared on the bone claw instantly. The blue dragon lich looked at the bear man in horror. "Impossible, how can you separate the completely mixed marine dragon vitality from the dead magic? With your qualifications, you can't comprehend this ability at all." The bear man's face was dark and he sent out another emerald green thunder, which widened the crack of the bone claw again. With 2 more hits, the bone claw would be removed by the bear man. Attilan, who was lying on the ground, was treated by the vine girl. After the vine girl dispelled the dead magic that invaded his body, Attilan slowly opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the bear man beating the blue dragon lich madly. So this blue dragon lich is only this level. He thought the blue dragon lich was an enemy of the same level as the bear man, but he didn't expect that the lich was so weak that he had no power to fight back under the bear man's attack. Occasionally, he sent out 1 or 2 black dead curses, and the bear man did not dodge and continued his great cause of removing bones. "Impossible, how come my curse has no effect on you at all?" The bear man really didn't have the talent to figure out this level of secret art by himself, but he had a good apprentice, whether it was the powerful purification thunder for separating vitality and undead magic, or the current life resistance. In fact, the prototypes were all selected from the talent of the ocean elemental dragon king of Attilan, and the bear man added his own understanding to form a new legendary secret art, which was aimed at various lives and undead. "You are actually studying the secret art of lich in order to deal with me," the bear man snorted coldly. "You don't deserve it, you just happen to run into it. These secret arts are not prepared for you. Where is your great elder? Why didn't he come in person?" The blue dragon lich taunted the bear man while struggling to his death. "Even if you can kill me, you can't deal with the great elder at all. If the great elder comes in person, your end can only be to become the great elder's bone guard." The bear man punched the blue dragon lich's head one punch after another, and the emerald life purifying thunder made him wail in pain. "Grand elder! Where is the grand elder?" the blue dragon lich screamed. "Since you want to see the grand elder, I will help you." The blue dragon lich launched the self-destruction that Attilan wanted to launch just now. The powerful necromancy magic expanded the entrance of the transmission channel, and a more intense dark necromancy breath came out of the channel. "Waste! You actually want me to do it myself?" Attilan's eyes widened. "What is going on now? After beating the younger one, the older one comes. After beating the older one, the ancestor comes again?" Chapter 194 Attilan, a real man should be like this. This old monster only emitted a few breaths through the transmission channel, but Attilan couldn't help but tremble all over. He even felt a chill in his soul. If the old monster appeared in front of Attilan, he felt that the old monster only needed to use a death spell, and he, a sea dragon with vigorous vitality, would not be able to withstand it. This old thing, the professional level of the necromancer would not exceed level 50, right? Just based on the breath emitted by this old thing and the level of the bear man's full thunder roar posture, the old thing should be stronger than the bear man. Attilan stood up with his weak body, trying to absorb the meager water elements and natural energy in the environment to recover, and at the same time asked the doubts in his heart. "Master's wife, dragon liches of this level should be dealt with by the quasi-gods of the Natural Council. They are the opponents of the same level. The enemy that Master is facing should be the level of the blue dragon lich that he just beat up." Fugitive smiled and cast a series of buff magic with gorgeous fairy brilliance on the bear man, while calmly answering Attilan's question. "That's true in theory, but in reality, it's normal to bully the weak with the strong. Just like you, do you like to fight enemies of the same level, or bully those who are not as strong as you, the blue dragon lying on the ground, or the blue dragon army under his command?" Attilan answered without thinking, "Of course it's the blue dragon army. But I'm just an unknown little person after all. Like the old monster who hasn't appeared yet, he should be a well-known figure in the entire crystal wall system, bullying the weak with the strong. He will be looked down upon wherever he goes in the future, right?" Fugitive looked coldly at the pair of scarlet eyes shrouded in black mist in the teleportation vortex. You don't think he's still a prominent figure now, do you? Dragon liches are despised beings among dragons, and he has done a series of shameless things. This guy's reputation has long been rotten, but he's lucky enough to have lived to this day, and he's constantly absorbing souls to grow stronger. He even seduced many young blue dragons to become dragon liches. His most despicable behavior is stealing blue dragon eggs, distorting the young dragon's cognition from the beginning, and making those blue dragons his loyal subordinates, not just the natural council. Many forces that have a place in the astral world have been invaded by him in the material world, killing and looting most of the souls. Attilan nodded in sudden realization. So although he's powerful, he's actually just a bandit. Once he has a fixed base, he'll be surrounded and suppressed by everyone, and he can only stay in the dark corners of the astral world. Fugian looked at the dragon lich with disdain, who had said something harsh but never appeared. That's right, a thing that can't be put on the table. With the combined strength of your master and me, he may not be able to escape unscathed. He is also worried that we have an ambush, so he has not dared to show up. No wonder both the blue dragon and the self-destructing blue dragon lich acted even more cautiously than him. It turned out that from the root, this was a group of dark forces composed of the old six. So as long as we kill this blue dragon lich, we can disintegrate the Death Council. Fugian slowly shook her head and explained, no. The dragon lich is just a subordinate force of the Death Council. Only the owner of this pair of scarlet eyes is a formal member of the Death Council. The Death Council is a force composed mainly of liches born from various races. Without the strength of a legendary lich, you can't become a reserve member. Attilan's eyes widened immediately. A legendary lich is a reserve member. How powerful must this Death Council be? No wonder they dare to take in a dragon lich with a bad reputation. The fastest way for liches to increase their strength is to devour souls, and souls are also the foundation for liches to maintain immortality. However, no matter which universe they are in, gods are the most powerful beings with the greatest need for souls. The behavior of liches is to compete with gods for resources. Liches eat a few souls every year to maintain immortality, and gods should not care, as long as the number of liches is not too large. But devouring a large number of souls, and harvesting souls in an organized and planned manner, makes liches the target of public criticism and become rats that can only hide in the sewers. Then why do we still have to make a peace agreement with the Death Council? Attilan was puzzled. Because other forces are more or less backed by gods. Only our natural council, like the Death Council, is a free force without a master. The Death Council thought we were easy to bully, but ended up getting humiliated here, and finally the two sides signed a ceasefire agreement. After all, in a sense, we and the Death Council are actually on the same side. Don't you think this is ironic? Fugian's expression was full of mockery. It was obvious that she did not think that the Death Council was qualified to stand on the same front as the Natural Council. Attilan understood immediately and said in surprise, we want to build a druid pantheon, and the Death Council also wants to build a lich pantheon. The vine girl shrugged, took out a handful of colorful seeds from the rattan pocket at her waist, and planted them in the oasis. As the vine girl waved her white arm gently, a charming pink and purple light flashed. This seed quickly sprouted from the soil, sprouted, and bloomed, turning the oasis into a colorful sea of flowers, and the sky-high fragrance filled the air. Attilan took a deep breath and instantly felt that his physical strength had recovered by more than half. The whole dragon instantly became energetic. Of course, this was just Attilan's illusion. The sea of flowers did help to recover, but the speed was not so fast. The fragrance of the flowers only restored his spirit. Now every drop of energy is very precious, and it can only be used on the bear man to help him defeat this powerful enemy. A dracolich that was corrupted from an ancient blue dragon. Both the blue dragon corpse body and the lich class level have reached legendary levels. The dual legendary realms make him very powerful. All members of the Death Council have strong ambitions for the Death Priesthood, and this blue dracolich is no exception. His ambition made him receive an invitation from the Death Council, otherwise he would not have chosen to transform into a lich. In the original war with the Death Council, George and I were facing the dracolich led by him. There will no longer be a large-scale war between the two forces, but a war between us and the dracolich can only be regarded as a minor friction. As long as neither side attracts the participation of the superior quasi-gods, no one will pursue our deaths. We were sent to this world to explore, and he also set his sights on this world with our arrival. The old naughty boy found many traces left by the lich when he traveled around this material world, especially the Dracolich. There are many blue dragons affected like this one. They all have the characteristics of being eroded by the magic of the dead, even if it is very hidden from ordinary people, but we have never forgotten their hatred. Do you remember what the old boy said about how old a child would be if he had one? In fact, Robert once had a lover who was also a very good druid, but she died at the hands of the Deathclaw in that war. Robert was also seriously injured, otherwise how could he have become a legendary druid and not have dragged on until now without success? There are many ways for evil beings like liches to make a life impossible to resurrect. The contamination of corpses by the necromancy magic is only the most basic way. Just like the joke that Attilan had heard before, the necromancer let the corpse walk back to accept the resurrection of the priest, but the corpse raised by the necromancer could not be resurrected. Liches directly contaminate the soul, or even tear the soul apart. The soul is broken into pieces and can't be put together. How can it be resurrected? Then won't the old boy come to fight this Deathclaw? Fusion nodded. Originally, but Bloody and I convinced him together. Attilan didn't believe that the old naughty boy would be so easy to endure the revenge for his wife's murder. After all, he was an old naughty boy, not an old turtle. We forced the old naughty boy to reach a consensus. He stayed in the forest asleep, and George and I went out to fight the Deathclaw. Attilan's mouth twitched. You must have knocked the old naughty boy unconscious. Poor old naughty boy. Although the old naughty boy's current strength can only become cannon fodder when fighting the Deathclaw, but for the revenge of his wife's murder, Attilan thought it would be good to let the old naughty boy come and spit at the Deathclaw. The forest may not be safe. When other enemies invade and wake Robert, he will no longer want to run over to kill the Deathclaw. This is something he can't do at all, not to mention the old naughty boy. Even Fusion didn't think they could kill the Deathclaw. Don't forget what she said just now. The Deathclaw couldn't get away from her and the Bear Man. They are united as a couple. They can win and injure the Deathclaw, but they can't kill the Deathclaw. Liches are undead creatures. The only way to deal with liches is to seal them. This is the area that the Starlight Mage Laloon is good at. But Laloon is not good at fighting. Bloody dare not let his delicate wife play in such a scene. Deathclaw finally died. Although the lich will lose most of its combat power after its body is destroyed, it will take more than a few hundred years to restore its current strength. For thousands of years, Deathclaw is also worried that he will appear again and miss the opportunity he has been waiting for. Moreover, he can control so many blue dragons to work for him, all relying on the current ancient blue dragon body. If this body is destroyed, the contract he signed will also be terminated. Without these blue dragons under his control, his ambition will lose the basis for realization. Although it is said that pursuing the opportunity to become a god on the form of a lich is the sixth of the sixth, Attilan does not want to become like this. Indulging in sensuality like Zeus can be considered the life of a god. Unable to eat or drink, and with a beautiful woman in his arms, he could only stare blankly. This kind of life is even worse than being a eunuch. I really don't know how a group of guys who want to become gods can accept turning themselves into a lich. No. The accurate description of a lich should be that it is neither human nor ghost. Liches are neither living nor dead. The state of neither living nor dead is the basic reason for their immortality. Deathclaw is different from the unlucky guy who blew himself up just now. His body is very coordinated, and his body is even more slender and thin than that of an ordinary ancient blue dragon. It's not because the lich's corpse is shriveled, but it seems that the old thing Deathclaw used the necromancy magic and some special method to transform his body, making it smaller after compression, more like a concentrated essence. It is very difficult to break this body, and this old thing is very flexible. It feels like he may not have such agile skills before he died. Attilan thinks that the transformation of Deathclaw's corpse is similar to mechanical ascension. The biggest difference is that one uses bones and the other uses metal. The skeleton of a giant dragon is stronger than most metals, not to mention that the old thing has been compressed and processed, especially his pair of scarlet claws. Attilan subconsciously took 2 steps back after seeing it. Attilan's sixth sense told him that after being hit by this pair of scarlet bone claws, he would experience what it means to be worse than death. The Bear Man changed the body of the Thunder Bear to be about the same size as the Deathclaw. The Bear Man looked at the Deathclaw seriously. Your claws seem to be different from the last time we met. The Deathclaw did not speak, and directly attacked the Bear Man. The start was similar to Attilan's. Both of them covered their tracks with white mist, but his white mist was not as harmless as Attilan's water mist. Absorbing the white mist can experience the various plagues and curses that the Deathclaw has collected over the years. The vine girl waved at Attilan. You can't stay in this oasis any longer. If you stay here any longer, you're afraid you won't be able to save your life? Be prepared to block this oasis for at least 10 years. No one can get close to it again. The pollution left by the Deathclaw's white mist on the land needs at least this long time to be purified. Once life breaks in, the plague and curse will spread outward. The Deathclaw can also absorb power from it. The Lich likes to use this method to create death and harvest souls. It is difficult to judge whether the plague is naturally generated or the Lich is behind it. The Bear Man can create a monk school. His melee ability is naturally quite outstanding. He can easily resist the attack of the Deathclaw, and the Deathclaw's attack on him is selectively avoided. Unless it affects his attack on the Bear Man, he will not dodge at all. The Bear Man can hide him 10 times or 100 times, but as long as he catches the Bear Man once, it will rewrite the direction of the battle. The Bear Man once again used the Thunder Bear Claw to block the Scarlet Bone Claw, and the Vine Girl also continued to disperse the white mist in the back, while purifying the impact on the Bear Man and treating his injuries. The body of the Lich carries a curse, which is triggered every time it is touched. The situation seems to be tilting towards Deathclaw. After gaining the upper hand, Deathclaw also began to talk trash. Jayaj, it seems that you are not that good. I was really worried just now. How long can you last facing my Scarlet Blood Claws? This battle has just begun. At this level, I can fight with you all day. Deathclaw didn't know that when his breath leaped over this continent, a guy who had been waiting for him for more than 100 years opened his eyes in his dragon palace and rushed to the coordinates of the breath leak at the fastest speed. After sensing his breath, the corner of the Bear Man's mouth curled up a smile. Soon, Deathclaw also sensed his rapidly approaching breath. He looked at the Bear Man in horror. How could he join forces with you? As cautious as Deathclaw is, his first reaction is to run. But he was entangled by the Bear Man, and even if he was hit by the blood claws of Deathclaw, the Bear Man did not let him go. Until a giant dragon with yellow-green dragon scales appeared on the battlefield, torrential rain fell instantly, forming a powerful field that blocked the Deathclaw's retreat. Attilan stared at the swamp dragon that appeared in the sky with wide eyes. The huge body of nearly 100 meters, the graceful dragon body lines, and the vast dragon power suppressed him. It was obviously a swamp dragon, but its aura was exactly the same as that of an ocean dragon. Attilan began to look forward to the scene of himself becoming as powerful as a swamp dragon. This is what an ocean dragon should look like. Chapter 195 Dragon God's Relic. Every drop of rain in the rain curtain falling from the sky was like a heavy water arrow, making Deathclaw unable to maintain his flying posture and forced to land on the ground to continue fighting with Thunder Roar. Although it was an energy field built by rain, the blue dragon Lich Deathclaw seemed to be trapped in a quagmire that he could not extricate himself from. Not only could he not continue to fly, but his movements on the ground also began to sluggish. Seeing the swamp dragon Cetus use the water element energy field, just by looking at the energy movement on the surface of the dragon body, Attilan deeply understood what it meant to teach by example and to be influenced by what he saw and heard. Although the Bear Man taught Attilan a lot of druid knowledge, which also helped him develop the blood of the ocean dragon from another perspective, Attilan had to admit that when it came to developing the blood of the ocean dragon, he had to observe the development of the blood by the close elders of the same clan. If he could get the guidance of the elders, the speed of progress would be considered 1,000 miles a day. In fact, there are systematic dragon spells in the inherited memory of the ocean dragons. These spells with dragon characteristics can be learned not only by dragons and obtain corresponding knowledge, but also by ordinary mages and warlocks. Because these are universal spells, the difficulty of learning is increased. Unlike Attilan, who has already mastered the Sea Dragon Water Shield, this unique spell that is suitable for the blood of the ocean dragon is quite difficult for other magic professions to learn. On the contrary, Attilan easily got into it. The skill of the swamp dragon in using this Sea Dragon Water Shield is much better than Attilan. Relying on the energy field of the water element, he can create a Sea Dragon Water Shield at any time in the rain. If necessary, Attilan feels that he can easily create a complete water shield that can accommodate his huge body of 100 meters in a breath. Attilan really wants to ask the swamp dragon for this skill. The main reason is that Celestis is obviously a swamp dragon, but Attilan feels that in addition to the color of his dragon scales, he is also somewhat related to the swamp dragon. In fact, he is not much different from the ocean dragon in his inner self. Deathclaw's scarlet bone claws, wrapped with dark and evil dead spirits, attacked the swamp dragon, but were blocked by the sea dragon's water shield. The cold tide continued to erode Deathclaw's body. Attilan watched from a distance outside Luzhou and felt that Deathclaw's body seemed to swell slightly, as if it had been soaked by rain. Deathclaw was embarrassedly punched away by the bear man, and rolled out 1 or 2 kilometers in the oasis, covered with mud, and roared with resentment, "Swamp dragon, what grudge do I have against you that is worth you running from thousands of miles away to interfere in the battle between me and the bear man?" The swamp dragon's voice was full of the refreshing revenge of great revenge, and endless hatred for Deathclaw. "You should have forgotten that 743 years ago, in order to obtain the dragon body of the sea dragon to enhance the power of your body, you went to an unknown lake in the center of this world, this continent, you brutally killed my mother." Deathclaw had no memory of hunting such a sea dragon before. But since the swamp dragon said so, it must be him who did it. "Cestus, stop talking nonsense with him, knock him down as soon as possible, and then seal him up." A trace of blood oozed from the corner of the bear man's mouth, and he waved his bear claws wrapped in life thunder, roaring and rushing towards the Deathclaw again, while the swamp dragon released a recovery magic, the light of life, towards the bear man. Attilan's eyes widened instantly. This skill of converting the water of life into light can not only make the water of life produce healing effects more quickly, but also increase the effect to twice the original. Just this simple trick is enough for Attilan to learn for 10 years. Of course, the self-healing technique, brain activation technique, life control and other life school knowledge that the bear man taught Attilan has been practiced for 2.5 years. He can only say that he has learned it, but he dare not say that he has mastered it 100%. If he can observe the practice of the swamp dragon from the side, Attilan believes that his practice speed will also be improved. If he can get personal guidance from Celestis, he feels that he will definitely ascend to heaven. Attilan scratched his chin and thought, how can he let the swamp dragon teach him to practice the sea dragon water shield, or even the dragon spell? He is the lord of a place after all, and he will definitely not do such a shameful thing as running to the swamp dragon as a subordinate. Besides, he doesn't know the character of the swamp dragon, and he doesn't want to be cannon fodder. From the brief conversation just now, it can be seen that Cetus should be a dragon who values love and friendship, because he not only remembers to seek revenge on the murderer of his mother after so many years, and he also clearly remembers the time when his mother was killed by the Deathclaw. From this, it can be judged that the swamp dragon's attitude towards relatives should be good, or even very good. The scope of the battlefield is getting larger and larger. Even if it is 1 against 2, the Deathclaw actually reversed the unfavorable situation little by little. After all, the professional characteristics of the Lich are more advantageous. The Deathclaw is not afraid of death, but is afraid of being sealed by the bear man and the swamp dragon. The Lich hiding the life box can indeed ensure that they will be resurrected again after the death of the body, but the life box needs to replenish the soul from time to maintain vitality. Once the Deathclaws are sealed, the phylactery will not be replenished with souls, and the power of the Lich will weaken. Over time, the immortal Lich will completely dissipate due to the destruction of the phylactery. There will be no chance for the soul to reincarnate. The Lich has the convenience of immortality, but naturally it also has weaknesses. As long as the Lich is sealed, they will naturally be finished. A gray-white poisonous gas was released by the Deathclaws. The bear man and the swamp dragon avoided it and attacked Attilan instead. After the vine girl raised vines to block the poisonous gas, she waved to Attilan and said, "Take your people and leave quickly. The next battle is not something you can watch up close. Just the residual energy wave can kill them, the same goes for you. Once you are infected with the plague of the Deathclaws, you will have to lie in the life support array of the Oak Hall for at least a year. Do you want to go in for a vacation?" Attilan shook his head quickly. No, he will never forget the scene when he was injured and Leopard Girl and other good friends ate hot pot beside his bed. Although it was a clear soup base, it was obviously he who taught them hot pot. As a result, they turned their backs on him and deliberately tempted him with delicious food when he could not move. Don't they know that he, the Dragon Lord, has no other hobbies but to eat delicious food and look at beautiful women? I'm leaving now. Attilan flew out for about 5 miles and saw the army standing on the towering sand dunes to watch the battle in the Blue Dragon Oasis. Although Attilan's water mist provided cover for the army, the Blue Dragons immediately launched a desperate attack after the appearance of the Blue Dragon Lich, and all 3 parties lost a lot of manpower. The Dwarf King and the Elf General immediately came forward when they saw Attilan. The elf asked curiously, "Dragon Lord, how is the battle going?" The Dwarf King was more concerned about the treasure. "Dragon Lord, do you think you can still explore the dungeon and find treasures?" Attilan gritted his teeth and stomped his feet. "We can do it. But there will be a risk of infection with the plague. We may need to streamline our manpower, reserve more herbs to fight the plague, and summon priests who are good at removing the plague." The Dwarf King's eyes widened. "Plague? There is no plague in the dungeon, right? The dwarves are indeed good at fighting, but their medical ability has always been their weakness." Attilan shrugged helplessly and said, "There was indeed no plague at first, but the dragon lich who appeared at the end was a legendary wizard who is proficient in plague magic, and you can see the scene of the landslide when they fought. Are you sure that the plague gas will not penetrate into the dungeon with the cracks straight in the battle? The dungeon space is relatively closed. Once the disease gas penetrates in." Attilan looked at the Dwarf King and the Ranger General with a serious face. He naturally didn't want this treasure hunt war to turn so anticlimactic. Moreover, the Blue Dragon Oasis is the largest existing oasis in the desert, with an area of nearly 10,000 square kilometers. Now it is contaminated with plague gas magic, and it can't be used. Attilan was heartbroken. Although the war was not over, in his heart, the whole desert was his territory. Now that the Deathclaws had destroyed the Blue Dragon Oasis, all the losses were his money. Fortunately, the oasis could still be saved because of the water element energy field released by the Swamp Dragon. Even if the druids used spells to purify it, they had to wait until more than half of the magic energy naturally dissipated. Otherwise, it would not be the druids who purified the disease, but the druids who infected and strengthened the disease. Such a strong disease, I don't know if it was the plague magic that the Deathclaws studied for thousands of years to upgrade. Attilan was not confident that he could withstand it, unless he could master the sea dragon water shield that wrapped his whole body. Then use the purification thunder. Attilan suddenly reacted. He said that the reason why the bear man repeatedly urged him to familiarize himself with and master the purification thunder as soon as possible was that he had already known that the Deathclaws would definitely appear. And the desert would also be polluted by the magic of the dead spirits because of their battle. The bear man was waiting for Attilan to go out and wash the floor as a cleaner, and he also called it training him. Attilan would rather not have this blessing. At this time, he felt the endless flow of water vapor along the green belt that he had roughly planted according to the requirements of the bear man. Many seeds had just sprouted, surging into the rain clouds of the swamp dragon covering the oasis. It felt that the sky and the desert were dyed blue by the surging water element. At the same time, the natural energy in the forest also flowed from the underground to the oasis. The seeds along the way gradually grew fresh buds and branches, and soon grew from the size of a child's palm to more than 1 meter tall. The Dwarf King looked at Attilan with admiration. "I didn't expect the Dragon Lord to think about the battle situation so comprehensively. He even prepared a channel to help the masters receive energy. The Dragon Lord is really amazing." The elf Verisa also nodded and praised. "I originally thought that this lifeline would take at least 10 years to play a role. I didn't expect it to be used so soon. I think too superficially, some things can help the battle situation as long as they are done." Attilan did start planting trees before the bear man's instructions were conveyed, but he was just doing his daily practice. At the same time, he divided the waterway in advance and prepared to lead the river water into the desert. "I didn't expect that the swamp dragon could call so many water elements from the dragon lake, even though it was thousands of miles away." Attilan felt an unusual breath in the water element energy field. To ordinary people, it might just be the breath of an ocean dragon, but to Attilan, it was simply the most obvious signal light. The dragon ball in his body moved just now, which was the performance of sensing a higher level of ocean dragon soul. Ordinary ocean dragon souls could not cause such a big reaction. Legend has it that the elemental dragon god once forged 8 dragon balls with the assistance of the 8 most loyal elemental dragon kings, and the ocean dragon soul was one of them. Although ocean dragons call their dragon balls ocean dragon souls, everyone knows that only the water element dragon balls forged by the elemental dragon god are real ocean dragon souls. Attilan was curious about why the swamp dragon was so foreign. It turned out that the ocean dragon soul was used to nourish the dragon body, allowing him to transform from a swamp dragon with a lower bloodline to a pure-blooded ocean dragon. Swamp dragon has such a great effect after getting the ocean dragon soul. If the ocean dragon soul falls into his hands, Attilan even thinks that he can fully stimulate his elemental dragon king talent within 10 years. Of course, the premise is that he couldn't withstand the power of the ocean dragon soul. At this stage, even if Attilan uses his own dragon ball to strengthen his body, It is already painful. If he uses the ocean dragon soul, Attilan feels that he will be useless. The ocean dragon soul contains a ray of the power of the elemental dragon god. So it can be called a divine weapon. Can a divine weapon be used by anyone? Once the divine weapon backfires, his small body can't bear it. And Attilan has no confidence in taking the ocean dragon soul from Swamp Dragon. Judging from the combat power shown by the 4 legends on the battlefield, the Deathclaw is the strongest, followed by Swamp Dragon. Then there are the Bear Man and the Fuji Girl. Without any relationship, why would Swamp Dragon give the Ocean Dragon Soul to Attilan? If he has already integrated the Ocean Dragon Soul with his own Dragon Ball, it is even more impossible to lend it to other dragons. Let's put it this way, the Dragon Ball is more important than your life force. If it were you, would you be willing to let others touch your life force? Of course not. The scope of the battlefield is still expanding. The Swamp Dragon brought a lot of water vapor, which is now consumed by the Deathclaws. The activity space of the Deathclaws is constantly increasing, and it is gradually not restricted to the Blue Dragon Oasis. Retreat 10 kilometers, it's not safe here. The earth-shaking battle. Attilan's eyes are full of envy. When can he be like the Swamp Dragon, with a water element energy field covering the scope of a city? It's a pity that he was born too late. The war for the ownership of this world seems to have begun, otherwise the Bear Man would not be in a hurry to find the natural sacred object. A sea dragon that has been practicing for less than 2.5 years can only float up and down in this situation. No wonder the Bear Man repeatedly emphasized that he should focus on strengthening his own strength, because after the Bear Man forest is destroyed, Attilan will never find such a good practice environment again. As for the kingdom, it should be the first to be destroyed in such a huge war. If the Natural Council can win, then Attilan's natural empire will be established without his hard work. If the Natural Council loses, even if the natural empire is successfully established, it will still be doomed to be destroyed. Attilan suddenly felt a sense of urgency. The Bear Man believed that too much practice is as bad as too little, and that the younger generation should not be put under too much pressure. If he can't stand it, can the younger druids like the Eagle King stand it? Under the leadership of the elders, they should retreat to the world belonging to the Natural Council, practice hard, and wait for the opportunity to make a comeback. Attilan believed that if he could carry the power of the Dragon God on the Ocean Dragon Soul, then he would be qualified to enter the game as a player, instead of being the object of protection as it is now. There is also a legend recorded in the inherited memory that if you collect the 8 Dragon Balls of the Elemental Dragon God, you can get the treasure hidden by the Elemental Dragon God. Unlike the Dragon God trial, which is indeed a place, the Dragon God treasure is more like a false signal released by some existence in order to strangle the Elemental Dragon. After so many years, there are dragons like the Swamp Dragon that have obtained the Elemental Dragon Soul, but I have never heard of anyone finding any clues from these Elemental Dragon Souls. Maybe only 1 Dragon Ball was obtained, and the secret treasure will only reveal the real treasure location when all 8 Dragon Balls are collected. The Elemental Dragon Soul should be collected by the ambitious people who want to obtain the secret treasure of the Dragon God, instead of being scattered everywhere like now, or even being obtained by an 800-year-old swamp dragon. Attilan suddenly thought of a very dangerous possibility. It is because it is very difficult to collect 8 Dragon Balls, so it is necessary to release the Dragon Balls in your hand. As long as you keep an eye on the Dragon Ball you have released, you can get more information about other Dragon Balls when other ambitious people collect them. This is commonly known as fishing enforcement. Since the Ocean Dragon Soul has been released, the mastermind behind Attilan's palm does not mind if someone eats a little bit of the bait he has released during the fishing process. Anyway, Attilan does not have other Dragon Balls, so there is no need to worry about being fished. He is like the small fish and shrimp that some fishermen catch after making a nest. There is a high probability that they will be thrown back into the water. There is no big problem with safety. If the Ocean Dragon Soul does not feel like bait to Attilan, then the possibility that the flame orb in the dungeon that releases and converges energy very regularly is bait is more than 80%. Dragon Balls are spiritual. As long as the Dragon Balls are not sealed, they will attract each other. Since the Ocean Dragon Soul is in the hands of the Swamp Dragon, the treasure in the dungeon is 99% likely to be the Purgatory Dragon Soul. Attilan is really getting more and more excited. When he was tempering his body in the Purple Crystal Mountain, the bear people asked him to use Fire Thunder and Pure Thunder. The Purgatory Dragon Soul will not improve him as directly as the Ocean Dragon Soul, but if used well, It can help Attilan break the talent limit of the ocean element Dragon King. If one element can achieve the strongest, there is no need for the element Dragon God to try to master all the elements. The 8 Dragon Balls are all considered to be legends, but Attilan knows very well that the legends can be passed down, and there must be a certain connection with real history. It is said that the elemental dragon god died because he created the elemental dragons. Attilan is now less and less convinced of this story in the inherited memory. Yes, this story about the origin of the elemental dragons also records why the elemental dragons use the elemental dragons, but the reason is unclear, giving the dragon a sense of unreality. Chapter 196 It's broken, the house was robbed. The battle between the legendary warriors, especially those whose destructive power is above level 40, is not enough for an oasis of nearly 10,000 square kilometers. As the green oasis was gradually wiped out in the battle, the fertile soil began to turn into sand. Attilan seemed to understand something very important. The Southwest Desert was once a place full of vitality. Why did it become a desert, and the wounds left behind have not been repaired for so many years? Just to eliminate the damage caused by the necromancy of the Death Claws, the archdruid must be taken action, and there must be more than one archdruid. There are very few people willing to do such things, which may not be rewarding, but may be harmful. Not everyone is qualified to consider the time cost at the end like Attilan, an ocean dragon. The benefits of the present will benefit future generations, and even one generation may not be able to regulate this battlefield. Which archdruid can bear such humiliation in such a barren land? Being assigned to preside over such a place is worse than being exiled to the frontier. Attilan barely used various seeds to create an energy channel. With a tyrannical means of the swamp dragon to mobilize energy from the lake, the environment along the way would inevitably be affected. This channel cannot be used a second time without decades of cultivation. It's broken. Attilan suddenly thought of a terrible thing. The swamp dragon must pass through the Southwest River to mobilize water elements. His kingdom has nearly 1 million farmlands on both sides of the Southwest River. If the surging river water floods the farmland along the ditch, it would be good if the grain output this season is halved. Unexpectedly, after a war, he would suffer the most losses. Seeing Attilan's face changing constantly, the dwarf king asked in surprise, "Dragon Lord, is there something wrong? It is normal for the battle between legends to last for several days and nights. Now leave a few scouts to observe the situation from a distance, and you take the army back to the camp to rest. I have to go back to the kingdom to check the situation. The water element veins drawn by the swamp dragon will pass through the most important river in my territory. I am worried that there will be a flood. The flood will inevitably lead to a reduction in food production. Then the dwarves and I will not be able to supply food. We can only be forced to retreat. Once we retreat, we will have no control over what the situation will become. On the surface, the strongest force in the Great Desert, the Blue Dragon Kingdom, has completely collapsed because of the war just now, although many blue dragons and blue dragons of various races have escaped. The blue dragon, the Dragon Lord, was still lying on the ground before Attilan retreated. In such a chaotic and dangerous environment, the blue dragon is dead, and the Blue Dragon Kingdom is also finished. But secretly, there must be other forces coveting the purgatory dragon soul that have not yet taken action. In a word, Attilan felt that he, as well as the dwarves and elves who participated in the fight for the purgatory dragon soul, were not qualified, and there was not a single real strong man. That is, the top professional with a professional level of 20. The highest professional level is the Dwarf King, a level 11 warrior, and a level 5 Hill King. The Hill King is an advanced and legendary profession developed by the dwarves around the gods and the affinity with the earth, based on the warrior profession. It is a very powerful and suitable profession for dwarves. There are very few dwarves who really break through the legend with the Hill King profession. More legendary dwarf warriors, they rely on the most basic warrior profession to experience bloody battles all the way, and finally complete the breakthrough between life and death. The most important boost to the warrior's breakthrough is fighting. The environment of the Dwarf Kingdom is relatively peaceful, with only the frost giants on the snowy peaks as the only mortal enemy. The invasion of the frost giants is also very regular. The long growth period of the giants leads to the fact that their wars with the dwarves usually occur only once every few decades. Both sides consume excess population and are forced to cease fire after the national strength weakens. After entanglement for 300 years, neither side has achieved a real victory. The Dwarf King asked anxiously, "How long will it take for the Dragon Lord to come back?" Should we retreat if there is not enough food? This, Attilan couldn't say for sure. If millions of farmlands were really flooded, unless he bought food from the halflings at a high price, his dependents would not have enough to eat. Fortunately, the Ranger General spoke up at this time. We have food, but I don't know if you can get used to the elven rations. The taste of the elven food is indeed light, and there is no meat, but it is good to have food to leave at this time. The army is not qualified to be picky. Moreover, the pasture should be less affected by the flood disaster. He can transport a batch of sand sheep to boost the morale of the army. The food cannot be taken for free. I will raise a sum of money with the Dwarf King as the cost of purchasing military rations. I don't know when the food can be transported to the desert, Verisa said with some shame. Although there is excess food on the west and north, I can't spare any extra manpower to transport it. You may need to send someone to transport it back in person. Attilan waved his hand and agreed. That's no problem. I wonder what price you think is appropriate for the grain, Verisa. Since we are allies, I will sell it to you at the price that Ningfang Port buys grain at, 5 copper coins per pound of green wheat. Attilan and the dwarves widened their eyes. 5 copper coins, Verisa looked at them weakly. Is this price still high? Attilan shook his head and said, it's too cheap. Is the grain production of you elves so high? Green wheat is not unripe wheat, but a unique variety cultivated by the elves. It has a plant fragrance that the elves like. The most important thing is that this green wheat can be eaten directly without cooking. Elves have a natural love for plants, so much so that cooking is a rare behavior for elves. Green wheat is a food crop born out of this unique custom. Verisa said with some distress, because elves generally have some magical talents, they may not be used in combat, but they can be used to help with farming, so there is a good harvest every year, because the yield is very high. In order to have money to buy the various magic props and potions produced in the capital, everyone can only sell grain to the nobles at a low price, and if you want to buy those products, you need to sell a certain amount of grain. Although there are druids and other magical farmers in the local area, the capital has a magic industry, and the nobles in the capital have mastered advanced productivity and the national economy. And the most fatal righteousness. No wonder the local druid factions were suppressed to death. Now that the dwarves and Attilan have appeared, it is different. The grain controlled by the local factions of the Water Elf Kingdom has a new sales channel, so they don't have to choose to sell the grain to the capital at a low price. These extra grains were obviously sold by the capital to the humans and dwarf coalition in the east through sea transportation, because the tiger people once mentioned green wheat in front of Attilan. The commander said that the grain was purchased from the Water Elf Kingdom at a high price, 1 pound of dry powder for 1 silver coin, and the difference between silver coins and copper coins is a 100-digit system. Of course, the profit in the capital is definitely not 20 times. But the grain business is stable and large in volume, and Attilan believes that there is still a 10-fold profit. In addition to the military rations this time, can we buy more food from you? You also know that my subjects may have suffered from floods and need food relief. Verisa frowned slightly and thought for a while before saying, because everyone needs the magic products of the royal capital. In order to meet the purchase requirements, we don't have much extra food to sell. The Dwarf King wanted the food more than Attilan, and immediately asked anxiously, what kind of magic props are they? Maybe the casting masters in our country can imitate similar props. They are agricultural tools used for farming. The mages in the royal capital have mastered the technology of mass production of iron agricultural tools, which can meet the vast demand for agricultural tools on the border. It's too slow to rely on blacksmiths to forge them manually, and there are actually not many mineral veins on the land of the entire kingdom. The iron used by the royal capital to forge iron tools is also purchased from the dwarf kingdom in the east. The same goes for potions. Our druids can also produce them, but they can't match the output of the royal capital and can't meet the needs of 100,000 elves. Attilan and the dwarf king looked at each other and said, it's true that we don't have as high an output as Windfreezeport, but I can provide herbs and potions, and the dwarf king can provide farm tools. With our supplement, I believe that the purchasing conditions offered by Windfreezeport to you next year will be much better. You will definitely make more money by selling grain than selling it to nobles. The dwarf king also nodded and said, there are tens of thousands of blacksmiths in my country. Even if only half of them can be mobilized to make farm tools, then 5,000 farm tools can be made in a week, and one farm tool can be used for 10 years. Attilan's mouth twitched and said, it's just farm tools. There's no need to be so durable. What Verisa and the others need mainly is to increase the quantity of farm tools. Verisa suddenly clapped her hands and said, by the way, there is one more most important thing. If they want to enroll in the Royal Capital Magic Academy, their family must sell a specified amount of grain every year. I don't think any family will be willing to give up this condition. Although the treatment of rangers is not bad, everyone still hopes that their children can go to the southern coastal city to become a wizard. The issue of mage admission quotas is indeed a tricky one. I do have a druid academy, with legendary druids to answer questions and solve problems, but we can't give you the living conditions of the upper class. Attilan really couldn't break the money offensive of the water elf capital. His subjects were still eating in the cafeteria. He didn't even have the basis to satisfy the treatment of wizard nobles that these high elves wanted, and he didn't want it at all. However, Verisa's eyes lit up. It's good to have a druid academy. In fact, many elves don't want to go to the capital to work like slaves for the nobles. Everyone knows that even if they go to the magic academy to study, there are not many who can really become nobles. Most of them still work for nobles and parliamentarians. It's better to be a druid in the local area. Moreover, the power of druids is not necessarily worse than that of wizards, but the problem is, Verisa was a little embarrassed, but she continued to speak. It's true that Grandma is a great druid, but her teaching skills are really a little bit lacking, which leads to very few druid masters among the elves. On the contrary, she explains the key points of rangers very clearly. Every 20 to 30 years, she will train a senior ranger who reaches level 11. Attilan almost couldn't help laughing. The talent of this great druid was really a bit abstract. She was actually good at training rangers. Could it be that she was a ranger genius who was delayed by druids? Please ask you and the Dwarf King to solve the problem of military rations. We can discuss the issue of buying food from the people later. The problems mentioned by Verisa just now are just a few typical problems. It doesn't mean that the king only restricts the local areas in these aspects. Verisa is just a simple ranger general. It's good enough for her to handle the military affairs of her subordinates. Her talent in governing the local area can be said to be unlimited potential, but it has not been developed at all. If there is food from the Water Elf Kingdom, Attilan believes that he can recruit followers and reclaim the wetland land faster. The current more than 1 million acres of farmland is just the beginning. As long as there is enough food, Attilan believes that the wetland can reclaim 10 million or even 20 million acres of good farmland. It's broken. It seems that he also needs to buy farm tools from the Dwarf Kingdom. But it doesn't matter. He found a large iron ore in the desert. Whether it can be mined and how much the output is, it needs silver ring and cobalt to evaluate. Even if the quality of the iron ore is not good, it is always okay to use it to make farm tools. In fact, Verisa just overlooked the most important issue. The ranger troops under her command are provided with weapons and equipment by the capital. The purpose is to limit their combat effectiveness. Once the local area sells food to Attilan and the dwarves, they will inevitably be restricted in military supplies. At that time, Verisa will probably only be able to lead the rangers to use wooden arrows and bone arrows. Not necessarily. After being fully controlled by the capital for so many years, Attilan doubts whether there are still qualified blacksmiths, carpenters and other living professions under the rule of the archdruid. Attilan followed the rushing water vapor back to Huangsha Pass. Rubbing against the overflowing water element, Attilan was in good spirits when he returned to Huangsha Pass. He looked at the southwest river rushing westward in the distance, making a roaring sound. Attilan's heart was cold. The southwest river near Huangsha Pass was surging like this. The water in Big Power Town must be 3 meters high. Now he had to buy food from the elves and halflings. Fortunately, he had accumulated some gold coins by trading with the Kingdom of the North. I'm afraid he would lose all of them this time. No, he must get compensation from the swamp dragon for such a big loss. The situation along the way was slightly better than Attilan expected. Although many farmlands were destroyed by the river, the losses were still within a controllable range. It was just that Attilan no longer had the confidence to continue fighting. The 3,000 soldiers sent out now were not enough. Attilan and the Dwarf King planned to take enough troops to maintain the front line and occupy the position to compete for the Purgatory Dragon Soul. After the Purgatory Dragon Soul was born, they would send more troops. After returning to Dajio Town, Attilan immediately asked the old fishman who had rushed to the disaster relief as soon as possible. "How is the situation?" The old fishman looked distressed. Reporting to the Dragon Lord, more than 200,000 acres of farmland have been destroyed, all of which are good fields for growing wheat. Our losses this time are very heavy. The farmland for growing wheat is the most fertile, and naturally the land that is most convenient for ditch irrigation. Attilan has made psychological preparations in advance, but now he can't help but feel nervous. My food, that's all my food, 200,000 acres of wheat, a full 40 million kilograms of wheat, now it's all gone. After losing these 200,000 acres of wheat, will the output this season be enough to eat? Because Attilan has been expanding, this has led to them not having enough food reserves. The old fisherman shook his head in melancholy. Not enough. In fact, in addition to the farmlands along the southwest river, the fisheries in Kingland Town and Yulin Town have also been affected. For some reason, the Dragon Lake has rolled up huge waves towards the southwest, the original lakeshore has been swallowed up, and the trees on the shore have been washed down. What about the situation in Kingland Town? The old fisherman breathed a sigh of relief and said, Kingland Town is fine. The archdruid is protecting it. Except for the fishery, nothing else has happened. Yulin Town is in a terrible situation. The fishery was finally built today, and now all the fish in it should have run away. It's an unexpected disaster. It's really an unexpected disaster. The river embankment must be reinforced next year. This kind of thing can't happen again. In the past, people always felt that the water in the Southwest River was not enough. Now that the Southwest River has shown its power for the first time, it finally lets the Tauren and centaurs living in the desert know what the boundless sea is. The old fisherman forced a smile and said, Dragon Lord has always felt that there is not enough water in Shujiao Town. Now there is no need to worry. The water has rushed all the way to Shujiao Town and opened a river channel in the waterway we prepared. After this, the land in the northwest can also be used. Although the loss of 200,000 acres of farmland needs to be renovated, the northwest area can be reclaimed after being moistened by the river. More than 200,000 acres of farmland can be reclaimed. Attilan also smiled. You are optimistic. The old fisherman smiled and said, I have had too many hard times in the past. I have become accustomed to finding joy in hardship. If I don't find some hope for myself, I can't support the tribe until I meet the Dragon Lord. Attilan nodded and said, these 200,000 acres of fertile wheat fields have been impacted near Huangsha Pass. I believe that the soil in that area can also be used to grow black beans and forage grass in the future. Good and bad are interdependent. This time, the swamp dragon used a water plow to help him turn the land. The desert now has the possibility of turning into green field. Shouldn't I thank him? Attilan shook his head. Dream on. The cause and effect of all this can actually be attributed to Attilan's transformation of the wasteland. If he didn't take action, the swamp dragon's action today could only create a larger southwest river. Dragon Lord, in fact, we are not the only ones affected by the disaster. The tribes in the rainforest should have encountered the same problem. I saw that the water volume of the canal that connects our wetland to the southwest river is also increasing. If there is enough food, now is a good opportunity to absorb the rainforest population. Attilan's eyes lit up. Taking advantage of this natural disaster, he can openly annex the rainforest and put all the blame on the swamp dragon. It seems that he must get all the food of the elves. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197 The Old Naughty Boy's Obsession. No one knows exactly how many people there are in the rainforest. Attilan can only roughly estimate that there are at least 10,000 to 20,000 people in the rainforest based on the tribal intelligence collected by the Fishman Scouts sent out. It is said that there are even human villages in the wetlands at the easternmost part of the rainforest. In a tribe of only 100 to 200 people, although there is a leader, the status of the tribe members is roughly equal. Most of them admire the leader's strength and wisdom to lead everyone to survive. These humans are all undisciplined savages in the eyes of human nobles. They are best at escaping. In order not to be exploited by the nobles, they are willing to be neighbors with a ferocious humanoid race. Being neighbors with a ferocious humanoid race will lead to attacks, and the risk of death is quite high. Even so, these savage tribes are unwilling to return to the protection of the nobles. Attilan naturally has some ideas about these humans, but he also knows that it is very difficult to subdue these freedom-loving humans as a dragon. But it is not impossible. With the welfare benefits given by Attilan, No noble family can provide such high conditions, such as being able to eat a full meal every day and eating meat at least once a week. In theory, the status of the dragon's followers is similar to that of slaves. In terms of the benefits they can get, even the self-employed farmers who own their own land cannot live such a good life. Such a high-yield farmland cannot be separated from the fertilizer made by the druids. Attilan's personal efforts to dredge the water vapor are the top priority. Which human nobles would personally farm the land? Not to mention the Dragon Lord, who is many times more noble than the nobles. After all, Attilan came from the Celestial Empire. Since ancient times, the Celestial Empire has had kings personally conduct spring plowing as a model for all people. Attilan did this to inspire the spiritual will of his followers, to make them more serious about farming and grazing. After all, the Dragon Lord personally irrigated the farmland, so what reason do you have not to take the lands you planted seriously? Even the most unruly horse Zhufen, after seeing Attilan actually expending most of his magic power to mobilize water vapor from the wetlands to irrigate the farmland in the wasteland, he silently put on the plow and reclaimed the land in Tubayao town. 5,000 acres of farmland in Tubayao town were once destroyed by the Jackwalls. Under the leadership of Zhufen, the troops reclaimed 10,000 acres of farmland near the old Tubayao town. Attilan was very pleased with Zhufang's change. Zhufang could be patient in farming, which showed that his impatient personality had improved. Zhufang became calm, and Attilan could rest assured to hand over a large army to Zhufang. Zhufang was not calm enough before, and the possibility of annihilation of an army of more than 10,000 was too great. Even the Minotaur Lista had to go through 2 years of local governance before he became completely experienced. He had the ability to command tens of thousands of troops. In the past, he could lead an army of 10,000, all by relying on his strong personal combat power to supplement his lack of command power. Only the Fishman Fisher was a natural commander. His talent in personal combat power was not as good as that of Lista and Zhufang, which made Fisher spend more energy on training his ability to govern the army. Fisher could handle both military and civil affairs in an orderly manner. Since the Jackwalls were removed, the situation in the wetlands has become increasingly difficult. If Lista is only responsible for the military issues in the wetlands, then there is no problem. However, due to the lack of talent, both military and civil affairs can only be handed over to Lista alone. Snake people, lizard people, centaurs, minotaurs, fish people, and even a tribe of bear goblins came out of the Rhine forest and joined Lista. With so many races, it is definitely impossible for them to be harmonious. Frictions and even bloodshed have become more frequent. Lista has been dealing with a lawsuit for more than a month and can no longer bear it. He went directly to Attilan to change people. It is more suitable for him to go to the simple Hixie land. The families there have become a whole under Attilan's education. Although everyone is of different races, they are all their own people. There is no need to fight for each other. The Hedon land is different. This is a loose alliance. Attilan has appeared in the Hedon land quite a few times, but his energy is focused on transporting water vapor, managing rivers, and draining and leveling the land. Building team cohesion has always been the work of the old Fishman and the top leader Lista. The main reason is that Fisher has also absorbed yaks, werewolves, halflings, dwarves and other races in Shujiao town. After joining the Kingdom of Atlantis, these people quickly integrated into their roles. On the other hand, Lista's progress is not only slow, but there are even signs of splitting into several small groups. This makes Attilan realize that the gap between people is even greater than the gap between fish and cattle. The people here refer to intelligent life, not just humans. Lista is self-aware. Before the situation deteriorated, he took the initiative to find Attilan and applied for a transfer back to let Fisher go to the east of the river. After all, the moist east of the river is more suitable for fishmen to make achievements. Lista did not distinguish the east of the river carefully. He was fed up with the land environment where he was stuck in the mud and couldn't get out. The combat environment suitable for him is the desert and the grassland. It is definitely not a wetland or a swamp. The minotaurs he recruited in Hedon were all ordinary minotaurs, unlike the yaks who turned into long-haired minotaurs in the snowy mountains. But further east, he heard from scouts that there might be a kind of buffalo people who are good at moving in water. There might be a tribe of buffalo people under the command of the Black Dragon. Like the yaks, the buffalo people are more gentle than the native minotaurs, and are not impulsive and irritable. Lista was transferred back because he valued the yaks. He has been working hard to promote the rise of the minotaurs. He wants to know whether the calves born from ordinary minotaurs and yaks will become docile. The minotaurs are powerful, but in fact, like the beastmen, harpies, and Medusa, the source of their power can be said to be a curse. What good can a curse be? Even if the curse has evolved into a unique power of the minotaurs after generations of breeding, some negative abilities of the curse still remain. For example, the intelligence of the tauren is a little worse. While the yak people who came down from the mountains are generally smarter than them. If the intelligence of ordinary tauren is 7, then the yak people are 9. Some smart calves can even reach 11 in intelligence, and may master some ice element-related spells. The Earth Totem War Dance is to use the collective spiritual will to mobilize the Earth element to permeate the body of the tauren. Those tauren who have mastered the ability to control the Earth element will find it difficult to go further. Not to mention using it in battle, they are so stupid that they can't even use this ability to control the Earth element to cultivate the land. The yak people practice the Ice Element Totem War Dance, which was created by Attilan. Attilan wanted to say so, but it was not. The relationship between the two elements of ice and water is very close. But it is not exactly the same. The yak people have joined the kingdom. At that time, how could he come up with the ice element version of the Totem War Dance so quickly? Naturally, he could only call for transfer and ask for the tactical guidance of the old naughty boy. Attilan's 1,000-year-old ice cone technique for killing blue dragons was a spell he mastered while following the old boy. He also learned the fog hiding technique and the silent killing technique from the old boy. After dealing with the flood that destroyed the farmland, Attilan suddenly felt tired. Old fishman, I'll leave this to you. I need to go back and recuperate first. Attilan had so many injuries from the lich. Although the vine girl had dispelled the necromancy and healed his wounds, it didn't mean that Attilan was completely fine. Now the energy of the dragon lake was tilting towards the southwest desert. Attilan believed that his underwater dragon nest must be filled with abundant water elemental power, which was just right for him to go back and absorb it. The old fishman said respectfully, "Don't worry, Dragon Lord. I will make sure that everyone will not starve because of this disaster. I will immediately start to promote the food trade with the elves as you ordered. Fertilizers that increase food production are not only made by druids. In fact, our shamans have also mastered the spell of making fertilizers after a period of study." Attilan showed a happy look. He had never ordered this matter. The old fishman gave him a surprise. If you master the spell of using the energy of the 4 elements of earth, wind, water and fire to make fertilizers, you don't need to worry about the problem of food production. In addition to fertilizers, good seeds are also an important factor in balancing per acre yields, but he now has a seed research team composed entirely of druids. Even if they can only cultivate seeds that increase production by a few kilograms a year. After 10 years, the changes in seeds are also considerable. Very good. I'm at ease with you doing things. Just after returning to Kingland Town, Attilan was still able to get into the lake when he was stopped by the old naughty boy's shout. "Attilan, how is the battle going?" Seeing the hatred in the eyes of the old boy, Attilan spoke to comfort him. "Don't worry, old boy. When I left, Master and the others had already gained the upper hand. I believe they will be able to suppress and seal the Deathclaw soon. This Deathclaw is doomed this time." The old boy clenched his fists, tried to let himself breathe a sigh of relief and said, "That's good, that's good. It's a pity that I can't go to the front line to participate in the battle in person. I can only help mobilize the water elemental power from the back." "What a pity, hateful." Attilan's eyes widened and asked, "You helped mobilize the elements, so why did you destroy my 200,000 acres of wheat fields?" The old boy said embarrassedly, "I'm just an assistant. I can't control the majestic water elemental power of the Dragon Lake. I can only try my best to restrict the power to the designated river channel, but the power is too strong and too much, and a lot of it still overflowed. I tried my best to use the overflowing water elements to optimize the environment of the wasteland and desert. I think you saw it when you came back. After this charge, the 200,000 square kilometers of land west of the Southwest River will be able to come to life. You've made a fortune." As he spoke, the old boy stuffed a piece of pizza into his mouth, but the sharp-eyed Attilan found that the old boy, who always had steady hands, was actually shaking when eating. "Old boy, what's wrong with you?" The old boy laughed. "Nothing, I'm just a little excited that I can finally avenge her." Attilan waved his hand casually. "Then I won't bother you anymore. You continue to stay on the shore to monitor the water level. I'm going to eat something to restore my strength anyway." Attilan didn't plan to ask more questions, because the old boy wouldn't tell him anyway. He didn't go to eat, but dragged his tired body to find Laloon. "Madam, the old boy's situation is not right. Please ask Master Bloodstain to come and have a look." Laloon nodded seriously and said, "I'll go now. The old boy is responsible for maintaining the energy supplied to the swamp dragon, and the natural energy needed by the bear man and the vine girl is maintained by Bloodstain and a few old druids. Otherwise, the natural magic of the forest will not flow into the desert by itself." Laloon quickly brought Bloodstain back through the starlight, and pulled back the old naughty boy who had been on the shore. Bloodstain said angrily, "You actually overdrawn your body in order to increase the energy supplied to the swamp dragon. Without your little energy, they can't win? Who do you think you are? With your little power, can you affect the direction of the battle?" Bloodstain scratched his hair, making his originally harmonious and smooth hair messy. The old naughty boy was originally infected by the magic of the dead, which made his lifespan shorter than that of the bear people. Otherwise, he would not look like an old man and could not change back to a young state for a short time. Now after such a toss, the old naughty boy's lifespan is even shorter. Bloodstain scratched his hair, thinking about whether there is any way to replenish the old naughty boy's lifespan. Attilan's eyes lit up, and suddenly he thought of a good idea. Ocean Dragon Soul. The swamp dragon has a very precious ocean dragon ball. The energy of this dragon ball can be used to refine the elixir of life, but it is not real immortality, but it can replenish the depleted body of the old naughty boy. At least he will not be like now, like a candle in the wind. The old naughty boy smiled and waved his hands, and continued to eat pizza with trembling hands. "Don't worry, I won't die so easily, I still have a long life." He suddenly looked at Attilan with deep eyes and said, "I'm sorry. If I don't increase the total amount of energy transmitted, I actually have the energy to control the waves to hit these 200,000 acres of farmland, but hatred blinded my eyes. I can only make up for it afterwards. Attilan, I don't ask for your forgiveness. There is no way. I have to watch the death clause being sealed and miss today's opportunity. I don't know if I have the opportunity to seal the death clause again. I don't blame you." Attilan shook his head. Even if the old naughty boy didn't increase the total amount, the 200,000 acres would still be destroyed. It was not because the old naughty boy increased the amount that the farmland was destroyed, but he just didn't intercept the waves that hit the farmland. He had more important things to do. Considering his relationship with the old boy, it was just a mere 200,000 acres of wheat fields, nothing. That's good, that's good." The old boy almost fell down as he relaxed. Zuran quickly helped him sit down, took out a bottle with a drop of emerald green liquid from the dimension bag, and forced the old boy to drink it. "I don't know when they will fight. I'm afraid you will die before you can borrow the ocean dragon's soul," the old boy sighed. Such a precious thing, it would be great to keep it for Hannah to improve her physique. Hannah looked sincere, with mist in her eyes, and grabbed the old boy's arm and said, "I don't want it, old boy, you use it, I don't want you to die." Chapter 198 Attack on Titan. Attilan didn't expect that the old boy would spend his limited life to assist the swamp dragon in transferring energy in order to increase the possibility of sealing the death clause. The old boy was just a great druid who had not yet broken through the legendary level. If he wanted to transport water elements in a quantity that could affect the battle situation, he could only risk his life. "Master Zuran, can the old boy's body recover to its previous level after eating your treasure?" After Zuran forcefully poured the emerald water droplets into the old boy's mouth, he pressed one hand on the old boy's heart to help him guide the life energy of the water droplets to nourish his broken body. "This is the essence of the spring water of the goddess of the spring of life that I finally got. This one drop was originally intended to replenish Hannah's body when she grew up. If you die like this, will you be worthy of me and Hannah?" The old boy's eyes revealed a flash of guilt. "Okay, I will continue to live, just like I promised her. I will live happily with her," Attilan said, while the old naughty boy was sometimes serious and sometimes too happy and loved to toss. It turned out that it was his wife's wish before her death that made Robert, who was originally a serious man, become the fun-loving old naughty boy. Just now, Zuran mentioned that the treasure came from the goddess of the spring of life. Although from this name, the strength of this goddess should be third-rate among the gods, or even a small role. But after Attilan briefly sensed the breath of the essence of the spring water, he found that if he could get this spring water essence as a growth resource, then his growth rate would be faster. And it would not cause an unstable foundation. The power of the goddess of the spring of life is simply naturally in line with him, a sea dragon. He did not expect to soak in the goddess's spring of life for a period of time and absorb some of the goddess's power. If she could get 2 or 3 drops of this spring water essence, he would have the confidence to make the dragon body develop to adolescence within 10 years. Just like in myths and legends, those who are born with divine power can always grow to adult size in a few years. With the blessing of the goddess of the fountain of life, Attilan felt that he could also touch the appearance of this god. Master Zurin, is this spring essence rare? Zurin didn't even need to speak. The old naughty boy who swallowed the essence seemed to have regained some vitality. He squeezed out a smile and said, "Don't even think about it, kid. The goddess of the spring is the signature natural demigod of our natural council. Zurin can get this drop of credit for his hundreds of years of hard work for the council. It's really a waste to waste it on an old man like me. Give it to Hannah, and her chance of becoming a quasi-god will be a little higher." Hannah clenched her pink little fist. Hannah is confident that even without that drop of spring essence, I can still become a starlight god. The angel of death is a bloodline ability, just like the difference between the ocean dragon and the elemental dragon king. Attilan has the talent to become an elemental dragon king, but it doesn't mean he can succeed 100%. He also needs to practice accordingly, and becoming the elemental dragon king will also help Attilan practice the dragon of the gods. Hannah is the same. Her career plan is the same as her mother Lalun, a mage and a starlight mage, and then use the power and knowledge of the legendary starlight mage to achieve the body of the angel of death. The last is the starlight mage, a starlight mage only mage, a level 0 quasi-god. Although the girl is not very old, she is smart and has a very clear career plan. Very good, very ambitious, the old naughty boy smiled with satisfaction. Then is there any way to get 1 or 2 drops of spring water essence from this spring goddess, that is, the kind that does not pass the natural council? I don't think the goddess can give all the spring water essence to the council for distribution, right? With a strength reaching the level of level 0 quasi-god, Attilan believes that they and the natural council are in a cooperative relationship. As long as they can please the spring goddess, I believe that 3 or 2 drops of spring water essence are nothing to her. In order to become stronger quickly, Attilan can also transform from a stubborn life dragon to licking dragon. The old naughty boy shook his head and said, "The goddess of the spring was seriously injured in the battle to guard the natural holy land. Since then, she has become the goddess of the spring of life who focuses on logistics and treatment. Before that, everyone called her the Valkyrie. The abundant spring of life is just her means of recovery. It is never the water element she controls that kills the enemy." Hiss. Okay, Attilan knew that he was wrong. He originally thought that the goddess with the name of the goddess of the spring of life would be a gentle and considerate big sister. Now it seems that she is a battle maniac. What she needs is not a dragon licking, but a sandbag. Attilan felt that she was just a little dragon that had just been born. Her delicate skin and tender flesh could not withstand the caress of the Valkyrie. Forget it, licking a dragon is not that easy. Attilan is a gentlewoman. She doesn't want the old naughty boy to die, but she hopes that Hannah can completely get rid of the grip of the devil's bloodline. She has experienced the whispers of the devil firsthand and knows how difficult it is to fight against a power derived from blood. Zurin saw the worry in Lalun's eyes. After finishing the treatment of the old naughty boy, he held Lalun in his arms. "Don't worry, I will get the second drop of spring essence before Hannah's blood power takes effect to ensure that Hannah will not be affected." Attilan's eyes lit up, and he had a good idea to solve the problem. "I think the ocean dragon soul possessed by the swamp dragon can actually create a treasure similar to the spring essence, purifying filth and increasing vitality and lifespan, and may even exceed the spring essence. After all, the goddess of the spring is only a quasi-god, and the ocean dragon soul is a treasure from the elemental dragon god." The old naughty boy smiled and pointed at Attilan. "You kid, I knew you couldn't be so considerate and caring about an old man like me. It turns out that you value the treasure of the elemental dragon god, and it is the ocean dragon soul of the ocean dragon. I think this thing will be of great help to your growth in your hands, right?" Attilan nodded straightforwardly. "Yes, if I can hold it for a long time, I think the effect is no worse than soaking in the spring of the goddess of spring water." Tisk, tisk, tisk. The old naughty boy smiled and shook his head. "You said it's so effective. How could the swamp dragon let go and give you the orb? Do you think you are his son? Even if it is his biological son, I don't think he will give up the dragon orb." "Alice," Attilan also sighed. He also knew the difficulty of this matter. Unless the swamp dragon went crazy or died, he would not give up the ocean dragon soul. He was really wishful thinking. Don't think about the ocean dragon's soul, go to your underwater dragon nest." Looking at the old naughty boy who winked at him, Attilan asked in a daze, "You are not dragging this dying body to create an energy tributary for me in the energy veins of the swamp dragon, are you?" The old naughty boy waved his hand lazily. "Almost. You'll understand when you see it yourself. I'm going to meditate and absorb the power of the essence of the spring water now. I don't have time to chat with you, master, madam, I'm going to rest first. The old naughty boy is asking you, Hannah, and even the principal of the druid school. I'm going to teach you an important task. Keep an eye on the old naughty boy and make sure he doesn't do anything stupid again." Hannah saluted Attilan. "Yes, principal, there are some things that adults can't stop the old naughty boy, but if children are asked to go, the old naughty boy may be soft-hearted. You can mobilize more classmates." Hannah smiled cunningly. She understood what Attilan meant. Understood. Attilan dived into the water and found that a vortex of water element energy had formed at the location of the dragon's nest. It was not easy to practice in the surging elemental vortex. Especially now that he needs to cultivate. The original dragon's nest was a quiet and peaceful rest room, but now it has become a practice room. It is a bit bitter, but compared to the claws and necromancy of the death claws, Attilan thinks that this little bit of bitterness can be endured. Deathclaw would not be the first member of the Death Council he met. He had every reason to believe that he, a sea dragon druid, would be the focus of the Death Council. He had to practice more seriously. He felt that he could endure the hardships that he had thought he could not endure before. He did not want to become like the old naughty boy, who failed to protect the people he wanted to protect. In this way, Attilan practiced in the dragon's nest for 3 full days. When he came out of the water, he was back to his full strength. Even with a death claw, he could fight another 300 rounds. When he came to Kingland Town, he saw the old naughty boy eating honey bread at a glance, and couldn't help but teasing, "Why do I feel that every time I see you now, you are eating? When I leave, you are still eating. You can't have never stopped, right?" The old naughty boy glanced at Attilan, grabbed a golden and crispy baked bun and stuffed it into his mouth, feeling the wonderful feeling of the gravy bursting in his mouth. "What do you know? I'm about to die, so I have to eat more delicious food before I die. Where can I find a place like yours with so many kinds of delicious food after I die?" You can see the environment of the Emerald Dream. After I die, I can only fight non-stop. You have to fight hard and purify the Emerald Dream as soon as possible so that I can breathe. Attilan also picked up a plate of baked buns and poured them all into his mouth. The old naughty boy eyed him angrily. "Leave some for me. If you want to eat, ask the kitchen to make you another plate." Attilan asked with a heavy heart, "How long do you have left to live?" The old naughty boy said casually, "Probably less than 10 years now. After completely absorbing the power of the essence of the spring water, I should be able to live another 2 or 3 years. Attilan asked with a dark face, "Is this why you are about to die?" "I am a great druid after all, with a long live body that can extend my life tenfold. Converted into the lifespan of an ordinary human, I only have 1 year left, okay? This is after absorbing the power of the essence of the spring water. Otherwise, I really would only have 1 year left." Just when Attilan wanted to find a centaur messenger to inquire about the situation of flood control, a centaur messenger quickly rushed to Kingland Town and told Attilan the urgent news. "Report to the Dragon Lord, something happened in the Dwarf Kingdom. The Frost Giants suddenly launched an invasion of the Dwarf Kingdom. According to the intelligence sent by the dwarves, the Frost Giants should not be ready for the invasion at this time, and in the Frost Giants team, the Dwarf Griffin Knights discovered the figure of the Fire Giant, Attilan's dragon claws knocked on the table, and he began to think about what the appearance of the Fire Giant meant. Attilan and the Dwarf King formed an alliance. During several meetings and conversations, the Dwarf King naturally introduced him to the situation of the Frost Giants, the biggest enemy of the Dwarf Kingdom. The enemy of the dwarves is a pure Frost Giant tribe. There are only a few hundred Frost Giants, and the weapons they use are relatively simple. As for the Fire Giants, the dwarves have encountered them several times in the process of exploring the mineral veins owned by the mountains, but the Fire Giants are scattered, generally living in the form of families near the crater. Their relationship with the Fire Giants can even be described as good. A dwarf casting master even compared the casting skills of a Fire Giant craftsman. Yes, this master is the master of the Princess and the Silver Ring, and the master who helped Attilan cast the dragon armor. Now the Fire Giants and the Frost Giants are acting together. Attilan suspects that their target is also the Purgatory Dragon Soul. I don't know who is behind the scenes. Is the Dwarf King still in the desert now? The centaur messenger shook his head. I came from the water cellar town. The dwarf messenger should be rushing to the desert to inform their king. Well done, you go down and rest first. He had to go to the Dwarf King in person to discuss countermeasures. As a result, Attilan had just flown out of the forest not far when he met the Dwarf King and the elf general who were riding back on a griffin. Why are you here? The Dwarf King said anxiously. Dragon Lord, the frost giants and fire giants have joined forces. We, the Dwarf Kingdom, may not be able to stop them. A frost giant wearing animal skin armor can beat 10 frost giants wearing steel equipment made by fire giants. Attilan frowned and said, I remember you said that the relationship between frost giants and fire giants is not very good. Do you know why they joined forces this time? The Dwarf King was a little speechless. If he knew, he would not be so panicked. Verisa, go back and stabilize the morale of the coalition forces in the desert. Dwarf King. You should not have withdrawn all the troops, right? The Dwarf King scratched his hair in embarrassment. I was a little panicked and wanted to retreat immediately, but Verisa persuaded me to bluff in the desert first, and then quietly use the griffins to transfer the armored shield guards and griffin knights back. As for the Argly knights, they should continue to stay in the desert to disguise. If there is no dwarf, it will expose our withdrawal. Attilan nodded and said, because the dwarves have the largest number of troops, you will be the first to be attacked, followed by the wealthy elves. I think you should be the second to be attacked. As for me, I am the weakest of the three, and a lot of farmland was destroyed by the flood. I am probably ignored. Verisa was shocked. We elves will also be attacked? Where are the enemies? Chapter 199 Guerrilla Warfare. Attilan couldn't tell for sure. He didn't know much about the Water Elf Kingdom, and the semicircular defense line that the Ranger General was in charge of was really too long. The Dwarf King's heart tightened. He still hoped that the elves, who had just become allies, could send troops to support their Dwarf Kingdom. After being threatened by Attilan, he was afraid that Verisa would withdraw the troops in the desert before him. The Dwarf King immediately said nervously, Dragon Lord, we dwarves need your support. You can rest assured, Dwarf King. As my first ally, I will do my best to help you overcome the difficulties. But on the way here, I believe you have also seen the difficult situation in our country. Therefore, the manpower I can mobilize may be limited. The Dwarf King smiled and waved his hand and said, it's good that the Dragon Lord can provide support. To be honest, Attilan really didn't want to send his troops to face the frost giants. Those are frost giants who are over 6 meters tall. They can knock minotaurs away with a swing of a wooden stick, especially the leader of the frost giants. Attilan feels that he can rush into the minotaur's line and mow down the minotaurs. Of course, if the frost giants dare to do this, the minotaurs can also teach the frost giants a lesson with their iron axes, but the number of casualties will definitely be quite high. So this time, in the war against the frost giants, Attilan does not intend to send out a single minotaur, but to send all the troops. And they are troops with long-range archery. After all, judging from the distribution of dwarves' troops, they do need archers who are good at long-range strikes and can provide continuous support. The dwarf storm axe throwers achieved several times the results of melee troops when facing frost giants, because the frost giants may not have equipment for other parts of their bodies. But facing the dwarves, after years of blood and tears, they must have all been equipped with greaves to protect their feet and ankles. Especially with the addition of the fire giants, even if it is not easy to build a full-body armor to arm the frost giants, at least the frost giants can get 2 iron greaves to protect their feet and ankles. Now it is difficult for the dwarves to use weapons to injure the giants' feet, restrict the giants' ability to move, and thus kill the giants. In fact, the frost giants hunt large animals living on the snowy peaks, and after using their fur to make leather armor to protect their feet, the dwarves' iron axes are much less effective. The Dwarf King seeks the Purgatory Dragon Soul in the hope of creating a battle axe with stronger armor-breaking ability and enough number to arm tens of thousands of people to deal with the frost giants. Dwarf King, the tactics we use this time are different from the past, so I hope you can send those troops that cannot go to the battlefield to guard the elf village, and the elves will send the ranger troops to deal with the frost giants. The Dwarf King was puzzled. There is such a large desert between the Dwarf Kingdom and the Water Elf Kingdom. It will waste a lot of time to transfer troops to each other, right? Attilan analyzed calmly. If we want to win, we must do this, no matter how difficult the process will be. Think about it yourself. Facing the frost giants, which one is more effective? The dwarf's axe or the elf's arrow? The dwarf king said it without hesitation. Of course it is the elf's arrow. This is why the storm axe thrower is popular in our country. Attilan continued to analyze. The frost giant and fire giant coalition is attacking the dwarf's weakness. So the troops attacking the elf, I think, are also targeting the weakness of the ranger general's weak melee defense ability. If you two sides exchange troops for defense, then the enemy's arrangement will not work. Attilan's eyes were firm. Although this was just his guess, even if they exchanged troops for defense, the situation could not deteriorate much. Verysa nodded and said, I agree with the Dragon Lord's arrangement. This is indeed the best way we can take at the moment. There is only one problem. Do we still have to fight for the treasures in the underground city? Our current military strength is not enough to support us in a two-front war. Attilan made the decision directly. Withdraw, but not completely. Withdraw the coalition forces to the frontier positions I have arranged in the desert. Once there is a situation in the underground city, we can rush into the underground city within a day, a long-distance rate of 200 kilometers, and then engaging in battle is nothing for the elite troops of the dwarves, elves, and Attilan. I will ask the druids to optimize the road conditions between the oasis and the grassland to minimize the consumption of the army during the raid. Now we will return to the oasis station in the desert and start to mobilize troops. After flying hundreds of kilometers to the Bearman Forest, they had to rush back without even drinking a sip of water. Even the strong physical fitness of the dwarves and elves could not bear it. After landing, the two of them turned pale and trembled. And Attilan, like a dragon, gave the three deputy generals of the coalition the order to withdraw. After drinking some water and eating 2 bites of bread to restore 50% of her strength, Verysa led the 3,000 Argali knights assigned to her by the Dwarf King to the core town in the northern border of the Water Elf Kingdom. By stationing here, she could quickly provide support if any situation occurred anywhere on the border. Verysa had a rough idea of the enemies facing the Water Elf Kingdom. Facing them, quantity is much more useful than quality. One of the reasons why there are more rangers than druids among the elves is that rangers can shoot 100 arrows a day and kill at least 50 enemies. However, low-level druids can only cast less than 10 spells, and the number of effective kills will not exceed 20. The 1,500 elven rangers she brought followed the Dwarf King to the Dwarf Kingdom. After all, they were guest troops from other countries and could only be used as surprise troops. They must not be allowed to attack head-on, and Attilan had fully considered this issue. Verysa's excellent command ability made Attilan not worry that the dwarves would disobey her orders. After all, they had already jointly launched a war to destroy a country. Verysa's performance was remarkable. Apart from Attilan, it was Verysa who played the biggest role in the war. Attilan's military command ability was not too bad, but compared with military geniuses like Verysa and the Fishman Fisher, it was definitely not outstanding. His achievements were due to the heavy rain and water mist that shielded the army's actions, making the raid efficient and effectively reducing everyone's casualties. Attilan's excellent healing ability was the key to stabilizing the morale of the army. No one was unwilling to fight with such a leader who was strong in himself and could protect the safety of his subordinates. I will command the Elf Ranger unit and the Centaur Archer unit. I need to go to the dwarves in person to see if my guess is wrong, Verysa asked curiously. What guess? Attilan looked at the waves of the battle between the Bear Man, the Swamp Dragon and the Deathclaw that could be seen faintly in the distance and said, I even think that once we withdraw from the desert, the giants attacking the Dwarf Kingdom will also withdraw. No way. The Dwarf King widened his eyes. Will the Frost Giants be so obedient? Attilan said leisurely, the giants have a very strong sense of hierarchy. For the giants with higher status in the clan, they will generally unconditionally execute the orders issued by the other party. No matter how ridiculous this order is, this war may even be pushed by the fire giants or even the higher-ranking cloud giants behind the scenes. No matter how much we say here, it is just talk. After the soldiers packed up their supplies, Attilan immediately ordered a transfer. I don't know when it started. Although the national strength of the Kingdom of Atlantis is the weakest among the three parties, Attilan became the supreme leader of the coalition. Let's go. Attilan left enough scouts in the desert to ensure that the Purgatory Dragon Soul would not fall into the hands of some behind-the-scenes forces with ulterior motives and intend to disrupt the large area of the southwest of the continent. Draw a line from the Frost Giant Station to the Water Elf Kingdom. The land area of the large area in the southwest should occupy more than 1/6 of the entire continent. The richest land on the continent must have been in the middle, but now that area has been turned into a swamp. The Water Elf Kingdom, which was not ranked high, has become one of the top 5 forces on the continent with the blessing of ocean trade. The old naughty boy told Attilan that the richest in the entire material world is the continent under their feet. Whoever occupies this continent is basically equivalent to owning this material world. The Dwarf King rode a 3-headed griffin and went back to summon the army in advance. According to Attilan's instructions, the residents in the dwarf city that had already started a war with the frost giants were transferred. If there was no way to transfer, they would hide in the mines. The troops and residents that might be affected also had to be transferred. As for the army, they needed to go out first to attract the attention of the frost giants, and then hide in the mines. Every dwarf city has a mine, which is a battlefield suitable for dwarves. It's a bit too stupid to fight the giants head-on. Attilan hurried with the elves and the centaurs. When they arrived at the front line 7 days later, they were greeted by the Dwarf King with red eyes. Dragon Lord, the frost giants not only did not retreat, but also used the pickaxes provided by the fire giants to try to dig out our mines and eliminate the soldiers and residents hiding in them. Attilan frowned and asked, "Have the frost giants shown such an attitude of killing us before?" The Dwarf King shook his head. "The frost giants are more to plunder our materials, kill us in numbers, and ensure that we will not continue to expand into their territory. They want to kill us without regard for casualties like now. It's really the first time." The Dwarf King couldn't help but roared angrily. "These damn giants, what on earth are they going to do? Where are the fire giants?" The Dwarf King shook his head tiredly. "Gone. Since I appeared on the battlefield with the Griffin Knights, the fire giants quickly disappeared. I really guessed it. It seems that our opponents are likely to be only the frost giants, but we must also guard against the fire giants' sneak attacks. Attilan likes sneak attacks so much, so he naturally has to guard against sneak attacks. Thank you for your hard work, Dwarf King. Next, let the frost giants experience my tactics." It took Attilan 7 days to get to the battlefield with the elves and the horses. It was not only because the mountain road was difficult to walk, but also to practice the way to restrain the frost giants. Let's start. Attilan did not go on the battlefield himself, but was led by Zhufang and the elf deputy general. Because the dwarves were hiding in the mine, the frost giants simply split into 3 groups, blocking the entrance of the mine to kill mice. For the sake of caution, Zhufang and the elves did not split their troops this time, but aimed at the one with the least number of frost giants among the 3 divisions. After approaching carefully, the frost giants, who had become unfocused and began to take care of the meat such as mountain sheep that they had snatched from the dwarves and did not have time to take away, were shot with 5 shots at high speed. After shooting, they turned around and ran. Most of the frost giants were only shot and injured, not killed. Therefore, facing this sneak attack, the frost giants were more angry. Just like being bitten by a group of mosquitoes twice, the first reaction is to hit the mosquitoes, not to run. The centaurs ran away after shooting, and the number of centaurs seemed to be less than 1,000, so the frost giants chased them decisively. Then they were ambushed by 1,000 elf archers who were ambushed on the hillside. The elf archers had better skills and their arrows were specially made, so they killed 7 frost giants at once. This made the frost giants very angry, and they climbed the mountain to chase the elves decisively. As a result, the centaurs returned and shot arrows at them. The leading centaurs shot an arrow to blind the eyes of a frost giant. The frost giants directly divided into 2 teams, chasing the elves and the centaurs respectively. There were obviously more frost giants in the team chasing the centaurs, not because the road the centaurs ran was easier to walk, but simply because the centaurs were talking trash and taunting. As a result, when they reached the next mountain pass, they were ambushed by 500 elves who were ambushed on the back of the hillside. The frost giants divided their troops to chase the elves. At this moment, there were only more than 60 frost giants chasing the centaurs, and many of them were still pierced with arrows, and their movements were no longer as agile as at the beginning. At the 3rd mountain pass, the leader of the frost giants finally learned to be cautious. He sent people to climb up to see if there was an ambush. He continued to chase if there was no ambush. When they chased to the 4th mountain pass, a frost giant was a little flustered. "Captain, why don't you stop chasing?" The captain slapped him directly. "What are you afraid of? We're powerful frost giants. Are you scared by the arrows shot by insects like elves and centaurs?" "No, I just feel that there is an ambush ahead, with the iron armor provided by the fire giants." "Are you still afraid of the ambush of the dwarves?" "I'm tired of the dwarves hiding in the cave. They have an ambush, and I'm just afraid that they will hide in the cave and not come out. Keep chasing, kill these people and eat horse meat." The captain of the frost giants didn't know that the scattered elves, led by the dwarves, had already joined the fourth mountain pass in front of them from the small road. What was waiting for them was not just 1,000 people, but 2,000 people, 1,000 elves, and 3,000 griffin knights. Even so, the attack started with a sneak attack. The arrows of the centaurs and elves, and the javelins of the dwarves pierced the group of frost giants like hedgehogs. The dwarf king widened his eyes, pointed at the corpses of the frost giants and asked, "Can we make the frost giants split up by just running away?" Attilan didn't expect the effect to be so good, or the frost giants were too careless. In the past, they had faced the dwarves head-on, and the dwarves could only hide in the mines at most. This guerrilla warfare method of luring the enemy to split up and then concentrating superior forces to encircle and suppress was the first time the frost giants encountered it, so naturally they fell flat on their faces. "Dragon Lord, you are really amazing." Chapter 200 Loki, the weak frost giant cub. In fact, it was because the frost giants were even dumber than Attilan expected. The correct term should be ignorance. After all, the frost giants' intelligence was above 9, and their brains were relatively fully developed. It was just that guerrilla warfare, such a high-end gameplay, had never appeared in the frost giants' war skills, even though the frost giants had encountered enemies using guerrilla warfare before. But who made the frost giants have no habit of recording history, and even did not care about the training of the younger generation. At most, they would take the giant teenager to watch when hunting. This was already a rare experience inheritance, and more of it was the barbaric elimination of weak cubs with no development potential through life and death struggles. Only the cubs who were strong enough would be left by the frost giants, and most of the frost cubs who were born weak would be directly abandoned, unless the giant tribe had too much food to eat. Otherwise, the barbaric frost giants would not waste food to train weak cubs. The frost giants were not stupid. Only half of the more than 200 frost giants lured out by the centaurs were killed and injured. The remaining giants returned to the camp in a panic with arrows all over their bodies. Attilan originally thought that he could use guerrilla tactics to divide the frost giants into small groups of 20 to 30 people, and then concentrate his forces to use the advantage of numbers to eat all the frost giants. But although the frost giants were ridiculed by the centaurs, the speed at which the frost giants escaped was beyond his imagination, or it could be said that decisive escape was the true nature of the frost giants. The confidence and arrogance they showed before came from the iron armor and leather armor given to them by the fire giants, with protective equipment and iron weapons. Even the dwarf heavy infantry with the strongest defense is just a meat can with a little difficulty for them. With an axe, the can is split into two. It is difficult for the dwarves to break their defense. The dwarf griffin knights also tried to throw battle axes and javelins from the air. First, the accuracy was not enough, and second, these throwing weapons were too large and not fast enough. Most of the frost giants blocked them, so the killing effect was very poor. Unlike the arrows of the centaurs and elves, which are very fast and have very high shooting accuracy, the armor that is very useful when facing the dwarves can't play its due role in front of them. Before dying, the captain of the frost giant who chased the farthest released an ice ball into the sky. The brilliant light after the explosion made the remaining frost giants decisively give up the pursuit. Turn around and run away without hesitation. Even though Attilan immediately organized an army to pursue, it only killed about 20 frost giants. In order to stop the frost giants as much as possible, the dwarves hiding in the mine took the initiative to run out and arrayed in the way that the frost giants must escape, trying to use their steel wall to block the escaping frost giants. The result is self-evident. They didn't stop the frost giants for long. The dwarf king listened to the report of the Iron Guard commander with a dark face. Killed 7 frost giants and lost nearly 300 dwarf iron guards. Why didn't you stay in the mine as instructed? Who told you to come out? The Iron Guard commander was timid and didn't know what to say for a while. So many iron guards died, how could you survive? Although the dwarf king wanted to chop this stupid guy to death with an axe, he was the younger brother of the dwarf princess after all. If he killed his brother-in-law, the dwarf king estimated that he would never be able to sleep with a princess in the future. And although he was stupid, he was covered in blood. In the battle just now, this stupid boy fought hard. He survived because he was an excellent warrior. Attilan smiled and came out to smooth things over. This general's strength is still very good, but his concept of the war against the frost giants is still a bit outdated. After some training, he may not be a talent. The dwarf king was so angry that he kicked him. "Get out!" The brother-in-law got up from the ground. He knew that he had done something stupid and killed 300 brothers. He deserved to be kicked. But he didn't understand why it was so easy for centaurs and elves to fight frost giants. He intercepted a group of frost giants fleeing in panic, but was defeated by the frost giants. The dwarf king wanted to cry but had no tears. He could only say to Attilan with a sad face, "Dragon Lord, the next battle is still left to you to command. Every dwarf's life is precious and we cannot lose it anymore, including these 300, the dwarves have lost more than 4,000 warriors. Adding those civilians who did not have time to escape and were brutally killed by the frost giants, the dwarves' losses have reached nearly 10,000. Damn the fire giants, without their help, the frost giants would not have easily crossed their western defense line. Don't worry, but you, the dwarf king, must be prepared for a protracted war. There are more than 200 here, and the other two frost giant regiments have more than 300 and 400 people respectively. The total number of frost giants should be more than 1,000, right? Can these continuous snow peaks support so many frost giants? The dwarf king said with a sullen face. In the past, the number of frost giants that fought against us was at most more than 500, and they were very scattered. They would not gather together like this because they could not provide food to feed so many mouths at the same time. Every time they were killed or injured by dozens or hundreds of old and weak, they would retreat on their own initiative. But this time, 100 frost giants were killed or injured at one time, and they just retreated to the camp. They have no intention of escaping at all, and these 1,000 frost giants seem to be young and strong. In the past, they were brought out with the elderly and children. Unusual. There's indeed a big problem hidden. It seems that someone is specially training these frost giants, waiting for them to play a role at the critical moment. According to the dwarf king, the higher snow peaks where the frost giants live in the northwest of the mountain range are indeed 1 or 2 times larger than the dwarf kingdom, and it is difficult to feed 1,000 old and weak frost giants. Not to mention 1,000 young and strong. Attilan wondered, who would raise a group of frost giants? From the perspective of individual strength, the frost giants are indeed powerful, but they are not a high-quality source of soldiers. They have a loose personality and are used to attacking in a swarm or scattered manner. And this group of frost giants has very obvious signs of artificial training. No matter what, as long as we defeat the frost giants, we will know who is behind this. The dwarf king nodded and asked, "Dragon Lord, what should we do next? Go back to sleep, and come out to deal with these frost giants at night. By the way, what are the frost giants in the other 2 cities doing? They can't be eating meat and sleeping in the camp, right?" The dwarf king said awkwardly. "That's right, but a few frost giants just ran towards the 2 cities. It is likely that they will receive news that this camp has been attacked by us tomorrow." Attilan took a deep breath of cold air to keep his brain clear. "Send a message to the dwarves in the other 2 cities to launch an attack on the frost giants tonight. You can throw axes and javelins at the giants' camp and shout loudly, but you are not allowed to really rush in. The Griffin Knights can throw kerosene from high altitude to ignite the frost giants' camp. In short, the frost giants can't sleep well, but they have to control the speed and don't really fight with them." Attilan glanced at the dwarf guards who had not been cleaned up on the ground. "You have seen the outcome. In any case, let them remember this sentence. When the enemy advances, we retreat. When the enemy stays, we harass. When the enemy is tired, we attack. When the enemy retreats, we pursue." They must act strictly according to the instructions. After hesitating, the dwarf king said awkwardly, "This. I am afraid they don't understand." Even though Attilan had tried his best to translate the 16-character mantra of guerrilla warfare into the common language and made it easy to understand for the dwarf king, guerrilla warfare looks simple, but it is quite complicated to implement. The dwarf king praised it very much, but Attilan was still not satisfied with the results of the battle. He was still too impatient. He should have harassed first to make the frost giants as tired and injured as possible. If the frost giants were not so energetic, they would not have been able to run away so much. "I will let the elves and the centaurs go over and take them to execute for a few days. I think they will understand how to apply this set of tactics." The centaurs chasing the wind came to report the battle situation. From his stern face, Attilan knew that the situation might be worse than he thought. "Dragon Lord, according to the soldiers' reports, We should have killed 112 frost giants, but when we cleaned up the battlefield, we counted the bodies of the frost giants and found only 97. When the soldiers cleaned up the battlefield afterwards, they found that many of the bodies of the frost giants that were lying on the ground had disappeared. Attilan said with a joking smile, "What bodies are missing? Those frost giants are not dead at all. They just pretended to be dead to deceive us. We were busy chasing those who escaped just now, and we didn't check whether they were really dead." Attilan originally thought that the frost giants had strong vitality, and the attacks of the centaurs and elves did not kill them directly. Many giants did die in this way. But there were still some who relied on the frost giants' innate ability to control frost to fake their death and get away with it. After the centaurs and elves left, they got up from the ground and fled to the other two camps in a panic. The remaining 100 frost giants in this camp, if they want to take them down by force, the casualties of the dwarves will be at least more than 3,000. Although this camp is a wall frozen by frost giants with stones and ice, it is still strong and durable. It should not be difficult for giants of the same size to destroy such an ice and stone wall, but Attilan needs some additional means to destroy the wall. Attilan will really attack the city if he is crazy. Keep harassing me and force the frost giants to abandon this camp and run away. Even if he rushed in, these frost giants swinging axes may chop him into meat sauce. This is not an exaggeration. The axe of the fire giant and the strength of the frost giant can play such a great effect. Attilan's dragon scales have strong defense, but the battle axe as big as a door panel may even cut off his neck with one axe. Reality is not a game. If the axe hits the neck, it will not lose blood, but it is more likely to be cut off by the sharp blade. Yes, Zhu Fang went down to make arrangements. The brother-in-law of the dwarf king had just washed his face. He knew that there was a mission tonight, so he asked Zhu Fang to take him with him no matter what. The dwarf king heard his loud voice and went over with an axe. "Brother-in-law, you are not going to chop me, are you?" The dwarf king chopped down with an axe. Fortunately, the brother-in-law reacted quickly and rolled on the ground without armor. While the dwarf king was pulling out the axe from the ground, the brother-in-law quickly ran towards Attilan. "Dragon Lord, save me. Don't think that if you go to the Dragon Lord, I won't punish you today." Attilan quickly stopped the dwarf king. "Dwarf king, your brother-in-law is just too hot-blooded. If he is properly trained, he can still become an excellent general. Although it is 7 to 300, this is the casualty ratio. When the frost giants are not wearing armor, the casualties are about the same." The dwarf king was silent. If he hadn't seen Attilan commanding the troops, except for some unlucky people who fell off the cliff and died, or broke their legs and arms, there were less than 10 casualties in the battle. There were less than 50 people in total, but he killed 60 frost giants. In fact, his reaction would not be so great. Don't think that Attilan is kind. People like the dwarf king's brother-in-law are indeed brave generals, but he doesn't like to use his brain. Such enemies are the easiest to deal with. Those who don't use their brains, have no tricks, and fight hard battles with one mind are the easiest to deal with. Moreover, he is the dwarf king's brother-in-law. Promoting him to the position can better make the lower-class people and the dwarf king alienated, which is just right for Silver Ring, a street person, to win the hearts of the people. In this war, Attilan did not let Silver Ring participate in the front battlefield. His task is to accurately distribute a batch of materials drawn from the kingdom to every dwarf woman and child who is suffering from the war and is starving. Note that the materials are handed to them personally, and a few warm words are added. With the words of the Silver Ring, it is enough to warm them for a lifetime. It is impossible for the Silver Ring to win the support of the upper nobles. The lower class people are the target of the Silver Ring, or the target of Attilan. Because he does not need a dwarf king who sits firmly on the throne of the dwarves with the help of the nobles, but the Silver Ring who sits firmly on the throne with his support. Without him providing money and food, how can the Silver Ring win over the people? The Silver Ring stands with the people, which means that he stands on the opposite side of the nobles. After 3 days of harassment, the frost giants, who were already restless because of the loss of half of their manpower, finally broke through. Remember, kill as many frost giants as possible, but don't force them to escape. Understood, the brother-in-law replied to Attilan on a griffin with shining eyes. Attilan wanted to slap him. He knew, but he didn't know anything. This kid was stubborn, which made Attilan more convinced that his choice was right. You can do whatever you want. The more dwarf elites die, the more stable your position will be, and the more resentful the people will be towards you. You are a suitable target for the cleansing of the court. It's strange. 3 days have passed. The other 2 camps should have received the news from here, but they didn't move. I don't know where these frost giants receive their military education. When the friendly army is in trouble, they are as still as a mountain. Let's go and see how much supplies the frost giants have left for us, because they were eager to escape. The frost giants did not take all the wealth they collected from looting the dwarf village. This camp, which they built by collecting stones after destroying the dwarf city, was almost completely preserved. Reinforce it. This can also be used as our base. The temperature here determines that this ice castle will not collapse easily. Suddenly, a baby's cry came from a tent in the center of the camp. Why are there children? Attilan was quite surprised. The dwarf king said, it should be that there is enough food recently. The child that the frost giant just gave birth to did not have it. It means that the child is not strong enough and was abandoned by his parents. Attilan nodded and thought, that's right. For many races, warriors are not divided by gender, they only look at whether they can fight. It is also the norm for pregnant women to go to the battlefield. Let's go and have a look. After the war failed, Attilan suddenly found the abandoned weak frost giant cub very interesting. Sure enough, what appeared in front of them was a thin blue white-skinned, thin and shriveled frost giant cub. His cry quickly became weak. Although it was not particularly loud at the beginning. The dwarf king picked up the axe and wanted to chop the cub to death. Attilan quickly stopped him and said, as a druid, I think this weak frost giant cub must have a lot of research value for my companions in the forest, so, can the dwarf king hand him over to me? The dwarf king was very generous. Since the dragon lord wants it, I'll leave it to you to deal with. In the heart of the dwarf king, this is just a slave, even if it is a giant. Besides, the druid can ensure that he grows up safely, but it does not mean that such a weak cub will become a powerful frost giant when he grows up. Attilan grabbed the cub and placed it in the palm of his left hand. Out of evil taste, he decided to give this frost giant cub a resounding name. Loki. From now on, you will be called Loki. It just so happens that they are all frost giants. And they are all abandoned by their parents after being defeated because of their weak bodies. At the same time, the people who adopted them are all the best strong men. Attilan also hopes that this Loki can achieve the same outstanding achievements as the god of mischief. Of course, it is not the Loki in the myth, but the movie that Attilan watched before. A faint green light enveloped Loki's body. Feeling the power of the light of life, Loki stopped crying, and even smiled at the corner of his mouth. A few drops of water of life dripped from the tip of Attilan's claws, and Loki immediately giggled. The water of life is not for Loki to restore his physical strength, but Attilan wants to reshape Loki's body. At least he can no longer bear the blue and white skin that symbolizes the frost giant. With a flickering green light, Attilan's accomplished life control and transformation technique began to work on Loki. The blue in Loki's skin faded little by little, and the white dominated. Loki's hair also turned into black and shiny black hair, and his body further shrank, becoming almost the same size as a human baby. You don't think that Attilan really adopted Loki out of bad taste? This weak frost giant cub is indeed the test subject that Attilan wants. Tarzan's Titan power really needs a giant life to assist him. From today on, Tarzan needs to start learning to be a nanny. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.